Alright guys, 2 minutes left. Who are we rooting for? Can I see the chat real quick? Who are we rooting for? Pratap or Jayesh, man? What's going on, guys? Let's see. Let's make some noise. TWL or Axie.gg, baby. Speaking of TWL, come in the house! Alrighty, we're here. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Gamecon 2021. We're very excited for you guys to be here today. It's going to be an action-packed event that we have for you guys. I'm here joined by yours truly, Tito Stark. So, hi. Let me give you guys a just brief background as to what's happening today, and then we can dive right in. First of all, let's make sure we're making some noise for the participants today, the finalists, Pratap and Jayesh, man. These guys killed it yesterday during the round stage. They've surpassed their opponents, and now they're duking it out for first and second place in the Gamecon 2021 final. Let's go, make some noise. So, Gamecon 2021 is a platform that aims to being the window into the future of India's gaming ecosystem. I don't have to tell you guys, but India's population is huge, and its gaming population is also large. So play to earn can come in a big way. Let's go ahead and introduce the contestants for today. So we have on the left, Jayesh, hailing from Mumbai. So if you're from Mumbai, make some noise in the chat. And then we also have Pratap from Chennai. As you guys know, or may know, in IPL cricket, there is a huge rivalry between Mumbai and Chennai. And we're going to be seeing that same rivalry here today in this Axie Infinity tournament. We're so excited. So, Sky Mavis has graciously offered 50 AXS to the prize pool that will be distributed amongst all the participants that joined us for the Gamecon 2021 Axie Infinity tournament. However, these two people will be fighting for a MacBook, and second place will get an iPhone. Massive, dude, massive. So not only are they going to be getting AXS by the good graces of Sky Mavis, but Kalaari Capital and Winzo are able to provide these guys with additional loot and rewards for their excellent performance. So before we dive in too deep, just want to give you guys a sense of the events today. So we're going to be starting off with a brief introduction. All right, I'm going to turn up Stark's voice real quick. We're going to be starting with a brief introduction about Axie Infinity, and then we'll dive right into the gameplay. After a best of 5 series, we'll announce the winners, and we'll direct you guys to the next session, which will include an interview with the finalists, followed by a plethora of panel discussions with play-to-earn leaders, both in India and outside of India. And not just play-to-earn, but also gaming leaders in India as well. So please stick around for the full programming. It's going to be great, very informative. If you're interested in play-to-earn or gaming in any capacity, you're in the right spot.
I would even add that it's for all of the viewers. This is an event aimed at the Indian audience, but for anyone from anywhere else in the globe, all of this applies to you as well.
Awesome. Being very inclusive. So please, regardless of where you're from, join these workshops, join these panel discussions. We're going to have hard hitters like Jihos, from co-founder of Axie Infinity, Sky Mavis. It's going to be great, dude. Also, small leak, I'll also be speaking at the panel as well. So I'm very excited to share my perspective with you guys. Yeah, so after the panel discussions, there's going to be 2 workshops. One is going to be hosted by yours truly, Tito Stark and Mystic Scholars. We're going to be diving into all things Axie, explaining the game, explaining the ecosystem, how to interact with Ronin Wallet, what can you do, and how can you play the infinite games in Axie Infinity. So again, this rivalry is going to be huge. Mumbai versus Chennai. I'm so excited that we're able to capture this and present this with you guys today. So just a little bit about who we are. So Stark and myself, we founded not too long ago Proof of Game, aka POG.
POG.
Our mission is to enable gamers to become community designers, content creators, and Web3 native builders. I recently dropped out of my PhD program in computational biology to pursue this as a full-time passion and a full-time mission. So I am all in, baby, on this entire space, and I can't wait to grow with you guys as a community.
Yeah, and I recently quit my job to go full-time Axie, living off of Axie. I'm a proud Axie Maxi, and my community is one of the biggest in Europe.
Pog! Pog! We're so excited, guys. I hope you guys keep up the energy with us today, because it's going to be a lit day, is all I can say. All right, so Stark, maybe this might be the first time some of the audience have seen Axie. Could you maybe walk us through what Axie is?
Yeah, so I'm just going to read off here, I guess, and saying that Axies are fierce creatures that love to battle, build, and hunt for treasure. You want to build a collection and use them across an ever-expanding universe of games. Axie Infinity uses cutting-edge technology called blockchain to reward players for their engagement.
Perfect.
And Axie has a fully player-owned economy, allowing players to seamlessly sell and trade their game assets for digital currency. To enable this, Axie game assets exist as tokens.
Awesome. So one thing you want to emphasize here is, by virtue of blockchain and smart contracts, play-to-earn games are allowing gamers to own parts of the game they play. So they're able to use player-owned property rights to turn their energy and time in Axie into real-world value, which is amazing.
I would also add that this is a very early stage. The gameplay that you're about to see is the first iteration of these games that are coming out. Axie Infinity and Mavis Hub are planning to release a plethora of games, thus the name Axie Infinity. There's going to be a lot of different games you can play, and yeah, 2-3 years from now, even the games are not going to look the same. They're going to look a lot better.
So Stark, let's talk about, how do you play Axie?
Right, so it's a turn-based battle game. You have teams of 3 Axies fighting against each other. Each Axie has 6 body parts, and for now, only 4 of the body parts represent cards in your deck, and I think we know that in the future all 6 body parts will be cards, but for now it's just 4, and so you play the cards, and the Axie that represents that cards attacks according to the description of that card. And then there's different stats that we'll go over as well, but which will determine the power of these attacks, the order in which they're played, etc., etc. And so there's a huge element of strategy, because you have to play things in the right order, so there's a lot of skill involved, and there's a lot of strategy involved by especially trying to predict what your opponent's about to do, which is why a lot of different card game players have been attracted to this game, because it may look, the graphics may look fun and nice, but the game's actually complex and very, very strategic.
So are you saying that these digital pets can also be fierce battling creatures that can actually earn you money IRL, dude? It sounds almost too good to be true. But
yeah, if you told me a year ago about all of this, I would have told you it's too good to be true. Now that I've been in it for 5 months, this is the future of gaming.
100%. And hey, if you're interested in learning more about this is just a brief, high-level introduction. We're going to take a deep dive into all things Axie several hours from now in the workshop. Some of the Kalaari Capital staff will be linking you guys the next steps to participate in these workshops and panels. So please stay tuned. We're very excited to share this information. The purpose of this event is to really bring awareness about Axie Infinity, play-to-earn ecosystems in general, and we're excited to bring this entire movement to India. So it's something I think that can flourish in this capacity, and we just can't wait.
Maybe I can go over these real quick. I think everyone who's ever played any kind of game knows about the health HP stat. It's the amount of damage your Axie can take before being knocked out. There's also the speed stat, which in this game determines the order in which axes go. So the fastest axe will play all of its cards first, and then the second fastest axe will play all of its cards next, etc., etc. There's two stats that maybe deserve a bit more explanation. So skill determines the bonus damage your cards get when they're played in combos. So if you have high skill, when you play two cards together, you get a bigger bonus on top of the base stats of the card, depending on your skill. Yeah, and there's a little formula there to how to calculate that extra damage. It's also extra shield, because yeah, the cards, as you'll see, will have two stats. They'll have the damage stat, the attack stat, and then the shield stat. So the skill also gives you bonus shield when you play things in a combo. And then lastly, there's the morale stat, which increases, first of all, it increases your critical strike chance. It also makes your critical strikes deal more damage the more morale you have. Recently, they've reworked this, and this is how it works now. And then there's a mechanic called Last Stand, which is when you get killed, I'll explain it very briefly, but when you get killed, when you actually get killed by just barely above the amount needed to kill it, it'll go into Last Stand, and determining how many ticks you have, which is how many cards you can play basically, is your morale stat. So the more morale you have, the more you can hit after you've been killed.
So no stress if this seems overwhelming for you. We're going to dive into some gameplay here just very shortly, so it'll all be clear. A picture is worth 1,000 words, so we're excited to dive into this gameplay with you guys to see this, again, Axie Infinity Gamecon 2021 Finals. Very excited, guys. Let's go ahead. If you're joining us on Twitch, make sure you are voting for making your prediction. If you're at the other platforms hosted by Kalaari Capital, again, welcome, welcome, welcome. We're very excited to have you, and it's going to be a great day. I think now we can actually just dive right into some gameplay. So Stark, while we kind of wait for the games to start here.
Would you like to play a friendly match?
maybe during our workshop, sir. But I mean, like, you can maybe just briefly describe your journey across Axie. I mean, you run a scholarship program. What is that?
So you can, I think the expected earnings, let's say you guys buy your own Axies and earn your own SLP, you can expect to earn minimum of 75 SLP. And so you can look at, it's called the Smooth Love Potion. You can look at what is listed in your local currency. And you can earn from 75 minimum, I'd say, to 300, because your earnings are basically the higher your MMR, the better you are at the game, the more SLP you can earn. And the thing is, these Axies are quite costly, so a lot of people can't afford to buy their first team, especially the people who would benefit the most from this amount of SLP per day to get by. So the community came up with a system where you can loan your Axies, you can loan teams to people, and then you split the earnings with that person. Blockchain technology allows this to be almost foolproof method to conserve your assets, to conserve the ownership of your assets, because you just give them the login or a QR code to play the game, and all they have access to is the game. They cannot sell your assets. So they don't have to the scholar doesn't have to put any money up to be able to play. And then they're happy earning anywhere, whatever the percentage you agree to play. And that's how I started out. I started out with a few scholars and my own team, and I did a lot of breeding, which is a mechanic we'll go over as well. It's basically the minting of these NFTs that are these little Axies. Because there's strong Axies and slightly less strong Axies, there's different values, and that's a whole thing we will go into a bit more depth in the workshop. It looks like we're going into game 1.
So,
Jayesh.
Stark, I mean, I might be mistaken, but you're pretty good at this game, right? I mean, you're not bad.
My MMR maybe doesn't show it because, yeah. No, I would like to... let's just say I know a lot about the game. I have to make it... I have to make my MMR show it, but...
So maybe you can walk us through, I guess we can go through each of these axes, just for the new viewers at home, right? As you can see, it's a 3 versus 3. So you need 3 axes to play this game, and it's a turn-based game, and we can just kind of go over at a high level, why these axes are different and what they can offer in the battling system, right? So we'll start with my favorite, Buy Bug Sussy. So Stark, want to kind of walk us through this? Yeah.
So as you can see, there's 4 cards due to the 4 body parts. The 2 first cards are a discard from the enemy's hand. You can see the energy cost there in the top left. So 3 1 cost and 1 0 cost. You see the attack stat and the shield stat. And
in red and green. So the red represents
red and green.
The red represents the attack, and then the green represents the shield. And then there's a status effect that you can see that's written in plain English here as well.
Yes. And so the third card, which is Barb Strike, you can see that it's those the daggers on the not daggers, the little things on the back of the axe are this card. And apply poison when played in a chain. What's a chain? A chain is when you play a card of the same type. So this is a bug card. You'd have to play a bug card on one of your other axes during the same turn to proc the status effect, which applies 2 stacks of poison to the opponent that it hit. And then this last card, Numbing Lacretion, it may not look like much.
Oh, so we're diving right into the game. So
there he is. He's discarding and applying poison. So as you can see, you're attacking the first axe in line. It's a good turn 1 by Jayesh.
So
okay, look.
Typically, Stark, you want to have like your tank in the front, right? This is like typical kind of, and I guess that's because they generally have the largest health pool and the most ability to absorb damage through shields.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're buying time for the rest of your team to stack up their combos or to ramp up. That sort of thing, which is for anyone who's experienced in other types of games, this is a mechanic that you can bring over from a lot of other games of this type. So now that both players skipped round 2, and now we're in round 3, and they're playing a lot of cards.
So I guess here we can see that interesting. So Pratap tried to calculate a lethal strike there with his Nemo, it seems like, right? Because he played it by itself, and I think he was hoping to be able to use these 2 cards on the second in line, actually this Disablesaurus right here.
But he miscalculated because the plant didn't play any shield, and he still didn't kill him. So that's just a calculation mistake. We're going. So let's look at you can see the energy on the bottom left, bottom right. I would have to say that for me, this game is favoring Jayesh, but we'll see how this goes.
So it's interesting, Stark. We don't really see Gerbil being played at high levels at all, but here we have Gerbil being played at 1 energy, 60 value, 40 plus 20, skips the closest target if there are 2 or more remaining. So that's backline access, which is also very punishing in these kind of games. Because generally, your back line, the axe that's furthest back, is generally the one with the least health pool and the most damage, right? You want to have that axe last to basically help you out in these 1v1 scenarios or 2v1 scenarios. So?
Exactly. As I said, it's going in Jayesh's favor. The Pratap's last axe is called an immortal plant. It's got a lot of shield, a lot of damage and healing. There's still a world in which he can come back, even though he's 1v2. As you can see, he maintained his full HP pool while dwindling the
So,
enemies.
so Stark, we talked about bugs. I guess I see here like this on Pratap's side. There's a plant. This guy is blue in the middle here in Jayesh's team. I guess we can go into it after the game, but maybe we could talk about like what the heck is going on here. Oh, Blood Moon Curse. What's that?
So many things to talk about. Round 10, you go into Blood Moon Curse, which means that at the end of the round, every Axie gets 50 HP taken away from it. And then round 11, it ramps up to 80, and then it ramps up to... See, so he's at 40, he was at 43, and he loses. JS scrapes through and takes game 1.
By a sliver. So I guess we can talk a little bit while we wait for the next game. So again, that was game 1, guys, already completed. We can maybe talk a little bit about these Axie classes. I guess I have a few here that I can show you. So like here's this one that's blue. It's an Aqua class. Could you maybe just describe at a high level what's going on here between these different classes? Yeah.
So there are 9 different classes, and there are... Basically, the thing is you can put, through breeding, any card, any body part on any Axie, which means an Aqua doesn't have to have 6 Aqua parts. It can have parts from different breeds. This Aqua was pure, as you could see, it had 6 parts. This one has Cute Bunny and Leaf Bug, which are bug parts. As you can see, Disguise, which is the card corresponding to the body part Leaf Bug on his forehead there, it's a bug part, but it says gain 1 energy when comboed with a plant card, which means it's much better on a plant than on a bug. It doesn't take a lot of explanation. So there's different interactions like that. Some of them are already, like these leaf bug plants are bred a lot. They're predominant on the marketplace. You can get them for relatively cheap. But any kind of combo can work, and that's where breeders come in. They, through the magic of breeding, because there's statistics and probability and mutations and all of that, which is all a facet of the game that I enjoy a lot too. The breeders can create new meta basically by rearranging new combos of cards that don't exist yet, and that can be very strong.
Awesome. And so I guess each of these Axie, they have different attributes, or I guess you could say potential for different stats, right? So like a bird, for example, we can see the statistics here. He is, or it is, 61 speed. So this is considered to be the highest speed you can have in the game.
61 is max, yeah.
Yeah. So in principle, this bird would go first if there's no other kind of birds on the opponent's side.
If there's nothing else of 61 speed, then this bird will always go first.
But then you can also see the health is 27 compared to this plant. I guess I'll show this one, which has a health of 59, right? So
practically inverted health and speed.
Exactly. So
which is why this guy goes in the front and the bird goes in the back.
Yeah, perfect. So I think they should be starting their second game here. Again, JS takes the win there in a 1-0. It was very close. What ended up in Blood Moon, round 10. I think we should see probably more of the same because they're having very kind of tanky, big health pool Axie with a little bit of sustain. I suspect that in the next few games we will see it'll also be kind of in the longer duration of gameplay. What are your thoughts on that, Stark?
Yeah, so that's kind of where the meta is at for this patch. Every 2, 3 to 4 months, the Mavis team comes out with patch notes to rebalance and tweak the cards a little. So the recent season started 2 weeks ago, and so the meta is a lot into longer games, into tankier Axies. So games tend to go a bit longer than usual, like we saw there where it went to round 10.
Awesome. So I guess we can ask a simple question while we wait for these players to start. With a 1-0 lead between Jayesh and Pratap, Jayesh edging that victory, who are we rooting for? Can we make some noise in chat? I see we got young Yoga God from TWL in chat. Let's make some noise to show our support, guys. These guys are fighting, and we're very excited to, just move forward. It's gonna be awesome to see these guys duke it out.
Oh, here we. So they both swap out their teams. We can see Jayesh brought out a bird. So, looking at the teams, the bird's mouth has a backdoor card. Backdoor is when you access the back line, so you skip either the front or the two front axes. He has one, and Pratap also has the shrimp, which is the aqua equivalent, prioritizes the furthest target. This also is Pratap's fastest axis, so it's going to be a race to see who can kill the other's backdoor faster. So we're looking for a card called Dark Swoop for Jayesh, and we're looking for a card called Shrimp for Pratap. This is where the RNG comes in from the card draw, because whoever unleashes the combo that takes out the opponent's axis first wins.
I like this aqua stock here on this plant. I mean, it's just by chance that he's facing an aqua. But like you can see here, first of all, we see 80 shield, right? Massive shield, 45 damage. But also it says gain 1 energy. Again, and energy corresponds generally to the a card value that you can play. So all of these cards on this axis, minus this last one, have 1 energy each. So they expend 1 energy when you play that axis, play that card, regardless if the axis survives or not. So that's very important. You don't want to be playing cards on axis that you suspect will die, because this energy will then be wasted. And,
exactly. You have to know when to let your axes go. The aim of the game is to beat the opponent. It's not to have all of your axes survive. So sometimes it's strategic to let some axes fall, just to be able to clinch the victory.
Could you describe this card sound that I find oh so annoying?
So it deals a lot of damage, and it destroys one of the opponent's energy. This is a very strong card in the early game, where you can apply a lot of pressure. It's on a frontline axis that can also heal itself. So you're giving your opponent 2 choices: to either play all of his cards because you're about to destroy his energy, so he wants to use his energy before you destroy it. But then, if you don't have the right combo and he's forcing you to play, he can just heal right up. So energy stealing or energy destroying comboed with healing is actually very strong. We see here that he drew a combo, but he didn't have enough damage. So he doesn't have the second shrimp yet, because you have 2 copies of every card in your deck. I think this was a mistake from Pratap, because now he's waiting to draw shrimp, which he could wait 3-4 rounds for. He should have waited for a 3rd damage card, or he miscalculated.
Well, I guess, so one thing to point out is that this game is a little bit like, I describe it to my family and friends, it's a little bit like chess and poker at the same time. Because you have the information about your opponent. We can all see the cards. In fact, when you play the game, you can view your opponent's cards and kind of calculate like what they could do based on the energy they have. And so I think Pratap played the way he did because he's very nervous about this energy steal and energy destroy. That's devastating for a player. If they're saving up energy for a lethal combo and the opponent steals your energy or destroys it, that's a feels bad, man.
Yes, but you don't. The thing is, this is why these energy destroy cards are strong. It's because it forces your enemies to make your opponents to make bad plays, or the wrong play at the very least. You see here that Pratap drew a 4th aqua card. If he had conserved his combo until now, that 4th card would have killed the bird, which I think would have been the better course of action. Where's the energy at? I don't know. Yeah. This doesn't kill either. He should have played dark. I think it's just calculation mistakes. He could have played Dark Swoop last to kill it.
So there are status effects in this game. We see this like swirl on top. Okay, so here's Last Stand, our first instance of it. we can see how the health pool got depleted, but he still has one tick of last stand left. He played one card, and then he, exits the game.
So, Pratap wins this.
Easy. 1-1, dude. What a series. Let's go. Wow. Tight. And it's interesting. They're both playing different comps, and now the chess match within the chess match begins. They both saw both comps. Now they're deliberating. Are they going to play the first comp or second comp, and which comp counters the other one? So it's just these mind games. And this is actually why I love Axie Infinity so much. The depth in this game is massive. It looks like a friendly little cute battling creature game, and trust me, it is. But if you want to dig deep and you want to be competitive and you want to play at a high level and exercise your creative power and strategic kind of maneuvering, this game is it, baby. I love it.
So I think that Pratap will bring the same comp out again. I think that the Aqua there with the shrimp card for the backdoor is strong against both of JS's team comps. So for me, unless there's further mind games, because then once these players know each other, they've probably played against each other before. So there's the personal mind games that can come into play. But for me, I think that Pratap should play the shrimp Aqua comp, and we'll see what his opponents pick. I think that Jayesh will play the first comp with the bug, and I think that Pratap will bring out the Aqua with the shrimp. So we'll see how wrong I am.
So I guess while we wait for the game to kind of proceed, again, I guess as a anti-cheating measure, right, Sky Mavis imparts a delay, right, from when they play live until when we can spectate, just so the participants don't really, try to gain an unfair advantage by watching streams like this. So there's going to be
having other people watch it,
correct,
which is quite classic in a lot of games.
So during this downtime, we'll just kind of explore the interface that we have here, right? Just to kind of educate the crowd about what we're looking at, right? So Stark, we see adventure versus arena. What's the difference?
So these are the two game modes you can play for now. Adventure is PvE, player versus environment, and there's a capped amount. You can see there on your left-hand side, 0 out of 50 SLP. That's how much you can win on PvE. And there's... what have you done? You're gonna have to... You're so lucky.
Sheesh!
So if Geos is watching, I think a lot of players want a confirmation before you click. When you click on, I know that a lot of players would like when you click on arena to have a confirmation, because sometimes you click and you get auto matched and then you're stuck in that game. Whereas click on adventure again. When you click on adventure, it doesn't automatically put you into a game. You have more choices afterwards. So, well, anyways, that was a siding remark. Basically, in adventure, go back one more time. Sorry. You're just checking.
Yep.
Click on Rune 1.
Mm-hmm.
So you start off here with Rune 1 will be the only one that you have unlocked. You want to... The higher the rune level you're doing, the more SLP you get per win.
What's SLP?
SLP is it's called Smooth Love Potion.
Oh,
it's
sounds nice.
It's the token, so it's the cryptocurrency that you're earning when you play this game. This is how you make money, by earning SLP, this little potion here. Right now it's at 6 US cents. So from playing this adventure mode, you can get around $3, and then you can earn a little bit more by playing arena. You want to unlock the further levels in adventure so that you earn your 50 SLP higher, basically, so that you go through the grind a bit faster of doing that adventure every day.
So the record's 1-1, Pratap and Jayesh, right? What are your predictions? I guess we got a sense of their playstyle, a sense of their comps. Any kind of thoughts here, Stark?
So I think Pratap will bring out the shrimp comp and Jayesh will bring out the bug comp, and I think that if they do that, and my bet is on Jayesh for the next win with his bug comp.
Bugs.
We'll see.
No, that's great. I mean, okay, so we're gonna dive right in here, and
And I'm wrong. They both picked the opposite team.
okay, so we have to change the.
Oh no, sorry, it swapped out. So Pratap did pick the shrimp because the shrimp is strong against both. I didn't realize that the players could swap around their axes. You see here that Jayesh put his tankiest axie in the back to be able to. Jayesh didn't have a Disablosaur in the first two games, I don't think. Or was it in the middle with the bug?
He had it, yeah, he had it in the middle. We just didn't look at it too closely, yeah.
Yeah. So this is for Jayesh. This is a mix of his two teams. He swapped out the bird to end the front line because he's wanting a tanky axie in the back to counter the shrimp. So Pratap played the team that we predicted, and Jayesh adapted and put in a tanky axie in the back so that the shrimp combo right now, even if the Aqua plays 4 cards, cannot kill Jayesh's backline. So it looks to me, without taking into account card RNG, I favor Jayesh's team comp.
So how do you come to that determination? Just like walk us through your logic.
So I guess the beast, so the mech in the middle there for Jayesh is strong against Pratap's front line and back line. As I said, the big determining factor is that the Aqua, the shrimp card, is basically useless this game because it cannot finish off the backliner. And if RNG goes fairly, let's say, or in Jayesh's favor, I think it should be a rather easy win. If we can look at the plant.
Which one?
Pratap's plant. So his back card there, the little turnip in the back, it's called Turnip Rocket. It says target a bird if comboed with 2 or more cards. This is another card that was targeted at his bird. So Jayesh won the mind game, and for me has the favor leading into it. Except if Pratap...
Oh, just so close. So if Jayesh had played...
It's like that.
Yeah, I mean, actually, there's no way around that play because, as Stark pointed out in the beginning of our presentation, there's this stat called skill, where you add a little bit of damage if you play more than one card with each other, right? It's just ever so slight. It depends. It's scaled based on your skill also. But Pratap was not able to dish out as much damage as possible because he kind of missed out on that skill bonus.
But the other thing is that I don't think this is the worst for Pratap because when you leave an Axie on 3 HP like this, it can be a good thing because, as we said earlier, you don't want to be playing on an Axie that's about to die. Look here, the Axie dies, those cards get discarded and the energy gets wasted.
Right.
So there's a world in which leaving an Axie on 3 HP is good as well. So we'll have to see. This is not catastrophic because it allows Jayesh to be able to play a full combo on his beast. Second crit by Pratap. This is quite unfortunate. Jayesh is quite unlucky.
He tries to steal an energy. As we can see, it's a 0 out of 10, so there's no energy stolen. Brings the plant at the last stand with 2 ticks left. And we see that he's able to circumvent these ticks by basically playing on other Axie. Oh!
Yeah. So Pratap got 2 crits this game. Crucial. And in a situation like this, you have to look at the energy. If Jayesh had a lot more energy than his opponent, he could have a chance at winning. Given that they're quite even, I think it's going to be quite difficult.
So I will say, this Disablosaurus, Jayesh's Axie is very strong and is actually made for these 2v1 situations.
Yeah. It's just the tempo that Pratap got through his crits. So he ramped up speed of the speed of his team comp.
Wow.
A lot faster, so it's looking tough. It's looking very tough.
Brings it in the last stand. So this move that Pratap is playing again, GG Pratap, GG WP.
GG.
So it's 2-1 in Pratap's favor. Yeah, I mean, I know this is going fast, guys, and please, I encourage you, if you want to learn more about Axie and the details involved, or want to come and ask us questions, we're both top 1,000 players in this game, so with 2 million people playing this game, we're not bad at the game. I encourage you to join our workshop. We will go ahead and do our best to kind of bring you on board, right? It'll be a best of 5. So it's a 2v1 series right now against with Pratap's favor.
Oh, you gotta feel bad for Jayesh there. I think he had the advantage going out of the gates, but with 2 crits at crucial moments, this is where the RNG comes in. There's no skill involved in RNG, but that's...
Well, this is also why we play multiple games to kind of decide the victor, right? Because
Exactly.
Probabilistically, if you have a bigger sample size, it'll kind of even out the RNG across the board. So
Yeah. We'll see. I think that if the same game were to happen again, Jayesh would still have the advantage. Hopefully, he doesn't get routed by that game, and he sticks by his thought process. I think how he swapped his team around there by putting that plant, mech, and dusk together. I think he should play the same team again and hope that RNG is neutral or plays in his favor to take game 4.
yeah. So I guess while we wait, chat, can we jam out for a second? Hold on, I'll see if I can move this thing over. Why? I guess for the people that are new in chat, let's throw a Pepe D and let's turn up the music just ever so slightly. Of course, this is DMCA free, so no copy strikes on our part. But yeah, let's go ahead and just jam out for a second while we wait for the next game.
Oh yeah.
Tanuk. I don't want to get Kalaari Capital in trouble for copy strikes, so we're just going to play DMCA free music here. They actually are streaming this live on their YouTube channel as well, so...
What if I go stronger? What if I get higher? What if I start doing things I know I will regret? I will make my own way, I will not surrender. I will do my best until I get put under. What if I go stronger? 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 What if I go stronger?
Hey.
Katarino doesn't show your emotes. Animated emotes.
Yeah, not my animated ones, no. Hey.
You know all of these emotes, don't you? You know them all by heart.
Stark, I'm not sure if you know this, but I was bred by Twitch, baby.
I have to copy paste everything.
Guys, this is a tight series. Let's go ahead and make some noise for these participants. Let's give them your support. This is an exciting day. We're so excited to share this with you. Let's go, baby.
Ooh. They've gone into game 4.
All right, let's get back to the business, guys. You know, we could do this all day. But, okay, so let me make sure this is correct. We got Jayesh on the left side.
So no, as I was saying earlier, Jayesh has the discard Disablosaur, and the one from last game with Kestrel was a new Axie.
I see.
This is not the Axie we saw in game 3.
Correct.
So Jayesh is bringing out his team comp from game 1. If I... Can you... no, this is also a new plant. So it looks like the players don't really have a limit on the amount of Axies they can use. This is a third plant from... Oh no, it's the same plant from game 1 maybe?
Yeah, I think it is, but I could be wrong. I was wrong the first time, so let's not trust me on that. But it's actually interesting, right? Because you can see Barb Strike here and Barb Strike here. And so they both apply poison. Could we talk a little bit about these, what does poison do?
So, you'll understand a lot better once a stack of poison is applied to an Axie. But there's going to be a little symbol above an Axie when it's poisoned. If it says poison 2, it means that every time a card is played, double that will be ticked away from its HP. So if it has 2 stacks of poison, it will lose 4 HP, not every turn, but for every card that is played. So you'll notice it's going to be a little purple text fading away every time a card is played once an Axie is poisoned. We'll point it out to you once poison is applied. So it looks like this is a replay of game 1 for the team comps.
So it's... Oh, okay. We're diving in.
So looking at these first hands, you would have to give the advantage to Jayesh. He has good cards to deal with Pratap's frontliner.
So it's interesting here. You can see in this frontliner, it has this card, Ivory Chop, which draws a card if this Axie shield breaks. So as being the frontliner, he's going to be taking the most damage, most up front. And so we should, if he plays this correctly, he should be drawing a lot of cards. But we'll see how it happens. And it's something
Sorry, this is where Jayesh's hand comes in clutch, is because it looks like he has the good cards to deal with this. I would be playing a lot of cards on behalf of Jayesh. You want to deal with that Pratap's frontliner before it's able to play these cards to draw. So Gerbil was played. Combo was survived.
Okay, so he's playing this. He's playing exactly what we expect. This Ivory Chop, which will give him a card once the shield breaks. Love to see it. He drew a card. The plant does play this heal, right? Which basically says heal this Axie by the damage this card inflicts.
I think he was expecting to get hit.
Exactly. And you have to expect to get hit here because you can see the shield value is kind of low compared to a typical plant. So he's trying to JS is trying to output all of his cards to kind of get maximum impact of his Axie.
So on the one hand, Pratap backdoored Jayesh's midliner without killing it, which I'm not a fan of. If you're going to do a backdoor move, I think you have to make sure that you can kill it. And then I also can't say that I agree with Jayesh's move to hold his bug cards, even though the Pratap's frontliner is weak to bug cards.
Secures the kill right there, back line. So there's that.
Yeah.
So Stark, after every round, what happens here? I guess I see people, they get more cards. Like what's the story there?
So every time a round starts, each player gets 2 new energies and draws 3 cards.
Interesting.
So you start off the game with 6 cards, and then you draw 3 every turn. And this is not taking into account card effects like Bone Sale and such cards.
We did see an interaction that we haven't really seen too much in this event here. Oh, Pratap survives, with a sliver of health, still 2 energy. Still 2 health left.
Yeah.
This is GG. Hey, I would not discount the Immortal Plant, my friend. Oh, buys the crits, dude. Praise to G-Host. Gets that blessing from Sky Mavis himself. Discard, discard. Poison stacks are on this Aqua. The Immortal Plant comes out. Pada, just hits him, gets the kill secure. It looks like, I mean, it's very hard for JS to come back from this, but we'll see.
Yeah. So you see here, look at the poison stacks on Pratap's Axie. You see the little, there's an 8 purple ticking away because he has 4 stacks of poison.
8. So Jayesh has this very, very annoying comp. He's able to discard nearly the entire opponent's hand, but still, with this energy surplus that Pratap has, oh, well, he gets kill secure, but I have a feeling that it just won't be enough to end this plant's life here, even with a 1v1 scenario. Yep, it looks like this will be very close to lethal, not quite. Blood Moon comes out, so we know 50.
Yeah, but he got.
So that's
there we go.
I mean, hey, spectators at home, we have a 2-2 scenario. This is the series finale.
No, wasn't Pratap 2-1 in the lead?
Yeah. So then, okay, sorry. So it's 3-1. Sorry, my mistake. My mistake. Oh, jeez. My mistake. Ooh, Mystic gotta get some sleep. Pratap is OP. Yeah, even chat's telling me I need to sleep. We'll get it. We'll do it, dude. We'll do it. But hey, I mean, if I think the administrator Killer Noobs is online. If they want to play like another friendly match to just kind of round out the tournament, I think that'd be great. I think the crowd is very excited to see this. Yeah, so it's 3-1. Pratap does take the win here. But I mean, I think we could do like a what is it called in sports? Not a consolation, but a kind of like exhibition match, right, for the 5th game. So we'll see if we'll see if the players are up for it.
Right when Jayesh is at his most vulnerable after a defeat.
My computer looks like it might die in a second. I don't know. I was AFK for about a week here, and my rabbit was lurking, and I'm pretty sure all the wires are a little bit finicky. So I'm glad that we're almost ending this this session. And again, please go to Gamecon.in. There'll be a whole itinerary of events that you guys can participate in. Again, G-Host, a co-founder of Axie Infinity, Sky Mavis employee. I mean, he'll be speaking, I'll be speaking. Hard hitters from the venture capital world, the traditional gaming world, people who are trying to make games in India, people who are trying to make play-to-earn games in general. They're all going to be talking, guys. If you're ever even the slightest bit interested in what's happening, I very much encourage you to head to the site gamecon.in. Register for the events, register for the workshops that we'll be also participating in. It's going to be a great time for you guys to ask us questions and unload. Just be a sponge and absorb all the information that we've collected over the last several months playing this game. So we'll see if they're down to do an exhibition match, and then I think we can pretty much wrap that up right there. Again, after this, oh, looks like they're in. BPP supremacy. So we got JS on the right-hand side. Okay, perfect. So again, guys, this is the exhibition match, just a friendly kind of thing here. We see Pratap is playing a juicy poison comp, which was very strong last season, had a little bit of a fine-tune. I still think it's viable. It's not overpowered like it once was, but still very viable. I mean, I played against these people in the top MMR still. So we see the reason why I can call this safely a poison comp is you can see this front line has gas, which applies a poison each time this card is used to attack or defend. And here we also see Venom Spray, apply 1 poison to a target. Barb Strike also applying poison, and then the same exact thing here, Barb Strike and Venom Spray. So very, very exciting. And again, listen, this is just a friendly community tournament. So even though Pratap took the victory here. Everyone's coming out kind of a winner. We're all here to help explore, play to earn in India together. I'm so glad that our regular Filipino viewers are watching us and helping support this movement in India. So if you're from the Philippines, definitely make some noise. If you're from India, make some noise. All right, this is very exciting. I think first of its kind event. So we love the enthusiasm that chat's bringing. We love the energy that Stark's bringing as well. So let's make some noise for Tito as well, you know? Let's go ahead and take this opportunity to vibe out a little bit, right? I'm gonna turn up the music ever so slightly, right? I see love from France. I love it, dude. Bonjour, my friend. Okay, so the first round is starting here at the exhibition match. We see that Pratap does play a hefty shield pumpkin, which gives you 110, but about 120 shield depending on what axe is being played on. Yep, but I guess traditionally in these kind of matches, most players elect to kind of save the first round because, again, as Stark pointed out, you really want to go, especially when you have backline cards. You really want to go for these lethal attacks, right? Make the most of your backline card to secure the kill on these Axie. Feel it was too short, need more? Colin, we will definitely have more in store for us. I think everyone was very excited for this event. We will definitely make sure that there's more of this that happens in the future. And again, Colin, I appreciate the raid, and I appreciate the White Lotus. Like Jayesh definitely played his heart out here today, so good stuff.
So I would say that the win con for Jayesh is that he needs to deal with Pratap frontliner as soon as possible before it can unleash a combo onto his bird. So I would agree when this poison team comp that Pratap is playing was all over the ladder last season, and it got fine-tuned. I think it's still strong. I think that now it just takes a bit more skill to play, let's say, without inflaming, without saying anything out of line. I would say that this team comp was quite easy to play, and now it's still strong, but actually requires a lot of thought to be put into it, and strategy, and playing around the opponents.
So we can see this poison is actually going to be the killer here, with 6 stacks of poison with 9 health left.
The game is over.
The game is over. GG.
Interesting that he chooses to play the cards that damage his bird first,
and actually results in his death here. Critical strike. Oh. We pay for those, baby.
Pratap is apparently, I didn't know this, but he's the king of critical strikes.
Yeah, so he's the son of Jihos. You didn't know that?
Critting all series long. So we've got here, you look at Jayesh's energy. Jayesh will have 7 energy versus Pratap's 2.
I guess they can't see it, but I'll hide it right here. So yeah, you guys couldn't see it before. My mistake. Yeah. The card was covering it up, but you can see he has 5 energy, which is, in these 1v1 scenarios, guys, having an energy surplus against your opponent, it's never a bad thing to have.
So it looks like Jayesh is going to be able to claw this one back, because this is about to do a lot of damage.
Winnable. Oh. GG.
Never count out.
Dude, never give up, dude. That's the.
I don't know who said it was over round 5. That person shouldn't be saying those things.
I'm telling you, and especially in these competitive games, you fight until the very end, baby. That's how it is. That's how we roll. Especially here in Axie Infinity. Again, that concludes the finals of Gamecon 2021. We are really so thankful for all you guys coming here, all the new Indian viewers. Much love. I hope you enjoy what we have in store for the rest of the event. All the regular viewers that come to my channel, again, much love for the support. Proof of game. We're gonna take this entire ecosystem to the next level. We're really trying to focus on community building and making sure that people within our community and outside are first and foremost, being educated about the decisions they're making within this ecosystem, and secondly, having fun, are able to express themselves at their full potential and exercise their full creativity that they want to exercise. So I think, Stark, do you want to sign off? I think that's all we have here.
Yeah, so thanks everyone for joining us. It was short but sweet. It was my first time casting a match, and I had a lot of fun. I hope that I gave a bit of insight for some of the plays. And yeah, we'll see you guys around.
Yep. So again, if you guys go to gamecon.in, I think there might be some Kalaari staff in the YouTube chat. If they could come over to the Twitch chat and maybe just let's see here. I might have the ability here. Stark, you might be okay. So here's the link. So Stark, would you mind just spamming that in chat? I guess
I'll do that.
Yeah, I think you're a moderator.
So
yeah.
So this is where, if anyone who wants to participate to the workshops today, please go to this website, sign up, and yeah.
Awesome.
We'll go in depth on a lot of these concepts.
Awesome. Looks like my computer is at its last stand here with maybe 1 or 2 ticks left. So I will have to sign off, guys. Thank you, GGWP, to all the participants, including the ones that were participating in the round stage. We're very excited again that you guys were able to come and make this event happen. So big shout out to the participants. And hey, big shout out to the viewers at home. You guys absolutely killed it with the enthusiasm, with the viewership, with the support. So much love from Proof of Game. On behalf of Kalaari Capital and Winzo Gaming, have a great evening, and we'll see you in the rest of the events. Okay, take care, guys.
Thank you very much, Mistaken Stark. You guys are awesome. Congrats to Pratap and Jayesh. Just to give a brief background, Pratap came back from the losers bracket. He lost the first round and he came back to win the tournament. So congratulations, Pratap, and also to Jayesh. Now, time for the interview. I would like to invite Anikola, Managing Director at Kalaari Capital, and also Jayesh and Pratap. Jayesh is from Mumbai. He's 20 years old and he's been playing Axie for the last 1 year. And Pratap is from Chennai and he also has been playing Axie full time for the past 1 year. So over to Ani for the interview.
Hi Jayesh, hi Pratap. Welcome. What a match this was. Thank you, Avinash, for the introduction, and thanks to Mystic and Stark for what an exciting game and well casted. I was on the edge. I think this is really great. We are very proud at Kalaari to have been able to host these 2 fun-filled evenings, and this is, I think, the second ever Axie Infinity community tournament in India. We had a blast. I hope all of you did as well. I think the day one of Gamecon, we saw 8 immensely talented Infinity players battle it out to reach the exciting finals today. And part of the excitement is you never know how a game is going to end. And we saw that through the play today, and the sheer talent in India for professional esports is very exciting. And we'll talk more about that later, why I think this is something we should all take note of. By the way, we had over 600 people joining us from across the globe to watch and support the players. And, as you know, we have the winners, and everybody is a winner. So congratulations Pratap and Jayesh, we are happy to share MacBook and iPhone respectively, just as a token and a gesture and support for your ongoing gaming journey. I also have something amazing that our partner Axie Infinity has allowed us to share. They are giving away 50 Axie tokens worth over 5 lakhs to each of the to all of the 8 participants in order to help them in their journey in the Axie Infinity world. So big applause to both Pratap and Jayesh for the immense skill and strategy that you displayed. I learned a lot, but I want to get to know you better. So just if you don't mind, love to have our audience, learn more about you. What was the first, you're both very young compared to me, but, what was the first video game, do you remember you playing and how you got introduced to it?
So
Jayesh, you can go first and then Pratap.
So my first video game was, I remember when we got first computer at our home, and it was NFS Most Wanted. From there, my gaming journey kickstarted, and I'm really glad that it is still going on.
So when was this? How old were you?
It was back when I was around age 6 to age 6 to 7.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, that's when it's all started.
So for you, the bug bit early, huh?
Yeah, it's very early.
Pratap, what about you? What was the first game and when did you get introduced to it and how?
Well, I'm not having a phone until I joined college. Yeah, then I joined college, just played some online games like Free Fire, like that. Then around me, Tamil Bitcoin was introduced Axie Infinity throughout a scholarship. I played as a scholarship. I am playing until now, Axie Infinity.
So I guess since both of you have very different, exposure to begin with, the message I take away is it really doesn't matter. I mean, you can start anytime and put your heart into it. But we are, after all, in India, and parents wants us to focus on academics. So, I mean, was there who in the house was supporting you and who was saying, why are you wasting your time?
So in my family, my mom and dad are very supportive towards this. Like, they are just happy that I am doing what I love. And it's the good thing is they are really supportive. They are not against it or something like that. So it's really nice.
That's great. That's unusual. Everybody should hear and point that as an example. I think Jayesh, and they should put you on the phone with their parents or if they object. But Pratap, what about in your house?
Well, my dad was complaining, why you playing online games every time? Then we would like to share the play to, and some of the income would be good for our family. My friends are all the things for now in the place. They work hard. We are working together. We are grown together, just like that. Working like a year without sleep. Just now we are in the position. My friends is the back of me, main of me also.
Yeah, no, that's great. So, which of course brings me to the next question. Why do you both play? What makes you play? And if you could, would you make this a full-time profession?
So specifically speaking, Axie in general, the only single game won't be a full-time profession. It will be in general the gaming as a profession, not a particular game, because games will be changing. And they will be dynamic in future. So that's why the gaming career as a gaming profession will be like the thing I would like to do in future as an career. But Axie specifically won't be only one game that I will continue with. Yeah.
What about you, Pratap?
Well, it's first I started as there is for a middle class man, like 6 to 7,000 is a bigger money. Throughout the game, it's a bigger than ever. Like we run on companies like make for a month. Better than that, gaming would be good. That's why I choose to, and for a middle class, it's good for running the family more like that. That's why
So if
that's
you
why
could,
we
you would make
prefer.
this a full-time profession, not Axie, of course, like Jayesh said, but would you make this a full-time, being a gaming professional, would you make that a full-time job?
Yeah, nowadays I'm full time in Axie Infinity.
Okay.
That's changed my life a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hundredth growth from beginning for me.
So do you ever get bored?
Sorry.
Do you ever get bored? Bored?
Yeah,
Yeah,
bored.
sometimes X
Yeah.
Infinity is a bit boring to play the same
No.
game daily.
I can I can go. It's a really interesting game, and the mind games are it's
For me,
like
I
a
get
chess.
bored sometimes.
It's like a chess.
Yeah.
If you come at interest, it will be a lot of interest in this game.
So, can you tell the audience a little bit more about yourself? I know, Jayesh, you grew up in Mumbai, and Pratap, I think you grew up in Chennai or Velur, I'm not sure, but one of those two, I think. But, what can you tell the audience about yourself?
So, my name is Jayesh. I will start from there. And I'm really passionate about games. That's the one thing I really like to do. And I'm 20 years old and currently studying Bachelor of Management Studies from Mumbai University. And I am in my last year. So, yeah. And I've been playing X Infinity for last 1 year, specifically this game in general. I started it as an internship kind of thing to like do something and not waste time in general. So that's why I started something from there, and I'm glad that it happened.
Yeah, I'm Pratap. As you all know, I think maybe you can follow me in Twitter. It will be a big network around us. It's an Axie Infinity growing family, like a millions of fans around. Well, I I am a just passed student of BSc. Nowadays, I'm working on full time as a job of Axie Infinity. It's a 5 income of normal income than earlier. Nowadays, it's what do you say? If you play Axie Infinity, you will be get knowledge, and no more poor in the India. As I said, it's a gold mining game, in my opinion. Yeah, that's
So,
good.
Pratap, how did you hear about Axie, though? Who introduced it to you first? I mean, did you just discover it on the internet, or how did you find out?
Well, I'm playing from season 1. It has been introduced by an around my circle and brother. His name is Tamil Bitcoin is who introduced the game. I am started as a scholar. Then at some point we are getting out there from scholarship, buy a new team, then play together. Always around my friends, Ironman and Jaga. Those two, we are play together. Just earn the income, then giving out scholarship, more like that. That's the way of growing out, in my opinion. Yeah, in my part. Sorry.
Jesh, how did you discover Axie?
So it was the lockdown period, and like everyone else, had to do something productive in lockdown. So I went on an app called Internshala. That's basically an internship. They provide internship and like that stuff for the college student. So I found one thing there. It was written as gaming internship, and the term gaming attracted me a lot there. And that was a scholarship kind of thing named as gaming internship. So that's how I got my first account and started from there.
So, on a very different note, away from gaming, who do you look up to? Who's like an icon for you Jayesh, and what industry and why?
So in gaming industry, Ninja, his name is Ninja. So he's a professional streamer from America, and I look him as an idol for me. Also, speaking regarding X Infinity, when I started, I used to see Pratap on the leaderboard and things. So it's really nice that I'm playing against him right now. Back in the days, I used to watch him on the leaderboard and used to think I will be there soon one day. So it's really nice right now.
So you have both, this is the first time you're playing?
Yeah, we are facing each other for the first time. We have faced each other in arena matches in old seasons in the game, but it was like close matches and all. So it's way back in the time.
What about you, Pratap? I mean, who do you look up to as an icon?
Well, for me, and streamer roster like Chief, Jayesh, right? Chief is an extremely encouraging man. His stream was encouraged for the eSports of Axie Infinity. I'm playing a lot ways back. He streamed, because of Chief. Chief is my icon on the eSports.
Okay. Yeah. Now, both of you obviously spend a lot of time, whether it's on Axie or other games, or maybe just on Axie for you, Pratap. But what do you, on a more sort of serious note, what do you think is the opportunity for gaming in India? And I know you said, Pratap, no more poor people if we all began playing games. But can we build great games from India? Or will we always be playing games, that come to India but developed somewhere else? But overall, what do you think is the opportunity for gaming in India? How do you see it?
So according to me, I feel that in India, the market is really huge for NFT games or any other games in general. So such a large population, we always have market for everything, right? And I think this is just a start. India needs a bit of kickstart, and the event like this, the Gamecon, the X Infinity All event and LAN events like X Utsav will be really big thing to boost the system regarding the blockchain gaming and NFT things. So that will really help to get things going on. And in future, it is going to be huge in India.
What do you think, Pratap? Can we create a Axie-like game from India and, or other better games? Is there an opportunity to do that for us?
Well, in my opinion, it's a hardest of everything. The behind Axie Infinity, there is a lots of support around the Sky Mavis and company behind him. There is a lots of engineers. Let's see, but I think the safest is because of crypto, some issues in India. That's why we need to just follow them. In my opinion, it's a bit harder to create a game like that.
But let's hope that we have plenty more active gamers like you, and we do end up creating a lot of great games out of India and take pride in that. I'd like to see that day happen. But in the meanwhile, wishing both of you the very, very best, and congratulations and thanks for joining this Gamecon tournament event. And please stay on as we continue more discussions on the future opportunity in India. But thank you for participating, and big applause and congratulations.
Thank you for having such a wonderful event as well. It was really good and well organized as well. So it's really nice to see more companies interested in NFT gamings and all in India. So it's really nice. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me in the tournament. It's a pleasure for me. It's like a world tournament. It's a big event like that. As I remember, it's a big event in India. It's a big event. I know there is lots of support around us. I know. Thank you, ma'am, for interviewing me.
Yeah, thanks, and lots more big things to come, I'm sure. This is just a first start. I think if we are talking a year from now, we'll be talking very differently in terms of the pace and potential that we'll see.
We will be waiting eagerly.
Yes. Yes. Thank you both. We'll continue the Gamecon event. Again, good evening, everyone from across the world for attending Gamecon 2021. We were really surprised. We have had over 500 people, folks tuned in and participating. Today, I think gaming is really a large industry, and it's no longer just a form of escapism and only for a few hardcore gamers. Gamification, game theory, game design is mainstream. It's a key component, whether it's education to commerce apps and not merely just entertainment. And it's all about creating engagement, and that's what game theory has shown us. Over the last few years, gaming industry has evolved from something that could be mere entertainment to something you can make a living. Some esports players have earned more than $7 million, and we should you saw Jayesh and Pratap. There is no reason why the superstars from esports don't emerge from India. I'm confident they will emerge, and everything we can do collectively to create the right ecosystem will make a difference. And so gaming has become more and more aspirational as a career. We just heard from both Jayesh and Pratap that they would like to make this, they already do this full time and would like to make this more full time. And I think as these tournaments increase and the players can earn and create visibility for themselves, who knows, every parent might start encouraging their children to become gamers. The gaming industry worldwide is big industry, 160 billion in revenue, and a very, very fast growing sector. And today it's greater, in fact, than the movie and music industry. And all these are actually collapsing into each other. Music concerts getting played inside a game is no longer fantasy or science fiction. It's happening. It's happened through the COVID, right? And in COVID, I think there's been a great acceleration of people opting and engaging with different games as a form of digital entertainment. So it's no longer just mobile or PC games and console-based games. The opportunity, as I said, has expanded into how many industry verticals have adopted the insights and learnings from interactive entertainment, and it crosses across from health, how to stay healthy, to education, to many other industries. In India, we have seen a huge amount of engagement. I think from an engagement, India has crossed an inflection point and is witnessing exponential growth. In 2020, the number of mobile games total downloads was over 11 billion, larger than US and Brazil combined. Of course, revenue is a different story. India lags all major countries when it comes to users paying for games. If you take PUBG, before they were banned, 24% of their installs worldwide came from India, but only about 1% of the gaming revenue. So making, that one of the lowest revenue source for them. But obviously that is going to change. And that's why India is at a very attractive inflection point. In 2020, US game revenue, for example, was 36 billion. Comparatively, India gaming revenue was 1.5 billion, right? So game development studios have long struggled with monetization and users' willingness to pay. something that RMG, Real Money Gaming, was able to solve for. And in fact, Kalaari saw that opportunity as an investment opportunity early. But, if you go back to 2013, 2014 timeframe, Real Money Gaming didn't exist at all. And there was a entrenched view that Indian users will not pay, but that was proven wrong. If you create the right monetization models for what users find engaging, with the kind of disposable incomes that are there is an immense opportunity for next generation of gaming companies to come out of India. Gamecon, which we are hosting, is to supercharge the development of the Indian gaming ecosystem and try for the moonshot of India-based large outcomes coming out of developing a gaming industry here, not just players, but building games that can sort of be for India and for world. And I think we are willing to experiment and create new opportunities for this to emerge. Of course, Real Money Gaming has played a key role in getting more people online and being willing to spend money. RMG captures more than 50% of the market in terms of value generated, and hence, of course, the venture capital and growth investments that have gone into gaming companies have been in an all-time high, though a big portion of this funding has gone into RMG and fantasy sports. But I think that opens a gateway for a much, much larger opportunity beyond RMG. And there is an explosion of gaming companies all across all genres. So with one of the youngest and largest demographics that we have today, 55% of casual gamers are below 24 years of age, and an average mobile gamer in India owns a smartphone worth less than, let's say, $200 or 15,000 rupees from the, like I said, age bracket of 21 to 35. And I think building for this audience is a untapped opportunity, which can be massive for right entrepreneurs to come along and crack that. The significant growth that's possible in the gaming industry, I think, is fueled by the increasing need for also other forms of social interaction. If you watched the earlier Axie tournament, Pratap and Jayesh, the winners, don't know each other, but are connected with their common passion of gaming. And under normal avenues, they probably would have never been able to get to know each other. So I think the social interactions moving online opens a large opportunity for gaming. And we have seen casual games like Ludo King capture large set of audiences, and BGMI has a very hardcore following. So with over 400 million mobile gamers in India who are spending over 8 hours on gaming content per week, I think we have a possibility of bringing different kind of innovations into gameplays and produce, and why not? I mean, we should from India be able to produce the next EA, next Epic Games, Ubisoft of the world, and so forth. The journey over the last 25 years, though, from sort of when gaming started as an industry, has been very slow in India, as all of you know, but it has come a long way. And like I said, I think we are at an inflection point. We started with subscription to your telecom packs and so forth. And today you can live a digital avatar. Gaming has come a long way. As most of you know, Nazara went public March this year. I really respect Nitesh and Manish as inspirations for Indian gaming industry, because they believed and they stuck it out through when it wasn't popular or that well understood, to being focused to build a very large company. And I think it's a story that stands testament to the changing consumer preferences, as well as the power of what focused founders can do. But beyond gaming 1.0, then we have seen fantasy sports with Dream 11, Hala Play, and then with real money gaming in casual gaming, Winzo, MPL. Winzo is a sponsor of this event today also. And then we have seen development studios like Play Simple, Game Nation, and many others get created. And I think this is a large base that already exists. Over 100 million users in India are actively engaged in fantasy sports, and there's no reason for us to not leverage this large user base and offer them other forms of engagement, entertainment, and hence monetization. So I think apart from RMG, social multiplayer casual games have done well and will continue to do so in India. We have already seen two unicorns in gaming with Dream 11, Dream Sports rather, and MPL. Together, of course, they have a combined valuation of over 10 billion. So they have attracted much of the players and much of the investment. And, Play Simple was a great outcome also, that recently got sold for 360 million. So I think all this creates inspiration and paves the way for the next generation gaming companies. So as we look into the future of Indian gaming company, many themes emerge. There is opportunities to create the gaming infrastructure. There's opportunity for crypto mines. We can do, hardcore or casual games. There's play to earn category that's really taking off, whether it's NFT, eSports, maybe even a game development console from India, who knows, and, gamify and, metaverses. I mean, this is just AR, VR. I think all of these have reached a confluence where they play off of the growth of each other, and we believe many of these themes are going to create real opportunity to build great gaming companies in India. And we are excited and eager to invest with you and participate in developing these opportunities. As the gaming system in India has evolved and the opportunities ahead of us, we are really thrilled to see these many forms of monetization, which was the biggest challenge before, because funding at some level, monetization has to catch up with funding at some level. And I think today that problem, probably there are insights on how to solve for the immense opportunity that India presents, right? So, to all of us here, welcome to the new era of gaming. Wanted to just share a few quick thoughts on some of the themes. If we see what has happened in GameFi with COVID and other restrictions, what started with that is we saw, for example, major concerts getting conducted in Fortnite. Travis Scott, performed an in-game concert with 12.3 million concurrent players. Never mind that Travis Scott did other things that we don't want to talk about right now in terms of tragedy of what happened. But just imagine a digital concert that broke all records of viewership and attendees. Can you imagine a metaverse that would be impossible to resist for casual Indian gamers? So I think those are the intersection of all these industries is really exciting in forms of engagement and monetization we can create. And in collaboration with Web 3.0, there's a infinite possibility. We believe that what are today's niche verticals in NFT, fantasy, DeFi, in gaming, metaverses that use blockchain will create a long-term multi-platform in-game assets. What Roblox showed with over 4 million developers creating their own immersive 3D multiplayer experiences using Roblox Studio is that you can create these platforms. And they went also public in March at a massive valuation of 42 billion, and they have 30 million daily active users. So I definitely see that from India, we can create this massive, entertainment integrates elements of the physical world and offline interactions coming into seamlessly into online gaming. It provides, it blurs the line between the real and the real, so I think it's not any longer restricted to a certain typical audience, hardcore gamers, but I think it democratizes engagement to be including a lot more people. And it's, as I said, no longer hardcore. It's for you, it's for even me, and everyone will participate in this over time in some way. I think we at Kalaari, we continue to be bullish on game development studio opportunity in India to develop engaging and interactive gameplays. There is a significant rise of these studios with rich history based on developing it, whether it's mythological characters. You saw Assassin's Creed has worked very well with 200 million copies worldwide. So there are many untapped opportunities that can emerge out of India and create global IP. I think apart from that, eSports is fast growing theme globally. For the first time, we have 8 esports in Asian Games 2022, and India is catching up on this space. It's again a massive opportunity. It's not just participating in esports tournaments. Even in India, gamers are spending an average of 3 to 4 hours per week watching esports tournaments as a source of entertainment. We saw yesterday and today when we streamed the Axie tournament, very high participation and engagement. So that opens up whole different avenue for sponsorships, advertisements, merchandising, publisher fees, and so many more, mainstream models are getting developed, and esports is getting primed. Interestingly, the prize pool for esports tournaments has increased so rapidly. Johan, I think, on Dota 2 has won over $7 million and one of the top earners last year, and breaking the myth that you can't make a living by playing games. PC and console gaming has really not had much penetration in India, though I think globally this is huge. I think it has to do with affordability. For hardcore gamers and those kind of games to be developed, we need more engagement on the console and PC gaming to happen. That might be a a little longer to take off, but I think as we develop more mobile games and the gaming ecosystem, there is, we believe, also opportunity for hardware at the right price that can also break through in India. Then, lastly, cloud gaming, another new genre with entry-level smartphones, is becoming powerful day by day. One of our Axie players, Pratap, was saying he didn't even have a phone until recently, and but the fact is he has a phone today, as do many other people in India, and with the entry-level smartphones becoming powerful, and obviously high-speed internet becoming affordable, there is a opportunity for cloud gaming also to play out for the Bharat opportunity, though this is very young and in the nascent stage. So on to Gamecon 2021. What Kalaari and Winzo hosting this is to have a collaborative discussion on the window into the future of Indian gaming. A little bit quickly on the agenda, what we have coming up. We will start with the future of gaming in India in just a few minutes, and go on to talk about how gaming companies can be successful, what is developing between crypto and NFTs in gaming, how it's exploding. We will share with you more details on Gaming Lab that Kalaari is introducing today. And there are two very exciting workshops on how to build a career in India's gaming industry, as well as how to get started with Axie Infinity. So stay on. And we have awesome speakers lined up. They are the leaders of the ecosystem, and we are really grateful for their time and for their encouragement and support to join us this evening. And I hope you all look forward to the insights and experiences they bring on how to decode the gaming ecosystem and how it is shaping up in the near future. While each of the the speakers, will get introduced, I'm glad to share here that we have a great panel of speakers lined up over the day. I also want to take a minute and shout out to our amazing partners, both Winzo and Axie Infinity. Winzo is the largest social gaming platform in India, and both Soumya and Pavan, who are co-founders of the company, are joining us today, and they have built scale, which most companies have not easily done. As you know, at Kalaari, we've been very fortunate to be early backers in their journey. Today, they have over 65 million registered users, 80 plus games, and every month they process over 1 billion microtransactions. Axie, of course, is the biggest blockchain game developed by Sky Mavis. According to their latest funding news, they're valued over 3 billion. Axie has been one of the predominant leading players in play to earn revolution, crossing over 1.6 billion in total sales on the platform. And as you saw today, more and more players in India are excited to embrace this platform, and we really are grateful to partner with them and for their support in making Gamecon 2021 a huge success. We also have two exciting workshops today coming up, and we are welcome Outscal and Proof of Games, who have collaborated with us for a very insightful workshop. And you'll hear more about that as we go through the day. So let's start today. The official launch of Game 2 of Day 2 of Gamecon 2021. As I said, this has been an amazing journey for us, from the first concept note, my team putting all this together. A big shout out to Kalaari team for doing this also. And we have over 600 plus participants right now who have joined us. And thank you. We are extremely excited with the arena of possibilities in the gaming ecosystem. And so let's begin. What I'd like to do is kick off the first panel and introduce three eminent people in India in the gaming industry. So Soumya is co-founder of Winzo, India's largest social gaming platform, and one of the pioneers of RMZ in India, and one of the most prominent companies. Welcome, Soumya. Justin Keeling. Justin is the general partner at Lumikai Fund. They are a gaming-only premier venture capital fund, and I'm really pleased to see that there is more venture capital interest coming into funding gaming companies. Justin has vast experience in this industry from his leadership roles at UTV and Fox Interactive. Justin also has founder experience. So as an investor today, he brings his combined knowledge to help build and scale gaming, media and technology companies across India and global markets. I'm also pleased to invite Purnima, who's the director of design at Zynga. She previously co-founded Pinaka Interactive, a Bangalore-based independent game design and development studio. Purnima is also founder of Women in Games India chapter, fighting for an analog world free of discrimination and equal opportunities for women in the gaming industry. So let's just take a moment and invite our panelists here. Welcome, Justin, Purnima, and Soumya. I want to just share an open question to all three of you. What is your sort of big prediction for Indian gaming? What do you think are changes that are emerging, and how big can this become? Justin, would you like to go first?
Sure, Vani, thanks very much for having me. That's also a very big question, so I'll try and be succinct. We actually just published a pretty comprehensive report today looking ahead at the next 5 years. So I don't mind sharing just a few of the headlines, as it's kind of hot off the press, and it will give you some context on kind of the areas that we're excited about. So I think, firstly, the market is super healthy. We're going to cross over $2 billion in value this year. That's going to 3x up to $7 billion by 2026. And we're also going to cross over 450 million Indian gamers this year. So that makes us the second largest gaming population in the world. That's going to grow up to 700 million plus in the same time frame. So, we know that demand is there. We know that scale is there. But I think, for India, as we look forward, that billion-dollar question has always been around monetization. And, there's some good news on that front too. So, what we also discovered is that Indian gamers' propensity to pay is actually growing faster than any other country in the world. So what we call NPUs, which are new paying users, these are first-time gamers coming into the ecosystem, paying for the first time. Last year in India grew at 40%, and this year that's going to cross 50%. So that's the highest and fastest growing proportion of new paying users in the world. And interestingly, a large portion of that growth has actually been driven by some newer forms of monetization new to India, like in-app purchases, subscriptions, and virtual tipping, which is super healthy for the industry. So, just with that context, we have scale, we have growth, and Indian gamers are clearly developing a lot more comfort with in-game payments. There are 3 or 4 areas, I think, when we look ahead that we're excited about. I think these are sort of white spaces. One, and these are kind of quite broad buckets, we can get into more detail later, but one, you have the existing 400 million, let's say casual gamers who are graduating increasingly to more sophisticated games. This is the story that started and kind of took everyone by surprise with the popularity of PUBG and Battle Royale. But that's still accelerating with games like New State, which is the new PUBG. And it's also diversifying with games like Genshin Impact, which is this kind of like hardcore JRPG style like game out of a Chinese studio, which cracked the top 5 in India last quarter. And that's raising the bar for everyone's expectations in terms of quality. And that's also a really good thing. So we've got the existing cohort of gamers who are becoming more sophisticated and demanding higher quality. You also then have the kind of new first-time gamers coming in, like the next 300 million, let's say. So that's growth in female gamers. It's growth in mature audiences who, you know, are starting to use games to stay connected with family. And obviously, there's also been, we've seen the appetite from first-time gamers in the T2 plus demographics, which, you know, companies like Somias have been at the front lines of. So that's a lot of white space to build and invest in. So that's another area we're looking at. One or two other areas that I think we're interested in just over the next 4 or 5 years. So there's a big opportunity for more local culture content. Again, it's, you know, an interesting stat that we got out of our report that we published today, but we surveyed over 2,000 Indian gamers. And what was interesting is that over 60% demonstrated either a strong or a very strong interest in playing more games based on Indian stories and mythology, which kind of makes sense, right? I mean, like it mirrors what we've already seen in Bollywood music, TV, animation, etc. And I think lastly, there's this really interesting confluence happening where systems of play or systems of gaming are disrupting traditional linear media. Like what happens when you apply kind of interactive, lean forward, participatory systems to social media or to short form video or to audio. So that's another frontier we're really excited about, and there's a lot of opportunity there.
Exciting. More on all of that soon. Samya, would you like to go next? And then we'll hear from Purnima on what we should all collectively be excited about going forward.
Sure, Vani. First of all, thank you so much for having me on this panel. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us. Justin, I mean, very exciting, interesting insight. Maybe I would rather share what we have experienced over last 2 years and tie that to how we predict the future. So India, actually, we see India as a country and a culture that takes some time to warm up to digital adoption. And we are a cautious lot, right? So, but what the COVID wave did, right, however, was that the digital adoption took a quantum leap in this country. Consumers moved dramatically towards online channels, behavioral changes that we would have expected over the next 5 or 7 years actually happened in last 12 months between the 2 COVID waves in India. And banking and payment became the critical pillars of economy that saw a serious uptick in adoption. Now, what that did to us at Winzo and gaming industry in general, gaming became a boilerplate for most human interactions, digital version of even simple online games such as Ludo, and Ludo King became the highest downloaded game in India. Club this surge of payment and the surge in gaming, that's pretty much Winzo for you, right? I still remember 23rd of March 2020, the first day of national lockdown. We actually rushed to our offices anticipating a DDoS attack. The graph that went up that day did not really come down for months, and we never came down from that point, right? Those were the people who were coming to smartphone for the first time, connecting to the internet for the first time, craving for human connection, right? They're isolated in their environment, adopting to first, smartphones, and then connecting to digital entertainment, and then connecting to digital payment and trusting digital payment for the first time, right? The countries just started finally opening up to all things tech. and how the founders are always very, very bullish people, but how we look at it is that it's just the beginning, that right now, right here in this country, we're sitting at one of the hottest opportunities in the world, where you have the power of 1 billion people who are connecting onto smartphone, consuming entertainment, spending times, and opening up, to digital payments. That's a massive industry opening up in front of us.
Thank you, Soumya. Purnima, what are your thoughts? You are in a more established gaming company, so to speak, and what do you see and what are your thoughts as the future?
So I think both Soumya and Justin, they have covered the larger part of it, right? I think definitely when you're looking at consumers who are players, relatability is a huge factor. And with India, that comes to, you have your mythological content, your local content. Ludo became such a hit because we all know, we have grown up with it. You can use that same analogy for even a Teen Patti or any of the card games that we play, whether it is on the social casino side of it or the real money side of it, right? So it's mostly the relatability that helps us. So that's definitely one part, and I can see a lot of growth. What it will aid us is also the fact that now gaming is becoming more and more a very normal thing, a routine that comes into people's life, including in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So they won't feel alienated when they are exposed to different forms of gaming. They are familiar with at least one form of it and becomes a norm. Now, on the other side, what I would say I would like to see, and what I may not have seen in the last 15 years of game development in India, is the growth in terms of quality. We will be someone we will succeed when we are put on the global radar. We have always been a decade, later after other developing countries out there. But I think now the gaming that started in India was 20 years ago. That's 2 decades. We have had that. And I feel like now we are at some cases, maybe restarting it, right? Thankfully, there is a good ecosystem. There's a lot of support ecosystem that we have now than when we started 20 years ago. So that I am hopeful for, that this support system will enable these companies to actually build a lot of better games and put us there. Because if we don't aim for that, the creativity, the innovation will kind of, completely go down. And we will continue to wait for someone else to come in and tell us what is working. We will not be the trendsetters. We'll end up being the followers. So we need to have that proper balance between what we are doing now to where we are putting our money into innovation as well, and continue to aim for all aspects of development, I would say.
So rapid fire, what are your thoughts on vernacular gaming? Soumya, why don't you go first? We'll shuffle the card a bit.
Sure, Vani. So we always remind ourselves every minute as we are trying to build Winzo that the true moat is going to be created by deep consumer insight and not by capital raised in the market, so on and so forth, right? Great companies are always built on deeper consumer understanding. What we are building here truly is unique. There's no other Winzo on the planet. We are obsessed with making the product really culturally relevant and relatable. I think Purnima made such a beautiful point that it just made this question very easy for me. Language is just one part of it. You will see that thread of being obsessive with being culturally relevant flow through every aspect of the business and the product that we are building here. The kind of formats that we launch, the kind of games on Winzo, the metaphors that we build around the platform, our influencer-led distribution, which is very, very unique and closer to how the consumers actually relate with the world in this digital age, right? We feel that vernacular is just a very small part of solving for this geography of India, which is, you can compare India with a continent like, say, Europe. It's as big and as diverse as Europe, right? Every 100 kilometers, the dialect itself changes. Our market is majorly coming from tier 2 to tier 5 cities in India, which has seen the massive surge after the Geo revolution in 2017. People are like taking smartphone for the first time from there, right? That's where the growth is coming from. So when we solve for this audience, keeping cultural relevance at the heart of a solution, we solve it for each state like a country in Europe itself. There are 35 unique states and union territories in India. So we have like 12 languages because each state has a different dialect, different preferences, and languages in which they use the product. 80% of the audience on our platform is actually using the product in non-English language, right? So we want to make interactive entertainment socially and culturally relevant for India and even for the world at large. And hence we, like Vani, totally a very core believer of speaking to people and interacting with them in a way that they totally feel it belongs to them.
So thank you, Soumya. Justin, on a very different note, right? Today, NFT and crypto is the thing. And I know you have some views on this. And everyone is today kind of scrambling to figure out how, industry might kind of take off while before you realize, and is this going to happen? What are your thoughts on, how gaming will intersect with NFTs? So what do you see coming up on that?
Oh, you've given me a very tricky question, Vani.
Mm-hmm.
You have a panel coming up on this later, so I'm not going to tip my hat too much. But look, I think so. There are obviously some hot button topics around the future, whatever that might be. Crypto, NFT, metaverse. Very happy to touch on any of those. I think specifically with regards to crypto, look, I think the potential of the underlying tech is transformative. In practice, the use cases in gaming, let's just say, in my experience, look, I'm a little bit of a cynic and I'll present a contrarian view as opposed to what might come later. To be honest, as a fund, we're seeing a lot of fairly opportunistic pivots to blockchain and crypto gaming that haven't really been thought through. That's not to say there aren't terrific outliers out there in the market that are making fantastic products. But I think when it comes to crypto gaming specifically, there's a couple of things which you need to keep in mind. One is you have to get the fun aspect right, or you're always going to be dealing with a very transactional user, right? Like, I think the first wave of crypto and blockchain games have not come so much from the traditional game makers themselves. They've come from folks from the crypto industry who have kind of tried to figure out gaming as they've gone along. And some of those examples have done very well and some of them haven't. And a lot of, I think, what we're seeing now in terms of new companies and deals that are coming to us, there's just kind of a disconnect between the gaming side of the business and also the crypto side of the business. I think when those two come together, you're going to have something very compelling, but we haven't seen much of it yet. I think the other point is that the use cases for crypto and gaming have to be truly native to crypto. So, as in the blockchain stack should be creating innovation and real value for users that couldn't be achieved with prior and often easier tech, right? So again, we can get into more details on this, but there's a lot of things we've seen which kind of have existed for 5, 10, 15, or even 20 years already, which work perfectly well, that crypto doesn't really bring anything new to. And then there's, I would say, a smaller class that we've seen of very progressive, interesting ideas that are native to crypto that couldn't be done without the tech. And I think those are interesting. Play to earn is obviously one of them.
Yeah, more on play to earn discussion, Justin, in a few minutes, because we just had an Axie tournament before this, and very interesting to, one of the winners, his view was, if we got everybody playing games, then we would eradicate poverty. So that's one way to take a look at it. But Purnima, how often are there 3 women in a panel, let alone a gaming panel, right? So, I'm obviously super excited for that. But on a more serious note, what more can we do to build games for women, get more women into game development and participate in this, really exciting and explosive opportunity? And I know you're passionate about this, but love to hear and understand from you more on what is possible.
Absolutely. So I'll talk about the 2 separate components. One is making for a female audience, right? We have seen that casual games has been one of the most go-to aspects for female target audience. Having said that, there's always a group of people who are into competitive games, into hardcore games. So we'll just talk about the larger majority at this point. A lot of this could also come from the social background that they are coming from, the access to certain systems. Now, if we talk about India, keeping India in perspective at this point, in this kind of a culture where, at home, if there's a boy and a girl, we know where the priorities are in traditional households, right? Like the girl is expected to learn their duties in kitchen and the guy can actually go out and play. Now, in this ecosystem, if you actually start bringing in one device, the guy always gets the priority. And it's probably after their use is when the girl gets to use it. So when you are not even giving them the access and exposure to even figure out what it is, then how do you tell them to come back and play, right? They have never seen it. They don't find that relatability. I think everything comes there. When you see someone do something that's similar to you, either you connect with that person that they are similar to you, connect with the activity they are doing, you find some kind of a resonance with them. When that doesn't happen, whether it is gaming or any medium for that factor, you cannot understand whether you will fit in that world. When you are playing games and others will start looking at you saying, and probably even undermine what you are playing, saying, why are you playing this Candy Crush? Look at us, we are playing Valorant, right? Like the elitism of gaming, right? We need to kill that. Everyone is a gamer. And I have something called the broad-minded spectrum that I keep bringing up because, there are games that fall into different categories from hyper casual to hardcore. But I can actually take any of these games and I can play from being a casual to a hardcore player. There are still championships being run on Tetris, which is the most casual game ever. And there are like world championships coming there. People play Candy Crush for like really pro level tournaments. So why this elitism? It's just a matter. I can take Dota and play for something at a casual level. I want to explore my Skyrim for actually not doing anything, just explore the world. I should be allowed to. Games are meant for everyone. And much like art, it's up to the consumer to consume it whichever way they intend it to. So we need to, if someone is not great at playing a game, one, either help them, but at least don't diss them, right? And then they will be more happy to explore. My personal journey has been like that, where my friends enabled me, taught me how to play. And then, I used to start beating them at their game. That's how I grew. And I did not see any gender bias coming from them. And that enabled me to trust the pattern that I can do it. If I can do this, I can do the other. And if I don't, it's perfectly fine. It's my wish, my way of exploring it, right? So the moment we start building this culture of giving them access, exposure, and encouraging them, we'll see a lot more women players. And then the kind of things that they like, that they relate with, in like we have seen a lot of success with casual, appealing, cute aspects of it, more nurturing elements, visually pleasant, storytelling, drama, experience, story weaving into the mechanics, etc. These are some of the things most women tend to like more from a psychological point of view, right? But what will also happen is, much like what we are trying to do, like what Winzo and other platforms are doing, is also creating and exposing them to a multitude of variety of genres. So once you try something, that's when you will know whether you actually like it or enjoy it or not. And the way you're playing different things, it will actually grow a lot better. Now, on the developer side of things, that's another tricky component because it is a male-dominated field. I mean, it's time we all accept it. But it's changing. There are a lot of initiatives, diversity inclusion initiatives that companies are doing. And I'm thankful to be in one such company, and I'm glad it is happening and people are talking about it. We need that kind of diversity. Sometimes we are making games for female audience and the entire base, the team is actually just men. So it's their viewpoint of what a woman would like versus necessarily asking what they would like or experiencing it, right? Then the other part is, if you want more women to come, it's a bit of a catch-22 situation, I would say, is when they come in, when the interview panel is all men, they are like not seeing a relatability. You don't see women leading teams. You think that you can never make it. If in 2 decades women have not made it, then what is my off chance that I am going to make it? So I might as well go into an industry where I have better chances of a career growth, right? And the larger point is the solution is not necessarily just diversity hire. Because if you don't have an ecosystem to support it, to make sure you're giving them the right mentorship, the right training, the right career prospects, the right kind of managers to lead them, you are anyway failing them. So it doesn't matter if you bring in a bunch of women unless you're going to commit to the growth and make sure that they get into the leadership role. And that's how we will grow.
So, amen, and let's see more growth come that way for a more inclusive industry. Justin, taking an audience question, I'd like you to answer. You just mentioned play to earn. So Rahul Chugg has a question. Do you think play to earn game as a job is dangerous or sustainable? And I'm asking, Justin, would you encourage people to become professional players,
Oh boy, okay. Yeah, look, I think this whole concept of the leisure economy has been proven out, right? Like this idea. And it's not a new idea, by the way. I mean, this goes back to gold farming and World of Warcraft and whatnot. There's just now a structure around it, which essentially makes the chain of value a little bit more sustainable. Look, I think play to earn it's a space that we're obviously watching. I think there are some challenges in keeping the economic value of that ecosystem balanced. I mean, I think so. I'd be curious to get the Axie guys' view on this, but I do believe that daily average earnings on Axie have dropped in some countries to below living wage. Obviously, that may just be a function of markets varying, etc. And I think it's a great foundation to build IP. And I believe that the Axie guys, they've even recognized that there is going to be variation always in the amount of money that you can potentially earn from this ecosystem, and they're diversifying their future strategy. But I think when it comes to India, there is certainly potential for a grassroots, India first yield guild style model. But I think it's something that you need to. There's an exponential increase in the amount of commitment and time, because you're not necessarily just playing for money, you're playing for economic return. So you need to do your research, and you need to essentially commit that time to really understanding the nuance of what's happening in that economy.
So Justin, one more brief question for you. This is Ashwin Iyengar. He says, I'm in college right now. If I want to start a gaming company, what should I do and prepare for success? So what will it take, Justin, for you to fund Ashwin?
Figure out a white space, and we talked about some of them earlier. There are lots of them. You can go to our website. I'm sure we can go to any of our websites collectively, and there's thesis blogs written on where there are white spaces. Do your competitive research. There's never been an easier time to build games. There are no-code platforms. Engines are free. There are great communities out there. There's India Gaming Reddit. There's Discords. You can get a small team together, passionate, like-minded folks who complement your skills. Start building. This is if you're assuming you want to build content. Start prototyping. Have conviction on what you're building, and as soon as you have an MVP, come and chat to us.
Thank you, Justin. Samya, question for you. Mayank Agarwal says, CAC is the biggest killer for gaming companies, and platforms like Google and Facebook currently have too much dominance. How can companies solve for this? And Samya, obviously at Winzo, you guys have done a fantastic job on this, but your suggestion to Mayank?
Thank you, Avani, for recognizing that, we've done some work in solving for low CAC. Yes. So Mayank, I think, and this is how we look at, this is our second venture, for both Pawan and I, and we do believe that unit economic positive businesses are something which should be the core when you are actually looking to solve a problem, right? So in our space in gaming, distribution was a very important problem that one had to solve, especially when we were in, when we were in a microtransaction led economy where we are not saying that, hey, the players are going to play with large monies involved, right? We were looking to solve for 1 billion deep parts of the country, with our pools not being as exponentially high as some of the, games such as Rummy, Poker, etc. So CAC was very, very important. And we said, okay, Google and Facebook is going to take you to a mile. But when you go deeper than the mile in the country, you have to really, really solve and democratize distribution. And what we did was we went through the power of micro influencers or the community leaders who were distributing our product through their Facebook, Insta, TikTok handles, etc. And today, we are sitting at a 65 million registered user base, still one of the lowest CACs in the market. So yes, innovative distribution is something, because we are in a new era where the old form of digital distribution may not stand valid, and hence an innovative way of involving larger community influencers could be one of the ways to acquire users in a cheaper way.
So, if you want more on, and if you're building a gaming company and you want to know around CAC, I think Soumya and Pawan are people you should make best friends with. That's to all of you who might be out there as early founders. A question for you, Purnima, is what can we do for gaming talent? There is no IIT, IIM for talent. And if we are to create large-scale companies, how are we to do that if talent is lacking? This is from Naren Rajaraman. And then, Purnima, there is a second question also for you, which is Turkey has been a gaming hotspot, and Zynga did their biggest acquisition ever in Turkey. And what should we do to create Turkey in India? This is from Mohammed Irshad. So both questions for you, Purnima.
So I would say, I think game developers here right now, none of them have had game development experience or educational background. What they have done is traditional courses and figured out how to make games. So technically, there is no necessity to get started and to make sure there needs to be an IIT or an IIM. Having said that, they obviously come with their pros, right? The access that you get. So we have institutes like an NID or a Srishti, and a lot of other institutes, Backstage Pass, there used to be DSK. These were essentially focusing on game development. So you could definitely approach them, figure out what is it that they offer. We have even smaller, institutes like an ICAT or, sorry, I'm forgetting the name, many others, Arena Multimedia and all of them, who provide these game development courses. And more or less many industry people are coming and forthcoming to give workshops, panels. I have done a bunch myself. So that's probably where you can start. But technically today, YouTube or online is just full of resources. And like what Justin stated earlier, it's a great time to be. Engines are free. You can just actually Google, figure out how to make a game. Free courses are there, free YouTube videos are there. You can take it, you can make it, and you can even publish it immediately. 15 years ago, we were at the, we had to depend on operators to be okay to develop the games that we have developed. They have to approve, only then we actually can make some money out of it. There was so much dependency. We ended up making our own engine because there was no engine that supported games that we wanted to make at that level. So these were the struggles we went through, and none of that exists, right? So we don't need an IIT or an IIM, I would say. You can utilize the existing course and develop it for gaming needs. Understand gaming for what it is, and that should be good enough. Like I said, you can explore all the amazing universities we already have and figure out what works best for you, interact with them, look at what their placement opportunity, who are their lecturers, what opportunities they give, etc. So on the first part, I would say best way to get started on game development is to just start making games. There is no other way. On the second component, to be the Turkey, create the Turkey in India, Well, that's actually dependent on you guys, right? Like you are building it, you are making it. So Turkey became, because, if you think about it, they found that white space that Justin was actually talking about. They knew what was lacking. They figured out, they capitalized on it, and now they are one of the very core game development setup, or a geo that has come up. And sometimes we tend to follow a lot than create. So we need to have that balance. Like any business model, we cannot just invest everything in high risk. We need to make sure there is a proper balance across the board. So the high risk would be on the higher side of innovation, and only when we show success is when others will want to invest in it, right? Today, game development is $1 billion industry. It wasn't 20 years ago. 15 years ago, we weren't like, we were the payment, the financials of it was barely anything. We entered the industry for wanting to create games. And today the industry exists where you can have people from non-gaming firms also generate interest into this amazing industry, right? So it's up to us how we build this ecosystem. It's up to you what you are okay with. What is it that you want quality for? How is it that you strive to create that quality? Once we figure out what that is, we can become the Turkey.
Thank you, Purnima. And also for Naren, we have a workshop later today from Outscal. They're a tech startup, and they're really passionate about helping people build a career in the gaming industry. And perhaps you can participate in that, and more activities like that, right? Could help build this industry. And anyway, all education is going on self-taught and self-learning. So perhaps a degree is less important. One other question that I think we should maybe take note, Justin, is would you advise a game to go for a ICO NFT sale or VC funding? And this is from Krishna Ramani, and would like you to answer that one.
Is this for me?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're the VC funding here. Should they take your money, my money, or should they just go ICO?
I have a very, again, unfashionable answer to this, which is because most of my career, I've not been a VC. I've been a game founder and studio operator. And my answer, honestly, would be if you don't need to raise money, don't raise money. Bootstrap as far as you can go. Use your friends and family networks, get to a position of power, build your MVP, and then decide what you want. You can be a lifestyle business. You can have a very healthy studio, build indies. And indies are doing very, very well, by the way. Devolver Digital built their business on indies and just went IPO. They just listed on the London Stock Exchange for over $1 billion. So there are multiple routes. I think ICO token offering, I mean, if you're a crypto business, probably makes sense. And there are funds out there now that have the right regulatory capacity to be able to invest and support you. If you're looking for a long-term, especially strategic partner that is going to help you at all stages across your journey, whether it's from hiring to future fundraising to potentially an exit, then of course, I may be biased, but I would recommend VC capital.
I agree. Now we have Purnima, Justin, and Soumya, 15 plus more questions. We are not going to be able to get to that. So what, to the audience, promise you guys that we'll get answers from everyone for you, and, post that as we post material from Gamecon 2021. Come back, visit the site to look for the answers. What I'll do, Soumya, Purnima, and Justin, is I'll share the list of questions. Really value and appreciate your time in answering your thoughts on that, and let's collate it and share it with the audience and do our part to encourage and inspire and grow our ecosystem collectively. I've always believed that all boats rise with the tide. So it's how do you kind of create the tide, and we are on a great tidal wave right now of maybe after 2 decades, Purnima, as you said, we're not really much happened. A lot can happen right now, and we have early proof points from Winzo and what Soumya and Pavan have created. And it's I can tell you that when there is a fund dedicated to a particular sector, like Justin's fund is, that I think is a great harbinger of things to come, good things to come. And love to see great companies get built. But we have many other sessions coming up. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you for great discussion and phenomenal audience participation. What I'd like to do is to introduce our next moderator, another exciting session we have coming up, which actually Justin referred to a little bit earlier. About Harry. Harry is a founding partner of Play Ventures, a gaming fund investing in gaming entrepreneurs globally, right? And he has funded several companies in India as well, and making the gaming VC ecosystem or funding ecosystem, adding to the pie and growing it. He previously co-founded Matchmade, a influencer marketing platform for video games, and Rocket Pack was acquired by Disney. He's based in Finland, and he's been a lifelong entrepreneur excited by creating new businesses. And folks, I can tell you that like Justin, like Harry, like me, I firmly believe that people who have been an entrepreneur are probably your most empathetic investors, and they bring something to the table, having seen the ups and downs of life. And being an entrepreneur is a lonely job, both when you're successful and when you have problems. So I think having people on your side who have walked that journey can be useful. Harry is passionate about supporting new entrepreneurs, and he wants to create world's greatest companies in gaming and technology. So Harry, invite you and your panel. Really excited to hear from you on what makes a gaming company successful.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Vani, and very happy to be here, a part of Gamecon, and to participate in the the emerging Indian gaming ecosystem. We operate globally as a gaming only venture fund, and we've been very happy in the last 9 months or so, getting more and more active in the Indian ecosystem, having now invested in 3 Indian companies in gaming, and looking to do a lot more. So I'm very happy to participate. And I'm super happy to introduce the rest of our panelists. I'm starting off with Pavan Nanda, who's the CEO and the co-founder of Winzo, India's largest social gaming and entertainment platform. Pavan is a graduate from IIM Calcutta, and he's a second-time entrepreneur, having previously founded Zostel and Zo Rooms. Pavan, welcome. Also like to introduce Mishka Katkov from Helsinki, Finland. So Mishka is the CEO and co-founder of Savage Game Studios, which is a free-to-play mobile video game shooter development studio based in Finland and also in Berlin, Germany. Mishka previously has been the head of studio at Rovio Entertainment, which obviously created Angry Birds, and he has also worked with leading gaming companies such as Supercell, where he was product manager, and he's also worked at Zynga, and he's also worked at FunPlus. And those of you who are in the gaming podcast audience might know him from the Deconstructor of Fun podcast as well. Welcome, Mishka. Hopefully Mishka is here. Is he here? Okay, great. And then I wanted to introduce Santosh Rao. So Santosh is the co-founder of Stellar Play Games, which is a Bangalore-based mobile game studio developing social game experiences for players around the world. Santosh was previously the founder of Rix, a SaaS and collaboration platform for Indian educational institutions, and he has worked in the technology space for over 20 years and recently he was the country head of Zynga in India in Bangalore. So welcome Santosh as well. Do we have all the panelists online?
Hi, Hari. Hi, everyone. Hi, Santosh. Hi, Mishka.
Hey.
Okay, great. Guys, I wanted to kick this off because we have an audience where, we have a lot of, either new entrepreneurs or developers who will hopefully be founders one day, are looking to get into gaming space, maybe are already in the gaming space. And one of the key things that we look at when we invest very early into our portfolio companies, because we specialize in very early stage pre-seed and seed investments, is always, we invest first and foremost in the team, the founding team, not as much the product itself, because we know that oftentimes it might take a while for you to create that hit product, and rarely your first product is your best one. So the team for us is the most important part. So wanted to sort of start off the conversation by asking you guys about how did you set up building your teams? How did you get the founders together? And what were some of the common attributes that you were looking for when building your founding teams? Mishka, you wanna go first?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Hari. And I was there for the intro, so thank you for the intro as well.
Great.
Yeah, so our start was a little bit of a different one. So we started off just as the pandemic hit. So it was not the typical one where you're kind of like dreaming at your existing workplace or with your friends and slowly getting in there. We actually had a bit of a fast start. So I met my co-founder I hired him to our studio, and then we kind of started working together, had different ideas about different ways of working, as well as different games that could be worked. And those kind of two ideas formulated into the company idea. So what if we would work in a different way, and what if we would work on a slightly different types of games that have potential in the market? And that led to further discussions with my co-founders previous. So he came out of other company and joined my studio, and then that led to the conversations with his previous leads, and then that way kind of everybody got together, aligned on the same goal, and founded the company. So a bit of an untypical way, but here we are.
Santosh, how about you? In your new company, Stellar Play, how did you guys get together with your co-founder?
Yeah, so late last year I was actually working, consulting another gaming company, Joyride, who have the product Kiwi Up. If you've worked with Omar, and that's when I decided to start out on my own, and we were looking at a particular market opportunity, right? Having worked at Zynga, we've seen the kind of audience that Zynga and some of the large biggies go after, right? Like Scopely, etc. Kind of the market and the audience I understood. So started bouncing off ideas with, a lot of ex-Zynga people, specifically Girish, my co-founder. So late last year, he was running a board game company. So after having left Zynga, he was already running a physical board game company. So we both started bouncing off a lot of ideas around what can be interesting for this particular audience, and what is a new thing that we can take to the market, which actually has a lot of space in it. So, from that, we started, coming up with a loose form of, what could work, or hypothesis of what could work, stress tested it with some data, some, brainstormed with some, think tank, as it were, people in the industry and so on. And then we gradually, then that's us starting out. But then we were actually also looking at a lot of people we've worked with, and we were looking at a particular set of traits, people, obviously, capability was table stakes, but, beyond that, high integrity, great communication, the kind of people you would be able to build a high performing team with. And we started approaching them, and like Mishka said, once we started, these people started aligning on, this seems like an interesting enough goal to go about it, and there's a good team, or we can form a common denominator of how we'll operate. I think we started off, and I think on day one itself we had today we have about 12 people. I think with day one, 6 people had already joined, and I think within the next 30 days we're all 10 on board. So the minute we decided to get started, we kind of got up and running fast. And obviously, Henrik and Play also had a good role to play there.
Pavan, I wanted to ask you, since Winzo has been operating, for a while, and you guys have become, one of the biggest, if not the biggest gaming platform in India. One of the things we look for as an investor, apart from the founding team itself, is the ability for the founders to attract the best talent and keep on hiring. Can you share to the audience like some of the key things that you and your co-founders look for in those early hires, and were there common attributes among the best hires? And conversely, like just share with the audience a little bit, because we always, when you scale, you make also mistakes in hiring. So if you can talk a little bit about, maybe some of the things that where you've made mistakes and what were the learnings there.
Absolutely. Thanks, Harry. I will also like to put on the table how I found my co-founder, right? Because I think
of course
it's a slightly different story in my case, which could be useful for a lot of folks who are watching this. In my case, it wasn't just unlike Santosh, where he had an idea and he was, taking that idea to folks he trusted and wanted to build it with. In our case, I had a co-founder first, and both me and my co-founder actually figured out that what space do we really have to disrupt. So Soumya, my co-founder, who was also there in the previous panel, we both know each other now for close to 10 years. I got her in my previous ventures, Zostel and Zorooms, when we were really early. She was a co-team member, joined as probably the 6th or the 7th person, and led org, brand building, and a bunch of other things for us there. Of course, Zooroom and Zostel was a phenomenal ride. Phenomenal in terms of learning. Of course, it crash landed in a lot of ways as well. That gave us so many learnings. And when when we both Soumya and I it gave us a lot of perspective building, right? Watching that entire piece, so many mistakes that we committed there. Some of the mistakes that you mentioned, right, like around hiring. So I think one needs to be stay away from, let's say, having a very designation centric kind of a culture early on, right? While it's very easy to offer a CXO title. Hey, you are my CXO, you are my CTO, you're my CSO. It's very easy to attract talent, but I think it has a very it can actually be very dangerous, because that will make it very, very hard for you to upskill yourself. Personally, I feel it's critical when let's say somebody is trying to gather a team. I think the first 5 hires are the most critical ones. And that's something that we realized early on, both Soumya and I. The first 5 hires are really going to decide what the talent of your company is going to be, right? How the company's 500 people eventually going to be, what's the average talent level that's going to be. And no matter how hard and I think at least at Winzo, what we've done is we've tried to maintain a very strong, very high threshold of talent that way. Not just from a pedigree, from a qualification standpoint, but over and above that, we have, like, from the very first day, wrote 5 core values that we thought are there, should be there. And those values are more around us as founders, right? How we want to build a particular system. I can, of course, share it for the benefit of others as well. So this is integrity, perseverance, excellence, agility / hustle, and data orientation, right? And like in each and every interview, each and every person that you meet, who has worked in Winzo or has been working in Winzo, you will find these traits more prominent than any other trait. So that's how we think about talent and hiring and team building.
Great points, Pavan. Oftentimes, founders have, like discussed already, mutual history, potentially in other companies or mutual history in university or whatever. But a key thing is also, like, how do you start off and how do you find the common alignment with founders? Is there anything you want to share with the audience on sort of, have you seen challenges with finding that alignment? I would say, like, post founding, obviously, before, when you found something, everybody's excited, but when the first 100 days or the first 200 days have gone, and reality hits in, and there starts to be challenges. How do you find that common alignment among the founders on how to operate the company. Mishka, do you have any thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely had to do a lot of those type of workshops, because not all of the founders had worked together. Well, I hadn't. Yeah, it was like two people had worked together, so it was like in pairs. And as the company grew, the alignment became more and more important, especially in our case where the studios were located in two different cities. So we had two founders in one city, two founders in the other city. The best approaches with finding alignment has been spending time together, and not just spending time together and bullshitting, but more like answering all kinds of different questions and doing different types of what you would call a touchy-feely exercise. But it was like really important, giving very honest feedback to each other of like, hey, this is the one thing you're good at. This is the one thing where you need to improve at. And we've done these type of exercises, and face-to-face, even more importantly, where we've kind of given each other reviews in a very open setting, and through that kind of getting the learning of being as frank as possible with each other and building trust with each other by being very direct with each other. So these are the ways. The other parts have been also writing things down. So having a lead team that has a clear communication, like, why are we here? And then we've done even these type of workshops where we would go like, what is the goal of this company? And everybody writes on their own, and then we share those things. And that really brings the alignment, because everybody has the time to express what they think is the goal. And if that is different than what others are thinking, then it's very important to have that discussion. And through the alignment of the leadership and cohesion of the leadership, you can actually delete a lot of politics and confusion inside the company.
Anything to add, Pavan, Santosh, to what Mishka just said?
I think, especially what Mishka just said, I think a lot of that kind of echoes about how we've gone about, the initial few days ourselves. Important to confront, and be direct in communication very early, and actually touch upon topics that can be potentially sensitive. In fact, and that actually then translates even to our hiring, right? So in hiring as well, we try to see how people are when they're given direct feedback and direct communication. Especially culturally in India, it's not not as accepted maybe as the US, right? So we try to do that and gauge for that, because in our setup, we're trying to create a very safe environment. But as part of that safe environment of sharing, people will actually express very clear and potentially objective feedback about what they feel about your work and so on. And you need to be able to take that in context. So, that's something that, again, we've talked a lot about. In fact, we interview for culture fit as well, but we also do our entire culture. Like, we've also written down stuff, and we walk every inductee through before they join the company as well. So we do that before they join the company, then we do it as a group when they're joining, and at multiple points. So it is about revisiting the same things again, reassessing, recalibrating, because it's not, one, while broad guidelines are there, like, there's sometimes you need to keep yourself honest on whether you're sticking to it, whether you're deviating too much from it. And if you're deviating, maybe it's acceptable, right? Like, but unless you talk about it, you're not going to figure that out on, how you're forming it.
Yeah, I'll just add to it. So I have the fortune of building two ventures. So in my previous venture, we were 7 co-founders, by the way. And the way we gathered up was primarily all of us were batchmates, and then some were batchmates of some other folks in undergrad. But there's definitely an overlap of an educational institution among all of them, right? Of course, I think this time around, like I mentioned, with Soumya, I had already worked in the previous startup, and I've seen how she operates. She's seen how I operate. We both exchanged views around extremely, I would say, challenging situations that a startup can get into, right? Acquisitions, failed acquisitions, lack of funding, difficulty in hiring, lawsuits, like a lot, really. I think, choosing a founder is the most critical thing. I think, getting the right founder is more important than probably right space or the right product, because it's a very long journey, right? Most of the times, the life of an enterprise is 10 years, even more than that, right? We all know that. And no matter how lucky you are, no matter how kick-ass your product is, you will end up, facing some or the other kind of challenging situations, right? And at that time, during those dark hours, what you need is an incredible amount of trust that should be there between the founders. And I think, and then everything flows with that, right? Communication, being able to just freely speak your heart out, even if you know that that can probably offend the other co-founder, it might not be in his or her interest. I think those are some of the very basic things that one should really solve for early in the day, because at the beginning, there is a lot of excitement. People will just jump in. There'll be maybe initial capital. People will like to just hop on. But yeah, as stakes go high, as company becomes large, as issues become complex, those core values and the real founder match or founder fitment is actually tested when a company becomes big, not in the early days, not to just achieve a product market fit. So yeah, that's how I think about it.
Great insights from all of you. I'm just gonna jump on what you said, Pawan, there about trying to find that early product market fit, trying to find success with your first games, trying to find the audience. If I go to that and your success with Winzo, how hard was it for you and the team to find that early product market fit? Was it something that was really formulaic in a way that you had a clear plan on how to achieve it, and through testing and soft launching and etc., or was it more something that just came naturally as you guys worked on Winzo? And can you share a little bit about the early days at Winzo?
Sure. So we had a very broad idea that this is how this should probably work. And it was a very small idea. It like the vision that probably I have, or I will be able to tell you about Winzo, that this is how we have unfolded ourselves and what we now look at 5 years down the line. I don't think so. When I was starting off, I had that bigger vision. I'll be very honest. And I'm not a gaming, I'm not from a gaming background, right, per se. I was very new to gaming. We had a very small idea that if people, there is like a very popular show called Kaun Banega Crorepati, which is basically a copy of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. We thought that if we can create that kind of an experience in a person's smartphone, then there are chances that people will love to play those kind of real money trivia questions, very frequently all day long. And we launched with that piece. And of course, right, I would say from day zero, the moment we launched it, and we launched it quickly. So when you're figuring out product market fit, it's very important to have an extremely fast speed of shipment, right? Because you'll probably want to ship ideally in days, right? So that you try it out, get the basic reaction, and then you come out and build a better product. So I think we are very clear in terms of that. Secondly, you need to be extremely close to what the customers are, right? I and Soumya, both of us, have actually visited at least 400 or 500 people, and these are people not just in tier 1, but tier 2, tier 5 cities. So we used to, have these gifts that we used to give to them. Some folks we actually gave a TV. Like somebody won a TV, but when we actually went to their house, he was like, I don't even have a big enough wall to put this TV. So we realized that there is what we think of our product in our mind basis our lifestyle is very different from the kind of audience that is getting attracted right now. And we had to really recalibrate, right? For example, we started off with English. Very soon we started vernacular because people were not interested, being able to answer that. Very quickly we realized that trivia is not something that's catching the attention. We need to add some casual games to it. Subscription is not going to work. People want to, people are not interested in buying a 50 rupee subscription. They want to start as low as 2 rupees. So we got done with subscription and got, those really sachet sized entries. And we did all of that in first 3 or 4 months, I would say, with a team of 5-6 people. So yeah, that's how our journey was. And some of those insights are still with us. Some of the practices where I still conduct at least 50 customer interactions every week, and it's mandated for every new joinee to do that. So all those things are now a part of the practice.
Talking about that early product market fit, and sometimes, you hit it early, sometimes it takes a while. Mishka, you work with Supercell. You were at Supercell, and I think, Supercell to a lot of global gaming companies, especially Finnish gaming companies, has been sort of like a role model on how to build games, how to ship games with smaller teams, and also how to how to sort of find the right products, even if your first products don't work. Can you tell me a little bit, or tell the audience a little bit about, you know, sort of your days at Supercell? And obviously, you know, Supercell started off with a Facebook game that really didn't go anywhere, and there was a couple of other failed games before they hit on Heyday and Clash of Clans. So going back to like what Pavan said about the early days and trying to find that product market fit, is there anything you can share, you know, from Supercell's culture to the audience, which could be helpful as they figure out if they, you know, how to build their own companies?
Yeah, I mean, my experience with Supercell is a long time ago, so I definitely can't speak of how they approach things now. But well, like back in the days and back now, like, how would I put it? Like back then, I don't think the marketing was such a big focus for gaming companies. Like it didn't play such a big role what your CPI is and how you can scale the game and how do you find the market fit. So I think Supercell has always been, and I think it still is, like one of the best indie companies, if you will. Like they focus on the gameplay, they focus on making the games fun with a really small team, and then being extremely efficient, playing their games all the time, do a lot of internal play tests, which have, at least back then, had absolutely brutal level of feedback. And it was almost like going through the internal gauntlet to ship a game. I'm sure it's like that as well, but I wouldn't perhaps use Supercell as the best example of finding success in the market these days. There are amazing things that they do because they're able to do so much with such a little team. But at the same time, I don't think they have the similar type of pressure of finding success. They do have a lot of bets going on all the time, a lot of games internally developing, a lot of internal competition for the resources that really bake those great games. And yes, they make great quality with very small teams, but I don't think they have similar type of approach where they test rigorously with marketability early on to understand the product market fit. I don't think they look a lot at genres, what genre has room for competition or where they should be innovating. I think it's still very indie based, where great game developers make great games, and if they find success and high levels of engagement, then the company kind of gets behind them with absolutely massive war chests for marketing and brand building.
If just to continue on that, Mishka, I mean, if you look at the mobile gaming space right now, and if you for the audience, if there's somebody who's like, hey, I want to build my own mobile gaming studio, would you say that being sort of very data driven, like you said, understanding the market, understanding the size of the category, understanding doing market tests, all of that is as important, if not even in some ways more important than sort of the creativity of the game itself?
I would say like this is the same with any studio that I've ran. It's a tripod. Nothing is more important than the other. So you start off, of course, with what you're most passionate about. Like, what do you want to build? What does the team want to build? Because that's important that the team actually is building something that they really want to build. The second thing that you look at is, can you actually build it? Like, what is the team that you need to make this happen? And if you are starting a studio and you all love World of Warcraft, and there's 4 of you and you want to build the World of Warcraft for mobile, like, unless you're very able to scope it down to the essence and make it in a text base or something like that, then please don't go ahead and do that. Like, that's the biggest mistake that I've done, is always trying to build bigger than what I have capabilities for. And I know many developers are in that place. And then the final element is, what does the market want? And again, some failures that I've made is, had a great team that really wanted to build something, and the great team was able to build it, only to enter to a market where we didn't test the marketability, where we didn't look at the competitiveness of the market. Like, we looked at the successful game. Well, this game makes a couple of $100 million a year. If we make 10% out of that, we'd be happy with it, and then we would be able to grow. But it doesn't function like that. You don't take pieces of market space or market from the giants. It's actually on the contrary. You need to be looking at different genres and different audiences and understanding the concentration level of competition. And that's why, not a lot of companies do that. We see plenty of examples of failed games that try to do battle royale or try to do like a Clash Royale copy or any of the or a MOBA game, and then just are unable to take audience from already existing strong IP. So really looking at three things: what do you want to build? What do you have capabilities of building? And what do the players want to play?
Santosh, you ran, I think, one of Zynga's biggest studios. You were the GM. Is there anything from your time, running that studio and working with Zynga, an American company? Is there any lessons learned? Anything, from your experience that you would like to share, like key learnings on the industry? And did you take any of those learnings to Stellar Play, your new studio?
Right. So, specifically Zynga, one of the great things about Zynga, well documented now is, it's how well it runs its live operations, data orientation, and product management, right? Like we think Zynga, those are the things that, come immediately to mind, right? A lot of data orientation, a lot of rigor around live ops, a lot of, looking at every piece of data, right? Right from acquisition all the way down to optimizing every read, right? So, so the thing, and for me, those were the biggest takeaways from Zynga specifically, and what we've brought into like an early stage company like ourselves is maybe specifically around how we do break down problems at Zynga, right? So we're now obviously after having figured out the market, run the tests that we wanted to run for the product market fit and seeing its marketability, and we start building now. You've almost broken down your journey into hitting your D1s, the D3s, then D7s, then then figuring out given you have the right engagement levels, then pressing the having the right monetization hooks, like the planning for it, but you're not really actually solving for it, right? Right now, at the stage of where we are, we're actually only laser focused on solving for D1, D3. That approach helps an early stage company, because then you don't open up too many battlefronts, right? You keep very few things and you try to do it at the level which the market demands, right? Or a consumer demands, right? So that you can obsess about them and get them to the right level of quality. So that's one of the big things that we've taken out of Zynga, right? But obviously, being a smaller player, you need to actually work at a much faster clip than some of the larger companies. Like Mishka said, like a Supercell, Zynga, they have so much going on, and Zynga has so much M&A going on, right? Like the new is a completely different ball game there versus building new outside, like when you're a small studio.
Yeah, I think a common theme, across what you guys said and what we've seen is also like the addition by subtraction, almost like focusing on key things, not doing too much too soon with too small of a team. Now, if we switch gears a little bit, let's talk a little bit about some of the characteristics that you have, like specific characteristics in the Indian market, in the Indian gaming market, and also having like Mishka now on the panel. I wanna see if there's characteristics from the Finnish gaming ecosystem and the Indian gaming and then the Nordic gaming ecosystem, which could be applied, some of those learnings to the emerging Indian gaming ecosystem as well. But if you start from India, one of the things that really blew my mind is obviously the rich cultural heritage and the fact that there's 22 official languages and spoken in India. And so this is Pavan for you. Your library of games is available across 12 languages, and not only in English. So when you look at the Indian market, how important would you say that localization is to the success of your games?
I think very critical, right? In fact, I mentioned that is an insight that we realized during our product market fit journey itself. While it can always be debated that games do not have languages, but experiences do have preferences of personalization, right? We personally feel that the only way to build a product for the Indian masses is through a great consumer insight, right? And our consumer insight is that Indians, let's talk about India as a geography. It's not really one country, right? I mean, we're talking about 1 billion people. There are 36 states and union territories. It's almost equivalent to building a product for Europe, right? With each state almost in terms of the number of people or the population is equivalent to a European country speaking a different language. Like you said, rightly pointed out, 22 national languages. People like to have a very personalized experience. People want to try out a product which speaks to them in their own language. There is a very large, I would say, layer of payments involved in our platform, right? We do about 2.5, 3 billion microtransactions every month. It's very important for people to be able to feel and understand each and everything that's written on the platform, be it the meta, be it the entire payments bit. People definitely enjoy a lot more once they are matched with or recommended to play with players which are of a similar region, which let's say speak the same language. Sometimes, you will literally sit on a table where people will open their mic and, they'll start actually chatting in their own local languages while playing games like carom and chess. So much so forth. It's all data backed, right? I mean, on Winzo, we see more than 50% of the engagement happening. More than 50% of the people are opting for non-English as a language when they go ahead and utilize the platform. And I personally feel that through this particular approach, we've been able to really build a product for the masses and solve it language by language, state by state, and the product metrics speak for itself.
The Finland is a country where both myself and Mishka are from. Finland is a country of 5.5 million people. So it's very, very tiny compared to India. And not a lot of people in the world speak Finnish. So obviously, the Finnish ecosystem has always been, of developers have always built games for the global platform and for the global audience. Mishka, I mean, to the audience, like the ecosystem in Finland has always been a culture of sharing a lot of data and insights across competitors, because everybody's going for the global pie, and those slices are enough for everybody. Do you feel, Mishka, that you could replicate some of that openness that Finnish and Nordic developers have done also in other ecosystems? And are there key learnings that the Indian ecosystem could bring in as well?
Yeah, it's a Finnish. I mean, Helsinki's game development ecosystem is very different than anything I've seen. I mean, I worked in San Francisco as well, and it's like the competitors are competitors. You don't talk to them, you don't share any information, and I think what we have going on here is very good. I mean, the knowledge share. I've been trying to do that also through the Deconstructor Fund kind of Slack channel, which functions that way. Like I can ask anybody who works at any company around the world, like, hey, what are you seeing for your KPIs in this RPG game? And it might be a top 10 RPG game, and I would get those type of numbers. They're very useful when we're making our own projections or our own green lights or anything. And I think creating that type of that ecosystem is just helpful for everybody. It's not that you're giving away your secrets. We're not giving away our secrets, but sharing information, sharing different type of benchmarks, that all makes sense. And I actually just, as an example, I was talking to some of the Turkish game companies last week, and they said that they have a counterculture to that, where they would give fake information to each other to make sure that the others fail. And they're competing for the talent, and they give like bad recommendations so that people don't hire. So I think on the long run, like if you consider that type of ecosystem to what we have, like we have been able to, there's so many companies that have grown to such a massive level in Finland just by everybody helping each other and also co-investing into each other. So you don't have to be just helping. You can just put a little money aside. So when they succeed, then you succeed. And through that, you create this healthy ecosystem where the goals align. And if you consider that and compare it to a highly competitive ecosystem, I think ours is better, to be honest. And the numbers are there to prove it. Even though in a highly competitive, you can win, but usually there's going to be one or two companies that stay on the ruins of everybody else, and that really is not building a cluster that's dominating.
Santosh, on that point, like given the, I would say, increased global focus that Indian gaming companies have, do you think, what Mishka said is you can replicate that in India across like the Indian developers to exchange information, to, sort of boost each other up on the global market? Does that sound something that would work here as well?
I think, yeah, I mean, like in India, so I mean, obviously, even Singa has, a couple of companies that we've bought in Finland and, also have a studio like Farmville built out of Finland, right, Helsinki. And, we saw this, even within the Zynga studios in Finland, right, the amount of knowledge sharing, etc., was at a phenomenally different level. In fact, so, Bangalore and Finland, like Helsinki, benefited from that exchange as well, right? Like, when they were building Farmville, all of Farmville was being run out of India. So we sent people over, told them about everything about our audience, etc., and then vice versa, right? Like, so it was quite healthy. But in India, I mean, obviously the gaming ecosystem in terms of pure talent, where the companies are, is at a much earlier stage, like a much more, indie, smaller studios setting out. It's encouraging to see like Lumikai and obviously Play come in and come in and fund many companies, but it's at a much earlier stage. So it would benefit immensely if we had that kind of knowledge sharing. Don't see the platform started yet for that to happen, right? Like, to be honest, like, whether it's the game developers conference, etc., like that kind of sharing is not like game developer conference is great, like once a year in Hyderabad, and there is some level of insights that's shared, but there's not much of a continuous platform, etc., where this can happen. But hopefully it's just things that are beginning to fall in place, like Deconstructor of Fun or Allied Game Developers, hopefully those kind of podcasts and product deconstructs, etc., will start coming out of India, and then that stuff can start coalescing around that, but not as of now. In fact, for me, like when I've interacted with a lot of indies and smaller studios, I've still seen that the gap around product, around data orientation, and polish continues to be there. So maybe bigger studios like Play Simple, Winzo, etc., can take a big lead, right? Like it'll always be useful to maybe have something form around something. Like I don't know, maybe you and Mishka can comment about the role of both Digital Chocolate and Supercell, right? Like maybe Digital Chocolate success is one of the reason why everything formed around Finland, right? Like I mean, a lot of people you meet are are ex Digital Chocolate, right? And it helps, right? So maybe it's one of the or a couple of the people who are becoming big out of India, like Play Simple, etc., could help form that ecosystem of sharing, and maybe that becomes the culture. So not yet,
Yeah.
but hopefully could happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
just want to. Sorry, Mishka, go for it.
go ahead, Pavan.
No, I was just going to add to what Santosh was saying. I think, of course, Finland is way ahead because of the history and the kind of impact they've had to the global ecosystem. India, I think, is still in early stages, but the future is absolutely promising, right? Two things I wanted to say. First one is around new folks who are now interested in international investors who are going to bring a lot of knowledge and connects to the Indian ecosystem, right? Like on our cap table, if you see, we've got Makers Fund, we've got Courtside Venture Partners, we've got Griffin Gaming Partners. All three of them are phenomenal global gaming investors, and they've all invested for the first time in India in Winzo, right? So, and of course, the first one is always the the toughest or the longest one, and after that, so they're all very keen, and we personally have spoken to a lot more people who are very keen about the prospects of the Indian gaming ecosystem. And the second one is, yes, I mean, there has to be a mafia creation kind of a thing, right? Where there is a certain kind of people who have cracked something, and then they're now going in different directions, creating new companies and distributing that knowledge, right? And I think that's what precisely this entire program is also for, right? The gaming lab that we've done alongside Kalaari. The idea here is to invite for application and really help them in whichever they want. They want to have access to.
Mishka, did you have anything to add there?
No, to be honest, no. And I was just like, Digital Chocolate wasn't actually that big of a success. Like I was pretty much there when they went bankrupt. So it's not that always the success breeds success. Sometimes failure breeds success as well.
I think
Yes.
Sushant.
Sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, there was a power cut at my end. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think like just the experiences, right? I mean, even if Chalk wasn't a success in itself, the learnings, you know, that the people in that studio were able to build over time, you know, translated so well into future companies.
That's Hari, one of the key things that you're saying, and that's one of the key things why Finland has bred so many good companies, is that our team sizes are relatively small compared to other locations, and because they're small, we get much more ownership and much more experience across the whole life cycle of a game, from early concepting through production down to live services, down to hiring and everything. So I remember just in a few years of Digital Chocolate, by shipping a couple of games from the beginning till live service, till manning somebody, till hiring another PM and leaving the game and kind of starting a new one, my experience compared to others, despite others having maybe 3 to 4 times longer tenure in games in the US, was much broader, because they've been only put into one cog of this big machine of a team of 100 or 200, and they were focusing on only that one thing, and they didn't really see the whole process. And that's really why I think people level up so fast, is because we have to be more T-shaped than in other locations.
It's been a fantastic discussion. I'm sure we could go on for at least an hour more, but we're starting to run out of time. So for closing, you know, as we have developers who are watching this panel, hopefully young founders, young soon-to-be founders, the future of Indian gaming. I'd like the panelists, you know, to give one piece of advice that you would give to these young founders, developers in the audience, as they think about, you know, building new games and building hopefully new gaming companies in India. If we start from Santosh and then do Mishka and wrap up with Pavan's advice.
So hard to do one, but I'll do it fast, right? I think, culturally, I mean, like Pavan was saying as well, we're very good at shipping fast, but I do think that there is a balance in gaming to be found about excellence in shipping, right? Polish, the small touches which actually start making the game work. So in India, when I've interacted with a lot of indies as well, great prototypes, but to get it to a finished product, especially for the global market, the last 20% takes actually a heck out of a lot out of your team, right? And like I would like urge founders and everybody who's starting out to actually look at that. When you're looking at your inspirations, try to deconstruct your inspirations in great depth to be able to finish it. And related to that is the point around, I think, why studios who have succeeded like Play Simple, etc., is they actually did what their teams were capable of doing. Mishka talked about it as well. Understand what you can execute at a great level of quality, and then you will start getting your initial successes, and then you can start spreading your wings, right? So those are probably two things that immediately strike me as what I would want to.
Yeah, I'll continue for that, since Santoshi kind of took part of what I was about to say. And for me, it's always like all my mistakes, all the failed games that didn't scale through closed beta or through soft launches, have always failed on one of the issues. Either the team wasn't interested in building what was set out to build, even though it had market potential, but the team just wasn't into it, or more typically, the team was definitely into it, but just didn't have the resources, the right people building the type of game that was wanted. And as well, there's a mistake of doing something that just does not have legs. No matter how well you will make this game, there already is a better game existing in the market, and you're actually playing it and benchmarking based on it. So why are you making something that is already there and is better than what you're making? So those are the tripod of failure or success. If it holds, then you're most likely will succeed. And if it fails, it's usually because of one of those elements is off.
Yeah. Thanks, Mishka. I think you did to me what Santosh did to you. Team, yes. I think team is the most critical part. You need to get the right folks. Like I mentioned, right? The first 5 people that will be joining, your team, your project, your mission, are going to really decide how it's going to shape up. Starting from the co-founder to the core team, you hire phenomenal folks. They will start showing impact within first 3 weeks, right? and culture. I think the difference between an okay organization and a great organization is the culture, really, right? And it's not really about swanky offices or cool gaming vibe or unlimited holidays or all those plush cafeterias, but it's really about are we going to go that extra mile to be in our drive or hunger to achieve our mission, right? Mission first attitude, clearly chalking out your core strengths, playing to your strengths, right? For example, like we don't do a lot of game development in-house because that's not really our strength, right? But our strength is in generating great platforms. You've built a great platform in Zorooms in the past, and we just continue to stick to our strength of building two-sided platforms, and we developed Winzo through that, and I think that's what makes all the difference.
Well, thank you to all of our panelists for a fantastic discussion. Thank you, Santosh. Thank you, Mishka. Thank you, Pavan. I for one, I'm super excited to see what the upcoming years will bring out from the Indian gaming ecosystem, and we will look to closely monitor it and hopefully invest more and more capital and also our experience and expertise into the ecosystem. So thank you very much all. And I think now over to Avinash for the next panel.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Harry. You're phenomenal
Thank you.
as a host. Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mishka. Thank you, Santosh. Thank you, Pawan. Thank you, Harry. Perfect. So now I'm going to introduce the next moderator, who's Dheeraj. Dheeraj is the Global Marketing Manager for BT1 Crypto. He's also the host of the Desi Crypto Show, a very, very good podcast that talks to global projects about Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other crypto assets to understand their take on the blockchain ecosystem in India, right? And when he isn't plugged into the metaverse per se, he's building a cool community project called the Cool Club, which does unique monthly NFT drops to its members. So over to you, Dheeraj.
Okay. Hello everyone. Thank you, Avinash, for such a nice introduction. And we have a great panel here, and it's something we already love to talk about. It's gaming, NFTs, and everything crypto, right? So I will introduce the panelists one by one. We have Jihos, his name is Jeff, but better known as Jihos, who's a co-founder of Sky Mavis, the famous creators of Axie Infinity, which is the #1 NFT game by far in DAU, marketplace volume, cultural impact, everything, right? As growth lead at Sky Mavis, his mission is to increase the size and strength of both the community and the economy. Jeff grew up playing video games, catching insects, and academically his interests were military history and monetary policy. Such a wide range of interests. So it's really nice to see that. We also have Ram Kumar Subramaniam. He's the co-founder and CEO of Guardian Link. Guardian Link is a blockchain R&D startup that is trying to make commerce, NFT commerce, simpler, accessible, and efficient. They have done some very awesome partnerships, which when we get to him and we'll talk about. As CEO, Ram drives the product and business sides of his company. We also have Akhil, also known as Mystic, who is the co-founder of POG. What's POG? It's proof of game, which enables gamers to explore the play to earn or play and earn economy and empowers them to learn and leverage their skills to become community designer, content creators, Web3 native builders. As the co-founder of POG, his mission is to coordinate strategic initiatives to help onboard more and more gamers into the play to earn ecosystem through various incentives. He left his PhD program. He quit it right in middle of it to take up on Web3 and make play to earn his full-time job. And this is a very exciting panel, right? And I would love to know more about all the panelists and get deep into it, right? So I think I will start with Ram Kumar. Very nice to meet you. I think we are talking for the first time. So yeah, nice to meet you, buddy. So can you tell us a little bit, like, what does Guardian Link actually do, and what is it like you have planned in the gaming sides of thing?
Sure. So Guardian Link, as you know, is an NFT ecosystem provider. And we provide technology by enabling artists or brands to launch NFTs along with launch pads. And we also help them work on conceptualization of the NFTs itself, where we curate the NFTs and we work along with them. We brainstorm with them to come up with various concepts on what kind of NFTs they can launch. And we also help them build communities for the NFTs. So we work the whole 9 yards, right from the curation of the NFTs to technology and the marketing. That is what Guardian is. And we intend to make big on gaming as well. So we recently partnered with Toons, an animation and a gaming studio based out of India. And we are launching an NFT game. And also we are working with a couple of indie-based products and gaming firms in India as well, where we'll be launching play-to-earn based NFTs, NFT games, and along with it, a couple of interesting concepts that can be brought in, where current NFT games are more strategy-based. We would like to launch NFT games which are strategy and also bring in casual gamers into it. So there'll be casual gaming also be part of the NFT games that we'll be launching. So yeah, so that's what Guardian is and what we do here with gaming as well.
That's awesome. And I think you guys also work with a lot of brands, or you're trying to build with a lot of brands, right? So I want to know, how do you guys look at brands getting into NFTs? And I think you're starting out, the focus is a lot of Indian brands, right? I think that's from what I know. So what is your strategy towards approaching these brands?
I wouldn't say Guardian just focuses on Indian brand. We do focus on a global reach. So we're launching about 12 drops in 2022, almost a drop a month. That's the idea. And most of them are on global reach. So the brands out of India, and there are brands across the globe as well. So any brand that we work with, or the brands that have reached out to us, they want to get into NFTs, but the technology barrier is definitely there. That's what we try to break it down. So we help them create the NFTs as we told before, and we understand what the brand intends to do with NFTs, or what's its overall ideology, and how they would like their fans or followers to perceive what kind of brand it is. And we conceptualize the NFT around that. For example, a particular brand that we're working in India, their brand is always focused towards millennials. So the NFTs that we are building is sort of targeted towards millennials, and what would millennials like, and what kind of utility they would require going forward. So that's our focus, and that's how we have always worked on brands. And very interestingly, media brands that we work with always worried about how their content is being consumed, and whether their content would be on open domain, whether it will be accessible across. And we figured out a solution where the NFT owners would be the only ones who have access to their content. Not everyone who is able to view that. So we've built an anti-rip technology, which sort of use a decentralized mechanism to make sure that the NFT owners are the ones who actually consume the entire content, and anyone else who views that NFT would only view the preview of that particular content. This worked a lot with the media firms that we're working with, and you would see that in the further launches that we launched. And it was also part of Beyond Life's launch with Amitabh Bachchan's NFT.
We'll get into that. That's, I know you just name dropped a big Indian celebrity called Amitabh Bachchan, but let's get into that. We have another of my friend here whose name is Akhil, which I did not know for the longest time, even though he introduced himself as that. But we call him Mystic. Mystic, you just hosted the Axie tournament, which was just a few hours before this. How was that? Tell us a little bit more about that.
It was amazing. I was thankful that my co-founder was able to join that co-casting kind of experience. I mean, some high caliber gameplay, and it was just a very exciting match. It was awesome that everyone was able to get rewarded in a big way in that tournament. So yeah.
Very cool, very cool, very cool. And like, shout out to Pratap and Jayesh who were the finalists. Okay, Mystic, I'll call you Mystic, right? I'm not going to call you Akhil. Tell us a little bit more about yourself. Tell us your journey, right? Like tell us you were doing PhD last time we spoke. And then I see your tweet. You're like, hey, I'm just leaving this. I'm just starting a new thing. I'm doing full-time NFT and gaming. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I guess like seeing kind of the transformation that Web3 has for enabling users and builders to be part of a network and having exposure to that growth, I think is something that is too big to be ignored. And seeing the kind of like these trailblazers like Axie Infinity kind of take these initiatives to a whole new level was something that I had to just pay attention to. And slowly and slowly, the enthusiasm and growth kind of increased and our conviction also deepened. And so it kind of just led me to realize that this is something that I really need to focus on if I really want to make a large impact in.
Yeah, can you just introduce a little bit of what's POG or proof of game is?
Yeah. So as you mentioned, POG is an acronym for proof of game, but it's also something that gamers say when there's like a awesome play that people make. So like, wow, that shot was POG. So I'm pretty proud of the name. So it kind of started like as a syndicate of like-minded individuals where we really focused on educating our community both in like traditional finance and in gaming and also in like DeFi and crypto, and also trying to empower them through various incentives to become these community designers, these content creators, these Web3 native builders. I think as relatively early adopters of play to earn, we have an immense responsibility to educate the people who are entering the play to earn space about the underlying technologies that help make play to earn sustainable and even viable, right? Mm-hmm. Because the conviction behind the space must be built in a kind of responsible and empathetic manner in order to create like a sustainable community that can persist beyond these local maxima and minima changes that might be happening.
Okay, so I think I'll just give a little bit context to everyone because not a lot of people here might be familiar of what Akhil and I are talking. So play to earn is this entirely new concept in gaming where what has been happening traditionally, gaming industry in general has mostly been free to play or subscribe to play, right? Like you buy a game and then you play. And you are in that universe and you can play the game and just be around chill, right? And all the assets you buy are just limited to that ecosystem. What play to earn, which another panelist who's Jihos, they have revolutionized Axie Infinity is the ability for a person like you, me, and Ram, and guys like Pratap and Jayesh who played today, they can like, as Indians, all of us are like so addicted to PUBG, Clash of Clans, Candy Crush, and all these other games, and we keep on playing these games a lot of time, right? Like there's at least one gamer in every family, and your parents are like, hey, why are you playing games all day? Tujhe kya paisa milega kya? And this is the exact problem what play to earn and play and earn economy solving, that like, hey, you are putting in some time and effort into a game, why don't we reward you for it, right? Like, so this has like, kick-started a new revolution in gaming that earlier people felt like it's a waste of time, but now people are coming in, playing some games, they are earning some tokens and trading it in open market to get something like a salary, right? And if you are a very good gamer, like a top gamer, you get a little bit more money, right? Like like what we see traditionally, people who, even if they're playing PUBG or something like that, only the top 1 or 5% of them are able to monetize their gaming. But with like this play to earn revolution, I think everyone can be participate in this ecosystem and do something productive out of it. So we have Jeff here as well, or also known as Jihos, who is the co-founder of Sky Mavis. It's good to have you here, Jeff. Can you hear us? You're muted.
Hey.
Hey,
Awesome.
nice to see you. Nice to see you here. So, question to you directly, like, can you tell us a little bit about Axie Infinity and how did it originate? Pun intended.
Sure. So Axie was built to introduce the world to crypto through something that's fun, accessible, and nostalgic. So Axies, they kind of look like Pokemon or Tamagotchis. They're cute digital pets. You can battle, you can collect them, and you can use them to earn different tokens. So Axie was started in 2018. A lot of the early team members and community members were members of the CryptoKitty community. That's actually, how I got into NFTs, right? We were, the early NFT people. I think a lot of us were gamers, were collectors, into art. We weren't people who were interested in the whole trading aspect of crypto. So it was only when we saw, right, that we could use our skills as gamers, as collectors, that was, when it kind of clicked for us. So yeah.
That's awesome. And tell us a little bit, like, why is NFTs or crypto is so relevant to the gaming ecosystem, right? I want to hear a little bit about your thoughts.
So NFTs and crypto allow us to give property rights to the gamers of these digital economies. So if you look at gaming economies have been getting more and more complex over time, but they haven't been becoming more empowering to the users. Why? Because we lacked the railings and the tooling to be able to allow seamless transactions between anyone anywhere in the world. So that's what crypto has changed. It's allowed us to create these new types of games. So in a traditional game, you can think of it as a digital economy, but the tax rate is 95% plus. A majority of the value is going to the game developers, the game publishers, and the app stores. Right? In our game economy, the majority of the value is actually going to the players that participate in the ecosystem. We don't use game publishers. We don't have app stores, right? So there's a lot more meat on the bone that we can then, that is distributed by the system to its participants.
So maybe I'll rephrase what does that mean is basically, let's say I'm playing a game which I play, let's call it a Valorant, right? And every month I end up buying Battle Pass and I end up buying these expensive skins, which I'm guilty of. But what happens is if I ever want to sell them or trade them or buy any other kind of skin from a kill or trade between us, that's not really possible because of the game mechanics, and trading is also not this thing. But what happens is I've spent, let's say, 6 months, 7 months playing this game, and if I get bored, I can't really move out of it. With NFT gaming, with Axie Infinity, what we have seen is people can come play, they can try, and if they don't like it, they can just sell their assets and just move on. So, or just get another skin or just get another Axie to keep playing. So it's quite interesting to see. So moving on to Ram Kumar, I want to ask you, right? Like Amitabh Bachchan, who is one of the biggest names coming out of India, right, in terms of Bollywood or just anywhere, right? How did you guys get him involved in the NFT space and get him to create NFTs? We would like to hear that story.
So as he told, right, he's one of the biggest names in India, and we wanted to take a name which seems very credible. It should shout out that it's credible. And he had the same vision as well. He wanted to make sure that if NFT is something that is going to stay long, he wanted to bring that to India. He wanted to put that on the map. So that was thought process. We worked with him. We had the privilege, in fact, and we partnered with Beyond Life, and that's how it came about. And his NFTs were all curated along with him, right from his father's renderings, which came as Madhusala's NFT, and the artwork would be created for him, and which are big punks, and then the posters that we made, which were rage hit. So all of these were interesting concepts that we worked along with him and his team, and they've come out as a wonderful success. And in fact, it was one of the biggest NFT launched in India. And I still believe that the people are valuing it a lot, and they want to make sure that they're able to soon trade it in the marketplace, which you're launching by this month. And we're also launching a couple of utility to that particular NFTs, so they would have the incentive to go ahead and trade it and hold on to it at least for a very long time. So that is the idea. So, and not just, and like, as I told you, we can launch about 12 drops the next year. And it's not just going to be artists, it's going to be other brands as well. And pretty much a very similar concepts would be worked on, and it will resonate to that particular brand or artist that we're launching. And not just focus on A-listers as well. We would focus on independent groups. We would focus on brands that would that stand out and that want to make sure that they project what they're looking at. So yeah, so that would be the idea, apart from Amitabh Bachchan and what we do with him, and that would be the idea that we work with other brands.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. So there is one thing I really like about Axie Infinity is like Jiho said, that like it was launched in 2018, and if anyone remembers, it was like from there onwards, it was a terrible bear market. That means there was no activity happening anywhere. Like, there was no confidence in any projects but what happened was Axie Infinity kept building. They will keep on delivering something or the other, month after month, year after year. And even that time, correct me if I'm wrong, Geos, like, when you had the initial Axie sales, not all of the Axies were sold out, right? Like there was still some of the Axies remaining. So it was not a good start, right? Like compared to what people are doing in 2021, right? So tell us a little bit about that journey. How did you start, and how was it you building in the bear market?
Yeah, the bear market was the most important time, even though, right, if you look at the charts, there was barely any activity. That's really where our community was marinating, right? I truly believe that community and these deep social connections are really important, and they can only happen under times of high pressure, where things aren't easy, right? Communities these days, right, it becomes about money, it becomes about short-term gains. And if everyone is thinking like that, then the system is not sustainable. The community is not positive. It's not something that people want to be a part of. Axie, our whole play to earn system works because Axie is an incredibly fun game. Axie is an incredibly fun community. Without these two pieces, we would not be able to function, right? And it takes years to build a fun game, and it takes years for a strong community to form. So yeah, it's part of it is, yes, going through hard times together, and I think another part of it is just, right, like even if the bull market was 4 years old, we'd still be in a really good position, because some things just take a long time to build.
Very cool. This is something Anil had told me, that Anil from Delphi Digital, that there was a time like you were almost bankrupt, right? Like, is that something you would want to discuss? Because I would like to know that story, right? I mean, in 2021, we will never think that would have happened.
Yeah, there was times in 2018 where we weren't getting paid. Like the founders, like we weren't getting paid. Like, it was just like, we're just trying to keep the lights on, and that's something that entrepreneurs go through sometimes, right? It's not, you don't necessarily think about that in crypto, but it was a hard experience, right? When you take a bet, you go all in on something with your life. I moved to Vietnam, right? Alex moved to Vietnam. Right, we were so excited, and then to think, hey, like this actually might not work out. it was really scary, but those were times that like they bonded the entire team, they bonded the community, and now we know that we can go through anything, right? So it was super important, and
Wow,
I'm so blessed to have gone through it, to be honest.
that's a crazy story. And I mean, going through hard times, that's how the Lindy effect is created, right? Like the longer you stay in the game, the more successful you can be. So moving on to Mystic, I really want to know about the entire rebranding and like what are your plans, right? Like what are your plans? Like what do you want to do with like these gamers? And tell us like, you know, what happened, like what was your conversation with your parents when you're like, hey, I'm quitting my PhD and like, you know, I'm getting into NFTs, I'm getting into gaming, I've been playing Axie Infinity for last few months, and like, you know, I'm just leaving my all like, you know, studies which I've been doing for so long. So what was that conversation like?
Sure. Well, I have the blessing to have, I guess, 4 parents now, my wife's, my in-laws, and my own. So I don't know what past karma I did in this life or whatever, but they've been very understanding, right? They've seen my passion and my track record, and they know that like basically when I set my mind to do something, they're really going to support me full on. So I'm very blessed to have that kind of support system around me. As for the future plans for our group and why rebrand, I guess our core competency in POG is the scholarship model or just Axie Infinity in general. But I think there's like a really deeper value to be explored here. And it's that these gamers that are onboarding into Axie Infinity and other play-to-earn games, they're experiencing crypto from a perspective that maybe a lot of people in this room never had to. I mean, never, we kind of did these mental gymnastics, reading the theoretical white papers and trying to understand basically the use cases. But here they are learning a very practical use case. So I think this will lead to very profound builders in the space because they're going to be essentially Web3 native users. So I think this is like kind of our long-term vision, is to encourage these people to be observant and question and curious, become curious about the space around them and help build the future of these technologies.
Awesome. Ram Kumar, I would like to hear a little bit more about like, you know, your take on NFTs in general, because like, you know, I would like to hear from you, like, you know, what do you think about NFTs and the space in general, and like, you know, what are you building towards? So that's what I would like to hear, like in the macro aspect of it.
So I believe NFTs would go over hype and it would get into the sector of utility, where any kind of proof of ownership, you know, you see NFT replacing its whole there. So I guess that's where it will go. So you could see Axie Infinity, and I think they've the part for gaming. And it's pretty much, I believe, it would transition into media, it would get into entertainment, and it would also get into various other e-commerce and what do we do on internet, what do we do on the digital medium. NFTs would definitely take the place there. And with things going around interverse and metaverse, you definitely see NFTs playing a role where any ownership that is being brought there should be NFTs. And I believe that's the transition that will happen. And I really want to see utility being brought on here, and not just running along the speculation or running along the overall hype around art and the smart contract driven stuff. So that's where we are working towards as well. Even with the launches that we've done till now, we've always focused on what kind of utility we can bring on board, either with the games that we launch for those NFTs or with the events that we brought along with the NFT holders. So it's always focused towards the utility. That's where I believe it would progress on to. And so let's see how things move. When internet came along, it didn't actually bring out the true essence. Decentralization is the actual true essence of internet, and NFT is one of the true examples of that as well. So let's see how that goes.
Awesome. So there is a question from the audience, and I would like to add a little bit more about it to Jiho's. Basically, the most, what I think the delicate part of the entire ecosystem in Axie, what you're building is according to me, the tokenomics, because they're very delicate, right? Like one wrong move could literally collapse the entire economy. And you have multiple coins and axes and breeding and all these systems coming into picture. What is your guys' idea to, like, have a sustainable and healthy ecosystem? Because a little bit of it depends on the player growth to keep this, how do you balance with player growth and the fees of Axie not being high, fees of AXs not being too high, or SLP, because there's so much game economics happening. So I would like to know what do you guys think about the tokenomics and how do you manage it?
Sure. So perfect mechanism design is impossible, but we need to be able to understand, right? We need to take a kind of a Clausewitzian approach to this, which is basically to stay informed, have as much data as possible to look at when making these decisions, and then to be able to make nimble decisions based on, in many cases, incomplete information and a lot of assumptions. So it can be difficult. I'll say again that part of what makes the economy easier to balance is that Axie is an incredibly fun game with an amazing community, and so it is having growth is makes it easier to balance the economy, but also having people who are willing to spend for fun, for status, for reasons that aren't monetary gain. This is also really important. So I think Axie is an interesting case where, okay, mechanic design, right, but also community design and art and game design, all of these things mesh together to create this economy that's sustainable. So if it's just about mechanics, right, and someone could just copy our mechanics and build a game, and right, it would theoretically work, but obviously that's not the case, or there would be thousands of well-functioning player-earn economies right now. So
that makes sense, right? Like you can't just copy paste culture. This is what I would say. I'm curious, I'm genuinely curious, when you're thinking about so many things in the macro of the game, how do you manage it, right? Like, because for me, my little brain, to understand just tokenomics aspect of it, I have to just take it on the side and then think about the community in a different manner. But when you combine all this, how does it play out? A community, game design, tokenomics, the entire ecosystem.
Sorry, so can you rephrase the question or repeat the question?
Yes, I'll repeat the question. You are working with a lot of things, right? Like, be it game design, be it tokenomics, be it the community, be it the art, and all these different mechanics. How do you really, how does combining all of this into one thought, like a macro thought, how does that work?
Yeah, it's important to have crystal clear communication between teams, and I think there are people who, right, they go across the different teams, right? It's kind of like a economic sustainability team, right? The people who are in charge of that, right, and they have to work across the different teams, right, and often be the ones, right? So going into the Battles V2, Origin, right, even the marketplace, right, these all have huge implications on economic sustainability, and oftentimes, right, so it requires someone who's specifically thinking about that, to make sure that we're all the products reflect our goal, which is to be sustainable for the long term. So but I think it's also a culture, and I think in some cases it's just the community is if the community is strong and the game is fun, right, these are the kind of the two pillars that will back the in-game economy.
Super cool. And what are your plans towards these smaller or bigger guilds which are being formed on, Mystics, Pog, right? And many others, right? Like YGG or RSS, which is a game guild, not to be confused with the political organization. And many other, these are, which I don't think you might have envisioned, but like, they are working out beautifully, right? Like there are people like Mystic creating a business model out of your game. And like, how are your plans to like, keep it and encouraging other people to do it and keeping it going sustainably, right? Like, so a question to sum it up, Axie's relation with guilds and how are you going to empower them? Yeah.
We have a really close relationship with guilds. I think it's important just to have lines of communications where we can be getting feedback and figuring out what their needs are and to be able to figure out whether we can help them. The guilds are also, in many cases, right, kind of our regional growth engines, right? So a lot of guilds are specific to different zones. And so, they do a lot of hard work. And I think a lot of it is around having open lines of communications, being able to accommodate them when they say that they might need certain accesses to different APIs and things like that. So I think also, right, like building tools that will hopefully make it really easy to expand scholarships. That's also one of our priorities. So we're looking at what does it mean for us to build an internal scholarship tool. So.
Very cool, very cool. Some alpha being leaked. People have been talking about like Axie scholarship tool when. So like hearing it right from Geos. So Akhil, talking about guilds, what is it running? Like what is it running a guild? Because that's a new business model, right? There are actually VCs and angel investors actually investing in guilds and trying to grow them player by player, right? Like this earlier, what we have seen is eSports. People buy eSports teams and they just pick up the best players and like try to be competitive. But guild model is completely different, right? It's like buying a community. It's like growing a community of like-minded people and like-minded gamers. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so I guess first of all, we're very young compared to the other two organizations that you mentioned, YGG and Ready Player DAO. I think these are model organizations that we can learn a lot from. For us personally, it really starts with education because again, to create a sustainable community without having this conviction based on education, then the community won't be sustainable. So that means like education within the game, learning how to play the game, but also education about how the tokenomics of the game work, and then even like what to do with your earnings afterwards, right? And so that's really our focus, is just bringing in high quality people that really have a strong willingness to learn. And that's like our primary focus in terms of, and we've seen like great success that these people with that mindset that share this long-term vision, they also perform very well in the game as well. I think it's like a interesting correlation, but it's kind of trivial at that point too, almost obvious, right?
Awesome. Guys, this is an open question, right? Like we have seen or spoken about all the good sides of the NFT and crypto ecosystem, right? So I would want to know from each one of you is what could go wrong, right? Like where do we everything falls apart, and what is that scenario? Maybe I could start with Ram on this one, and then we'll go to Akhil and then Geos.
I think what we've seen in most of the cases in any kind of technology that has scaled up, you see people with greed and who want to make quick money. That has always been a problem. And we've seen that happening in crypto a lot, and we've seen them happening through ICOs and DEX platforms and DAOs and all that. That I would say would be something that can go wrong, definitely in NFTs and gaming. And and as always it happens, right? It would balance out. The community will come together and make sure that that doesn't prolong. So yeah, so that I would definitely see as a factor. But I'm sure that as things move along, and we would definitely see that panned out and balanced. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I'll echo what Ram said. I mean, I think, speculation is really destructive in these kind of long-term vision projects because the network requires a large number of participants to create this kind of sustainable railing for us to go through. So yeah, just remaining community centric, remaining empathetic to the people that you might be onboarding, and encouraging everyone to be responsible with kind of like their own risk tolerances and these kind of things is very important. So I think just being real with the expectations of play to earn ecosystems and the community behind them is very important.
Okay, Gio, what could go wrong with crypto and NFTs?
Yeah, a lot can go wrong. Like I think basically, projects being able to fundraise without a clear plan, without even teams in place, people just thinking that it's all about the money and forgetting about the culture and the community. I think these are things that are happening right now that are potentially worrisome for the entire space. So it's not something to freak out about, in my opinion, but it's just something to be like, hey, we can do better, and we should be doing better. As leaders of the space, anything that goes wrong in the space, anything that's bad, any negative perception, I believe that it's on us, and we have to take personal responsibility to make sure that it stops happening.
All right. Thank you for that lovely answer, all of you. Gios, this one is for you. This is, I think, the most asked community question. All right. And you have to make everyone happy. All right. When you answer this, like I'm already telling you, right? What are your plans for India? Please tell us what are your plans for India?
Just to join me in.
Yeah, well, India is very important to us. It's a huge potential market, and we see a lot of really passionate players in India. A lot of the early, great PvP players are from India, like Pratap and Iron Man. I have a village, I guess, where I guess they've kind of named themselves after me. So it has a special soft spot in my heart as well. So yeah, I think that we can do a lot more in India. I think we want to work with guilds that are actively expanding there. We want to do localization. I know that that's a big issue. So yeah, I think like especially with the upcoming launch of Battles V2, Axie Infinity Origin, I think we can do huge things in India. So yeah, if anyone here has ideas on ways that we can make the Indian Axie community supercharged and super large, yeah, please reach out to us. You can reach out to maybe Diraj too, and he.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can do that for sure. And I mean, I'll just unwrap what Gio said. Like, he literally has a village named after him in India and like in general, right? And there is a community of gamers who are literally called Gio's army, right? Like, so Gio's right here is a culture and a meme in himself, right? Like it's very funny to see, and like the entire community calls him Papa Gio's. So it's hilarious. Sorry, I'm just derailing, but it's really nice to see that you guys are doing a lot more in India, and I think 2022 is going to be very big. And I really hope we see more and more players like Pratap and Iron Man and all these other guys who are killing it come out of India, right? And Mystic, what are your guys' plans for India?
I think understanding the psyche of Indian gamers is important, and I've got a lot of insight from Kalaari Capital, working with them, trying to understand like what incentives can we bring to Indian players to make them compelled to play to earn games, right? So I think the thing that made Philippines work out so well, I think, is just that the word of mouth effect that catalyzed across the entire nation, right? You see your neighbor playing this game, you don't really have to understand what Axie Infinity is. You just see your friend playing it and they're able to support themselves in some capacity. So I think this is what our focus is right now, is just to enable the initial condition to kind of explode India's growth with play to earn and Axie Infinity.
Awesome. So a little bit closing statement, closing question, taking a leaf out of Peter Thiel, what is one thing that all of you will that you think that will happen, but like, nobody believes that it will happen, right? Like, what is something you think that will happen which other don't seem to happen?
I think Dheeraj cut out, but I can. I'll answer this question because it's kind of short. I mean, I wrote a tweet thread about this, but I truly believe that Axie Infinity will be one of the largest transfers of knowledge and talent and value that we'll see in our lifetime. Where Axie Infinity effectively takes millions of underbanked individuals and streamlines their access to these sophisticated financial tools that many even Western people don't even have a clue that they exist. So I think by virtue of this and the growth trends that we're seeing, I really stand by this kind of thesis.
So I would also like to give an answer on NFTs, right? So how NFTs in gaming would change. So like when YouTube happened, someone like Marcus Brownlee, who was a YouTuber, and just by sitting out of his bedroom and he could just talk about tech stuff, and he gained millions of followers. He didn't have to reach out to any brand or media to promote him. That changed, right? That made sure the media recognizes YouTube influencers. I believe that'll happen to NFTs and through NFT-based games as well. And we would see influencers getting in this big time, and indie artists also utilizing games and NFTs as a platform to make it big. And that would make sure that any news media or outlet out there to watch and rework on their strategy to promote any of these artists or brands. And also, I see this play to earn gaming as a new gig for any young Indians to get on. Like, I've seen college going guys being part of Swiggy and all that. I guess that would change now with everyone having mobile internet and everyone having access to internet. Play to earn can be the new gig of India and developing countries across the globe. So yeah, I see that happening with the changes. Yeah.
I think Dheeraj is logged off because he had an internet issue, but Jeff, over to you for the last word on what you think might happen, but which no one else, or rather everybody's skeptical about.
I think that the first digital nations are going to come out of games. We're already seeing with Axie a shared economy, a shared culture, a shared national pastime, even language, right? Like if you speak to Axie community about Axie stuff, like, and they don't, right? Like they don't kind of code shift back into being a normal human being, right? You have no idea what they're talking about in many cases, right? So in my opinion, that's kind of like its own little language. So yeah, I think that in 10 to 15 years, there are going to be play to earn gaming economies that have like transitioned into having a physical home base for their citizens to aggregate and live. And I think some of them will be recognized by the UN. I think that a lot of these economies will start to gain political power because they're creating jobs, right? Creating jobs is actually the job of politicians. But when we start to have a game economy start to do that, you actually start to create politicians out of game designers. And I think that's what we're starting to see. We're on the kind of the forefront of that. And so yeah, I think like, yeah, in terms of like the craziest stuff that people might not expect, I would definitely say like, right, this idea of these digital nations transitioning into having like kind of physical world power and political power. I think that's something that I'm super excited about.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. This was a very, very good discussion. And it is actually very, very interesting to see how play to earn could change Indian gaming going forward. And I'm sure that all of you here will have a significant role to play in it. So thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Perfect. The next agenda item is the launch of the gaming lab. We will be playing a short video shot right now, and we'll open up the floor for questions after that.
Hey everyone, welcome to Gamecon 2021, a Kalaari initiative to build the gaming ecosystem. My name is Vani Kola, Managing Director of Kalaari Capital. In India, we have a huge potential for gaming. In terms of mobile gaming downloads, India has massive potential, and already in mobile gaming, we are ahead of US, Brazil, and many other countries. Today, over 400 million mobile gamers spend over 8.5 hours a week. Where does all this add up from monetization, which I think has been one of the bottlenecks to building next generation gaming companies for the world out of India? Today, more than ever, I feel really confident that the next EA, Epic Games, Ubisoft, Roblox can all emerge from India. At Kalaari, we have always been interested in developing the gaming ecosystem of India and investing into next generation companies. We pioneered investing into RMG, real money gaming genre. And today, more gaming genres, whether it's play to earn, gaming and crypto, or gaming and NFTs, are all really expanding the gaming universe. Beyond fantasy gaming, I think from technology really creating the next digital worlds and metaverse platforms, even hardware devices integrated deeply into gaming environments with AR, VR, all of these open the world of building the next epic gaming opportunity out of India. This is a new inflection for us to grab at this opportunity. Are you ready? And that brings us to the Gaming Lab. At the Gaming Lab, we welcome all forms of gaming companies, whether that's GameFi, social gaming, eSports, development studios, and infrastructure plays. We are excited to help the founders with capital, mentoring, distribution networks, and scaling acceleration. Apart from capital, we bring our vast expertise and network that we have built over decades. You will find all the details on how to apply on the Gamecon website. And if you are a mentor or a friend of a gaming founder or a company that you want us to take a look at, we welcome your introductions. Thank you, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the event.
Yep. So we'll open up the floor for Q&A right now. And the first question here is, apart from capital, what else can the Gaming Lab provide for entrepreneurs applying?
I think, look, this is an emerging market. And so access to capital, not just the initial seed capital, but access to broader growth capital becomes very, very important. And I think that's something that a lot of founders, every founder should think about as they start the company. Also, by having a strong access into the ecosystem and deep experience in helping emerging companies build, ability to sort of bring organizational development, and also from our partners and friends, the kind of insights we have brought today, but tailor-made for your specific needs, and being able to scale that for you, right? So I think there is knowledge, there is mentoring, there is capital, there is organizational development, but most importantly, we are passionate and committed to help entrepreneurs in India really create large-scale companies and global brands. So we hope we have an opportunity to work with you.
Yeah, actually, Avinash, I'll just add to it. While of course Vani and Kalaari, entire Kalaari team is extremely seasoned investors and will get everything that a marquee VC investor can get on board. We at Winzo, we've been building for the Indian ecosystem for the last 4 years. This particular initiative is by the founders for the founders, right? It's a very hard category to crack. There can be, a lot of material, online or otherwise that can actually make it a little difficult for somebody who wants to really cut their teeth and let's say probably churn a massive enterprise in the gaming ecosystem, right? At Winzo, we personally feel that we can bring tremendous value to somebody who would be part of the gaming lab, such as, let's say, right from the beginning, when somebody is looking out for what kind of concept or game they want to build, we have a lot of ready-made plug-in real-time game server that one can actually utilize that can leapfrog your, let's say, couple of months worth of development in 2 days, right? Especially given the platform that we have, there is a very massive scale, right? We have about 7 crore registered users, like more than 20 million monthly active users. Achieving a product market fit on a platform like Winzo is again super easy. Winzo's team, with all their learnings and expertise in data, ML, technology, what to build, what to look, how to measure, right? How to really get your D1 retention of how to really, get your first 10,000 users on a platform. And all those things, our entire team is available to mentor all the startups who are going to be part of this particular initiative. Not just that, right? Let's say you are a company which has already built something, you've already achieved a product market fit. Given the way we have distributed, our platform is available in 12 different languages. We have really, on our way to reach out to each and every household. We have a very large community of micro influencers, right? We have 50,000 plus influencers. We work closely with some of the biggest gaming influencers like Gary Minati, Mortal, right? You name it, we got it, right? We can open markets, we can open doors in terms of distribution of your content, right? We can take your game to 10 million users in a span of months, right? Where for any other gaming company, it is going to probably take years to reach those kind of marks. So I think those are some of the resources, both in terms of knowledge, as well as in terms of IPs that are also going to be availed, of course, alongside capital for folks who are interested in being a part of this program. I personally feel that this can if there's something like this would happen at when we were trying to achieve that 0 to 1 in early days of Winzo, that would have been a phenomenal help to us. So yes, I think that's also something that we as Winzo would be bringing on table in this association.
Yeah, I think, Pawan, to what you said, right? I mean, having knowledge from people who have done this before and having them, watch your back, that's very, very valuable and important. And so I think what you said is right on. Maybe we can, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just one more thing I forgot to add. So if you look at, Winzo through Winzo, we've also been able to attract a lot of capital in the form of global gaming investors, right? For example, if you look at Courtside Venture Partners, Makers Fund, Griffin Gaming Partners, all these are like phenomenal, global gaming investors. They're all on our cap table as well. So the idea is that we are fairly connected to the global grid. So if let's say anybody is interested in doing something or learning about, let's say, some other markets, all those connects and networks are also very much possible.
Thank you. The next question is from Umang Shah. Can someone apply with just an idea where development is required? I mean, where support is required on development and network as well. So will the Gaming Lab be taking paper ideas?
I would say, look, one of the most valuable thing an entrepreneur needs to bring besides idea is ability to execute on that idea. There's a fine balance between, support that's needed versus sort of the, how should I say, superiority of an idea. I think sometimes there is nothing special about an idea, but special about how founders relentlessly executed. If you saw the previous panel on Axie, they said 2018, they couldn't get paid and they had this problem, that problem, whatever it was, right? They made it happen. So it's not that we wouldn't fund an idea, but the entrepreneur is the one who has to execute. And, an idea goes through many, many iterations. You can call them pivots, depending on, how big a shift in the idea happens. And that's the insight and value that the entrepreneur brings. To think that someone else can supplant it, right, would be really fantasy. So we definitely look for, of course, unique ideas, but also strong founders who can execute on their ideas.
Yeah, I think idea is a dime a dozen, right? I think in very, very few cases, a founder, ends up building on for decades what that person thought on the very first day. Business completely transforms, right? And metamorphosis happens. And ideas are a dime a dozen that way. And as I completely agree with Vani. I think past is the best predictor for future, right? So if, let's say, you have an idea, but you have a very strong execution background, or you've already, let's say, built something, started off something, ex-founders, if you're that kind of a individual where there are some data points for us to develop that kind of a cadence, then of course ideas are also welcome. But of course, if you're, if you just have an idea and it's very difficult to figure out the grit and the perseverance, like Pani mentioned, behind that, then of course it can be a little tricky, right, to support.
Sure. Next question is actually a pretty interesting question. In developed economies, particularly in Japan and the US, VC funds and investors have been investing in teams, eSports teams, or even sports teams for that matter. Would the gaming lab here be willing to invest in eSports teams or in-house guilds, the crypto equivalent of eSports teams, as part of this initiative?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Only thing is, I think there is a pace of growth in developed economies, and it's going to take patience in India sometimes to grow the companies. So it's not esports team or guilds, which is fine, but for them to reach a certain scale may take some time. And as long as the teams have the passion and perseverance, then I don't see why not. Pawan?
Yes, absolutely. See, the idea is here. In fact, the whole purpose of holding this conference is that we are all aware that gaming is going to go through a disruption, right? The decade of Indian gaming ecosystem is here and now, right? From 2021 to 2030, it's going to be gaming all the way here in India. And India is anyway, I would say, going through a very interesting paradigm shift in this terms of consumer behavior. And there'll be people, there'll be different business models that will come out. There'll be different ways of monetization that's going to come out. There is so much, I would say, material around Web3. We've got some of the panelists who have been doing phenomenal stuff on Web3. And we are absolutely open to evaluate all of that. I think with Kalaari's exceptional understanding of evaluating different ventures alongside our understanding of gaming as a sector, I think we'll be able to do a decent job at even assessing submissions around esports teams or YGGs, which is gaming guilds, or anything at all for that matter.
I think we are just about on questions right now. I think we are done. Any closing notes, Vani, Soumya, or Pawan, on the gaming lab?
I just would like to kind of do a big thank you, and I think this has been a great day and a great event. On the gaming lab itself, watch out for the website for far more information, and we'd love to collaborate and partner with all of you founders out there in making this ecosystem more vibrant and build great companies. In fact, it wasn't a gaming lab, but I still distinctly remember meeting Soumya and Pavan when Winzo was still a very early idea. And it was really the, passion they had for what they were doing, and the quality of the founding team, two very strong co-founders that they were, but also the deep, how should I say, purpose and integrity that they brought rather. And it's a different time and a different discussion. And when a company is successful, it feels like it was easy. But I know that, like every founder goes through at some point some challenges. I think there were moments, whether it was access to funding or mainly access to funding, that I think, Pavan and Soumya overcame, right? So we hope that the Gaming Lab brings you a community of people who have done it and who wants to sort of create a paid forward culture and, help others to achieve their potential and dreams. But I also want to take a moment here to thank everyone who have joined us for Gamecon, and also thank you, Soumya and Pavan at Winzo for partnering with us. Thank Axie Infinity for being part of this, Pankaj and his team who are running the Axie Infinity India community for organizing this tournament. I think if you were with us today, you know that we had some great speakers, and each of our speakers gave their time and shared wonderful insights about the future of gaming. Our casters were superb, Mystic and Stark. They kept the tournament, on the edge with their commentary, and, shout out to all the players who participated. Obviously, Pratap and Jayesh did a great job in keeping us engaged and getting first and second position, right? So it was really an immense pleasure for us to organize this. We had a lot of fun. We hope you did too. And I learned a lot today. I hope you did also. But on Gaming Lab, please do reach out to us. You can reach out to us on nobot@gamecon.in, and do reach out to us through LinkedIn or Twitter, and make this happen together. So I do want to share that there are 2 workshops coming up next. Also, there is an opportunity to be part of a breakout room. After the post session, we'll also be there and join. And so if you have any questions for any of us, reach out to us, look for us in the lounge, and join the room, and definitely look forward to the chat. Pavan, would you like to add?
Yes, thank you so much, Vani. Just want to share that, yes, for us, literally, for the opportunity back then that, was created by you and the team was phenomenal. I think we couldn't have hoped for or imagined better, first check than Kalaari Capital. It was amazing. And the first, I would say first 2 years, Revant, Rahul, and a lot more people from Kalaari's team were literally like, co-founders who helped us, with the product market fit or distribution or, whatever is required, right? Until we became and reached a stage where, now, we are able to sort of pay it forward, like Vani said. I personally feel that it is our fiduciary duty to really help in whichever way we can. And we are fully committed to make an awesome Gamecon Mafia, the Gaming Lab Mafia, right? I personally feel the cohort of companies that are going to come here will have all the resources that Winzo can offer, all the learnings that Winzo can offer. And let's make a couple of unicorns from this initiative here today. Soumya?
Totally resonate that. I think that's a great thought to end with. Let's make a couple of unicorns out of what we have today started as the Gamecon and the Gaming Lab. Look forward to that, and really excited to partner with some of the founders who must be sitting with absolutely beautiful ideas that's going to change the way this ecosystem is looking like. for years to come. So look forward to partnering with you. And I do believe from our experience, and Kalaari being our first check in the company, that at times the most important decision that you make is who gets into the company the first, right? And having the right partners, like the most important decision a founder has to make. So yes, look forward to partnering with most of you, and co-building in this space.
Thank you, everyone. So we'll take a few minutes to meet each other in the lounge, and then also, as I said, the outscale building a career in India's gaming industry, and then the next workshop on how to be an Axie player are coming up next. So see you there.
Thank you, everyone. You can find us all in the lounge area on the event platform. And simultaneously, the workshop from Outscale will start. Thank you so much.
Hey, Mayank, all the best, man. Mayank, can you hear me?
Pawan, you'll have to go to the Jubilee lounge.
Okay.
I'll just send
Sure,
you the
sure.
link for that.
Yeah, sure.
Hey guys, Mandra, I think we should be good to go live. Just let me know. I think I can see audience starting to join in. So I'm guessing the session just before this one is over. So we'll just wait a couple of minutes before we officially kickstart, so that all the folks can join in as well. Hopefully you guys are able to hear me loud and clear. So if somebody can just drop me a thumbs up or a yes in the chat, I think that'll be helpful. All right, perfect. Thank you. Awesome. So I can see audience starting to join in. So for everybody who's already joined in, welcome. We'll just get started in a minute. We'll just wait for a few more audience as well to come in, just log in for the session, get started, and then we'll officially kick off. All right, perfect. Thanks everyone for the confirmation in the chat. All right. Awesome. Okay, hopefully my presentation is also nice and visible. In case anybody is facing any issues, just let me know in the chat, guys. Even now or during the conversation today, if you face any issues, we'll take a breather to figure out whatever is the problem and then continue from there. All right. Okay. By the way, as we are waiting for other folks to join in, if folks want to let me know in the chat what is their favorite game, or even if they don't play any game, that's also fine. So just let me know in the chat what you guys think, or which one is your favorite game if you play something very often, or you don't play any games at all, then also would love to know, just so that I know what kind of audience we have coming in, and then I can cater the conversation accordingly with some more relevant examples for today. Can be PUBG, can be something else. I don't know what majority folks are playing. I understand a lot of the younger demographic. So PUBG, okay, Avinash, thank you. That was like, I think, the most common example and the most popular example. So Axie, okay, great, yeah. GTA 5, interesting. Again, Axie. Like nobody's a Clash Royale or some of these mid-core kind of sticky games that live on for years. FIFA, Pokemon, okay, really strong, interesting examples. All right, awesome. So I think what we'll do, I can see a lot of good names kind of popping in FIFA, and we have Cricket 07. Okay, this is old school. That's when I was back in my hospital days, playing a lot of FIFA cricket games as well. So awesome. So I think what we'll do is we'll get started so that we have enough time towards the end of the session as well. Just let me know if you need to wait for a minute or so. We can probably wait, but otherwise we'll just get started now. So Hitman series, special shout out to that one, loved it. All right, guys. So welcome everybody. My name is Mayank Grover. I'm the founder of Outscale. Outscale is an edtech platform where our focus is to help young learners become professionals in the gaming industry, and not just by upskilling them, we also help them by getting them jobs in the industry. So a little bit before we get started today on our topic for going about building a career in the gaming industry, and we'll look at some different perspectives here. But a little bit about first myself. I've been in the game industry for the past 10 years. Haven't started in the game industry. Originally, I started with a bachelor's in information technology, so classical computer science background, and then went on to work with a finance hedge fund called DE Shaw after my graduation back in 2009, and then quickly realized that finance just was not my cup of tea, and instead ended up switching into the gaming industry. So around 2010 is when I decided that I wanted to switch in, and my first official professional game development internship came about in 2013. So which was with Kixeye. I ended up going to the US to do my master's program from Carnegie Mellon. Worked with a bunch of companies in US, worked with a lot of companies in India as well. And across the 10 years, I've worked on hyper casual games. I've worked on real money casino games, Rummy, Teen Patti, which are very popular in India. Worked on some international IP such as Transformers games as well. So across the spectrum, I've worked on a lot of different technology spaces as well as business model when it comes to games. So when in 2018, I was thinking about what kind of venture I want to start, it was always a struggle. It took me 3-4 years to transition professionally into the industry, and Outscale was kind of an inception of a problem that I was trying to solve for myself. I wish Outscale existed 10-15 years back, and I know a lot of the veterans from the game industry that I talk to always say the same thing, that they wished they had something like Outscale when they were younger as well. So that's a little bit about myself. I'm happy to answer any more questions. We'll keep the session today very interactive and engaging, and please continue to drop in any questions that you have. As I take breathers in between, we'll be picking up questions and doing a very interactive fun session rather than trying to keep it as a monologue, right? So hopefully we'll have a lot of audience participation, and you guys can prompt me with specific questions, whichever you might have in the different career roadmaps that we'll be discussing about. Okay, so a quick overview of the agenda today. So we'll be focusing first on what kind of roles and sort of opportunities exist. So we'll be looking at probably a slightly broader landscape of opportunities. Sorry, I think I disconnected for a couple of minutes because it was not showing the live indicator on my screen. So, okay, hopefully we are back live. Liz, let me know in the chat actively if you guys see me drop out or something. Good. So, the most obvious thing that I've heard people say is that I want to get into the game industry is because I love to play games, right? And that's always the sort of the starting point for me. When I look back in my childhood, there was always something specific that attracted me towards games itself, right? Like there's always people just playing all night games, especially in my college days. We used to sit at 8 p.m. starting to play games of FIFA, thinking we'll play 1 or 2 games, and before you realize it's breakfast time. So, first and foremost, we got to ask, right? Like, why are you wanting to think about building a career in this industry? Because people who succeed and are able to build fruitful long-term careers, right, are the ones that have some deep love for games, right? So if you really have to ask, then maybe it's a kind of a question mark that whether your core alignment is there or not. The macro factors might be aligned, but you got to really go deep into figuring out. I quickly realized that I'm not a finance guy. My first job was fintech. I was making a good amount of money, but it just wasn't in my core alignment. So nailing that why becomes very important, right? And more than that, right? Like a lot of people are even today are skeptical. There's social dilemma around like, is game development even, or is gaming industry even a serious career? So to all usually the naysayers, right, like the broader ecosystem than we look at, right, people who are learning the skill set of games, right, people who are either on the development side, publishing side, we'll talk about some of these aspects in a bit, but they are not just focused on games, but those skill set actually transcend the gaming industry as well, right? Even though our topic today is focused on gaming industry, but from an individual career perspective, there are a lot more opportunities that you can tap into at a broader level as well. So this is something to keep in mind when we think about as an individual, is this the right career move, right? People who are going into engineering or starting a business or entering into marketing, etc., right? These skill sets translate very well to the broader tech industry as well, and that's where the opportunity is not just gaming, but at the entire technology space. So hopefully that kind of gives an overview of how one should sort of think about while trying to enter into this industry as well. Okay, good. So broadly speaking, right, there is one very strong misconception that I want to address head on, right? People think that playing games versus building games is kind of the same thing. If I really enjoy playing games, while we just talked about that, that's the core motivation. Building games and being on the behind the curtain of the gaming industry, right? That's a very different kind of an industry that you get to use to, right? And sometimes very shocking as well. So, I love this meme around, that people think that it's the same thing. They get to play games, but the reality is that once you are on the other side of the door, you get to see a very different world that you don't expect. So one common saying that I like to refer usually is that building something fun is really hard. So because at the end of the day, you're building something that is gonna be fun and engaging for the audience. It's not an easy thing to build as well. So prepare for a hard, tough journey, but eventually a very rewarding journey as well. Okay, cool. So getting down to some of the career paths, right? Broadly, when I think about the career trajectory from an individual perspective, right? I think of that there are two categories of these roles that exist, right? So you have your individual contributors and you have the generalist. Generalist is kind of a vague term that I'm using here, but I'll come down to what really I think of as generalist as well, because individual contributors can be generalist too. But when you think about individual contributors, these are sort of function specific, right? They're performing one specific job, and over time, as your career progresses, you're kind of becoming more and more kind of specialized in that particular role, right? And generalists, whereas on the other hand, would be people who are able to do multiple things that an individual contributor can do, but probably like 70% of it only, right? They can't execute all the way 100% because their skill set is kind of split. So from an individual contributor's perspective, right, when you try to further subclassify, you can think of three sort of macro categories, right? One is on the pure play development side, that you are as part of the core team that's building a game, right? Another core category is your esports, where you're part of the ecosystem that revolves around playing games, right? And sort of that phenomena where you are on the front facing side of games, where interacting with the end customers a lot, right? End players who like to watch games and who like to play games as well, right? And then there are certain common roles that kind of overlap between the development as well as on the esports side. So these are some roles that you can leverage. If these are things that you already have experience in, then you might be able to jump into either the development industry or even the esports industry, because these will be common, and we'll touch on these as well. So when you think about individual contributors on the development side, right, some of you guys might already be familiar with, but you have the classical programmers, right, designers, the game designers, you have artists, you have producers, you have project managers and quality assurance people whose literally job is to play games and find out issues in those games as well, right? So so these are some of the macro roles. Of course, there are more specifics and more narrower. Within artists, you'll have further subclassification of somebody who's doing 2D art, somebody who's doing 3D, somebody who's doing purely UI, maybe animations, and designers will come down to things like sound design, narration design, storyboarding, game design. So as you keep sort of going down the hierarchy, you'll have further more granular and detailed level sort of classification of these roles as well. And then same goes for like programming. When you talk about programming in the game development industry, you will think of a generalist person who's building the entire game, but then as they mature, they might become sound designer or interaction designer or animation developer and programmer, right? So you can keep going down further in the hierarchy tree, and the roles sort of start to become more specialized. Will not be, I mean, all these topics, if we start talking about them in detail, that'll take us probably a couple of hours. So in interest of time, we'll be narrowing down only 2 specific roles that we'll be talking about, right? But this is just a way to give you guys a broader understanding of what kind of roles to think about as you are approaching, trying to enter into this space. On the individual contributor, when you think about the second category, the esports, you'll have your influencers and streamers who are playing the games, and then you'll have your announcers, coaches that are working with these influencers, streamers, or sometimes even esports teams, right? Like each esports team would have their own player coaches, etc., for specific games as well. So, as you are a streamer, you might transition into actual pro level player, and from there in your career you might transition into becoming a coach for another team, right? So as you can see, there is kind of a fluid flow between how you can start from some specific individual contributor role, but then start into maturing into something higher and much more sort of sophisticated as well, right? And then on the esports side, you have companies that are heavily focused on building and organizing tournaments as well. And I know there was an Axie Infinity tournament organized as part of this Gamecon activity as well. So, the companies that are behind the scenes helping build these tournaments and organize these tournaments would also need a lot of talent who's interested in getting into the game industry as well, right? So these are some of the broad level roles which can be bucketed into either the development or the esports side. But then you have some common roles that are actually you can jump between these 2 verticals as well. So if you're part of the marketing team or you're part of community building is something that's taking the game industry by storm, where tools such as Slack and Discord and online forums such as Discourse are giving a lot of new channels for game studios to actually build out community and have that direct relationship with the end customer, people who are playing in. A lot of game companies are heavily leveraging community, and this is something that at Outscale we are also very big believers that community is going to play a very big role. So if you guys know some good games that have leveraged community to either figure out some growth hacks to get early traction or get to some major milestones, do let us know in the chat. I'm always excited to figure out what people are doing uniquely and innovatively, just because here you're cutting down all the middleman. Now you're not just waiting for reviews to show up on Google Play Store or App Store, but you have a direct connection on a Discord platform or on Slack with your end customers who are playing your game, and they're able to pipe that feedback back to you, right? So community is a very hot piece within the gaming industry and broadly in the tech ecosystem as well. Same goes for operations and finances as well, which are also very much needed when you think about gaming being a $300 billion plus industry. Naturally, these play a very important role. Okay. So if you guys have any questions regarding any of these, just let me know in the chat, and I'll be happy to take up specific questions if there are anything specific that is interesting. I know there's one question that I see regarding how has coronavirus affected the industry and our company Outscale as such. So broadly, I think COVID, in all sort of the kind of problems that it caused overall in the society, especially with the forced lockdown, it gave a massive boost to the overall gaming industry. Reasoning being is when people were isolated in their houses, the only true form of social connection where people are actually interacting with each other after so much of Zoom calls, there is only that much you can do. People need things to interact and do together as they would do in the real world, right? So naturally, the only digital alternative that used to do this really well was games, and games were doing this before as well, but because of this forced conditions, it has massively boosted the gaming industry, right? People that you might not even classify as quote unquote gamers are actually now spending more than an hour every day, right? So this is something that I like to throw out as an anecdotal example, but we don't think of our grandma or our mother as a gamer, right? Like I don't imagine anybody saying my parents are hardcore gamers, right? But there are so many examples where people say that my parents are spending 1 hour playing Ludo with their friends in some other part of India, right? Or some other part of the world, right? It's become, some of these games have become household names, and as a result, they've like gaming industry is kind of massively shot up in that aspect, where not everybody is just playing PUBG and being hardcore about it, but also people are much older demographic is now getting into games as well, who earlier thought that this is just a waste of time, right? People are connecting over games of carom with their cousins, with their relatives and whatnot as well, right? But you would never, in a classical sense, think of them as hardcore gamer. They would never sit on a console playing, Call of Duty. But based on the amount of time that they're spending in games, you'll still think that, okay, this is a very big audience pool that's coming up online, and people are not building games for them as well, right? In terms of our company specifically, was the second part of that question. It has definitely boosted a lot because we are in the education side of games industry, right? We understand that the talent is the fundamental limiting factor right now in this industry. Majority people just don't have the avenue to figure out how to become a professional, and then companies on the other hand struggle to find the right talent. We have seen a major influx of demand of hiring young engineers, especially engineers. Our focus is on game programmers, and I'll talk more about programming in a bit. And that's where we have done well, and the company has grown as well, and our intake of students have grown in terms of taking in more students, helping them turn into professional developers, and helping them get jobs. Jaraj is asking, what are the technologies one should learn in order to make a career in gaming? So broadly, Jaraj, when you asked about gaming and technology, it's a very diverse ecosystem. What the approach I would recommend is that based on the broad categories of roles that I've mentioned, if you first nail down top 2 or 3 choices that you think you might be interested. For example, you might already come from a non-technical background and might have done some marketing work, for example, right? Now you can say, okay, maybe marketing is one thing that I'm fairly familiar with. Might be that's a starting point, right? And then you can pick up, can I become even like, I would probably want to become an eSports player as well, right? So can I start with streaming? So broadly, if you see these last 3-4 slides, if you can pick up 1 or 2 things, that will give you an entryway to start doing research and figuring out which one is the right cup of tea for you. And from there, then you can branch out and say, okay, marketing I thought was this, but it turns out it's something else. And now maybe marketing is not the right thing. What I had in mind was community, because marketing and community are very closely related to each other, right? So that way, I would recommend a pathway where you go in and start branching out from there as you start to gather more. Otherwise, if you just look at the blank canvas, like what tools or technologies do I need to learn, then you'll be lost, because there'll be so many different options that people will recommend, and you'll not have a directed path of figuring out what you want to do as well. Hopefully that kind of answers your question. Is indie developer a good choice in today's world? Nasir, just hold on to that question. I'll talk about indie developers towards the second half, because I'm talking about that in a slightly more detail as well. So I'll revisit that question once more. Awesome. So yeah, keep the questions coming in. I love it. Okay, so first, sort of major role that I want to jump into is game programming, game development, right? Game development is the broad term. Game programming is probably a more specific term so that it nails down as to we're talking about people with programming experience, people who know how to build games from a technical standpoint. Okay, so and the development roles are, in very short supply. The gaming industry fundamentally right now is constrained with the number of developers that it has. The reason in the last 2 decades, the tech industry globally has boomed drastically, and the number of startups and tech companies that are starting are humongous compared to game companies, is because there is a good supply of people learning broad technical skills such as web development and generic Android development or generic software development, right? But then not enough learning game development specifically, because this industry needs more unique skill set where you have to learn, specific things such as a game engine or C++ programming, etc. Right? Like these are things that are very specific to programming specific roles, and as a result, you have to learn these specifics in order to be successful or get started in this industry as well, right? So the game companies are rising because of this massive boost that we just discussed regarding COVID. A lot of venture money is flowing into the gaming companies. As a result, the number of companies are shooting up. A lot of startup activity is happening. A lot of existing companies are hiring like crazy as well. And all of this is fundamentally now constrained that the number of game developers that exist is very less. So when I talk about talent thinking about entering into the space, the one thing that I talk about heavily is that people don't understand where the value is or where the power is in their favor versus in company's favor, right? So if you're supply constraint, right, in game industry scenario, industry is supply constraint, the talent supply is very limited, whereas the number of companies are more, which means if you are a talented developer, right, or you acquire those skills somehow, and I'll talk about how, naturally you will have the power because there are more companies to choose from and less developers available out there, right? Whereas on the other side, when you're applying for web development or something else, more generic software engineering, there are way more talent that's competing for those limited number of jobs as well, right? So this kind of gives you a different power dynamic where the power for good developers is always in the hand of the developer themselves. They always have a lot of choices that I have 5 job offers. I'm not sure which one to go with, right? Because they all look equally good. And these are real examples of students who have graduated from our program where they are all getting competing offers from tier 1 game companies just because talent is so limited, right? Even right now, we have more companies than we have developers. So, okay. So that's why that's something that I usually ask people to sort of do the research and figure out. But this is part of the macro industry trend that majority people sort of misunderstanding. Okay. So a typical career pathway, 5-10 years back, and this is my pathway in essentially what I took when I was looking to enter into the space. It looked like you had to get some kind of a formal education, whether it's a bachelor's, whether it's a master's program, but some kind of a formal education is needed. After you do that, you will look to getting hired either as an intern or a full-time, and typically you'll start off with roles such as a junior developer or an entry-level game programmer. These would be the common titles that you would start with, right? And then you'll be learning a lot of the new skills on the job, right? So majority of the time, companies used to hire people from colleges with generic bachelor's in computer science, and then they would actually train them internally for 5-6 months in order to get them to a level where they can now add value to actual game projects, right? So that's kind of learning skills on the job. Now, one major change that has happened is that the pace of development has increased. While companies are still committing to helping developers, especially young ones or programmers, skill up on the job, more and more companies are demanding that people come in with some amount of core skill set already, right? Especially given that majority of now work happens remotely, it's very hard to train people within the work environment when industry is moving so fast, right? Everybody, all the startups are looking to move fast. Bigger companies are looking to innovate fast as well, which means you need people who can start being productive in week 1 rather than in month 6, right? So that's a fundamental change that has happened in the last 10 years. As the pace of development has increased, newer business models have come into existence, and newer industries have spun up as well in the past as well, right? So what a new kind of a path today looks like is that instead of getting a formal education, right, where companies were earlier mandating that they needed a bachelor's in technology degree with computer science as the core domain or specialization, right? Majority of the companies are no longer needing that at all. Instead, what they are asking for is you acquire the skill set, or at least a bare minimum of the skill set that are needed to enter into the domain. You showcase that skill set through the use of projects and resumes. GitHub is a fantastic example where majority programmers will host their projects, right? And they'll use that as part of their core portfolio of projects to showcase to a potential employer, right? So this becomes pivotal for you to showcase that, hey, I'm not just telling you because I have some XYZ certificates that I've acquired a particular skill, but here are the projects to back up my skills as well, right? And once you back up those game development relevant projects and showcase that you have a balance of both computer science knowledge as well as game development knowledge, right? Now that's the right recipe for getting into the industry, right? And this is essentially the same philosophy that we use at Outscale, where we have seen people coming in from art background, design background, BCom background as well, and transitioning into game development and becoming a programmer in 7 to 8 months, right? So the program doesn't enforce this fundamental limitation because the industry is now moving away from the requirement of a BTech degree. They have started to realize that in order to stay competitive in the market, they will have to cater to talent that comes from different aspects. And fundamentally, like in the why slide we talked about, right? People who are passionate about games. Just because when you were in your 10th standard in school, you didn't make a choice to choose science or computer science specifically, right? That doesn't mean that now in your entire career path, you cannot enter into the gaming industry if you want to build games, right? That is absolutely nonsense. So you can acquire the right skill set provided you have the right amount of focus. And this is essentially what Outscale's core mission is also, where we realize this, that companies don't care about degrees anymore. They more want to focus on that. Can this talent deliver the role and the job that they are supposed to deliver, right? And that's where a majority of the companies are moving towards as well. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. So if anybody is really interested, this is just a, we've launched this education.outscale.com website recently, which has a plethora of game development free courses that are available that we have created for our learners as well. So if anybody is interested, you can go onto this website, sign up yourself and get started with any of these. There are mid-level programs and projects that you'll get to build, which will cover very basics. So even if you have no computer science knowledge, zero programming knowledge, you can get started with game projects such as Mr. Blocks and Rock Paper Scissors, a classical example. One will be in Unity versus the other one will be in C++. So you can get started with these projects, and then from there gradually ease into more intermediate level projects, and then from there on into more advanced level projects as well. So this can at least give you a starting place if game development is what that you are excited about. Okay, I can see there is some questions. Just let me check. Okay, so Priyanka is asking, I've been in the content marketing field for a decade and I am an author of a comic book too, and I want to get into the gaming industry. Please tell me if game designing is something I can do. Would I need some course, or if coding is important, what online courses can I do in game design to start? Okay, so content marketing is a very good example. You already have a marketing domain So knowledge. So my advice to you is leverage that marketing knowledge and get into the marketing side of the gaming industry. Once you are on the inside, it's very easy for you to start with exploring the other facets as well, right? Now, because you have done content, you might find a niche for yourself in, say, writing stories specifically, right? Depending on what kind of content you have done in the past, maybe writing stories is the kind of design that you want. So rather than just broadly thinking about game design as one large bucket, you can narrow it down and say, okay, I have written a lot of things. I can do a lot of writing. I understand the user journey, or because you've done something of like a comic book, so you've done some kind of story writing, maybe story design or narration design, which is a further subcategory within design itself. That's a more specific thing for you, right? But what ends up happening is that if you take up a course on game design broadly, it will give you a high level overview, which is always a good choice to just get started with. But getting into the industry, talking to a lot more people who have these titles such as narrative designers, game designers, talking to them and understanding, and this is a growth hack that you can use. If you think you want to get into an XYZ role, reach out to 100 such people on LinkedIn today and tell them, hey, I'm looking to enter into this industry. I would love to understand from you how your career progression has been, and what would be your advice. People are very helpful. Generally 99.9% people, they're helpful. They want to see other people succeed. So if you reach out to them, they will give you some time, a 30-minute phone call, a 1-hour Zoom call, whatever it is, and you can learn quickly by talking to these specific people that is this exactly what you wanted to do, right? So don't take my generic advice for it. Do a little bit of targeted effort, and that will give you a better understanding. If you talk to 25 people who are working in narration design, right, that will give you tremendous amount of data / input in terms of understanding what the hell is narration design, right? How people in game industry specifically work on story. So you'll be able to go deeper and deeper into this thing by talking to the people who are actually doing this as a specific day job, right? Like I can talk endlessly regarding the same thing when it comes to programming, when it comes to being a founder, right? But on narration design specifically, I will not be the right person. But this is a good growth hack that everybody today can apply to a specific thing that they might think, even if it means like, I want to become a investor in games, I want to become a founder, etc. Right? So that hack you can use across the industry, and then you can pick, okay, maybe this game design course while I do this is great to get me started, and then later I want to do a specific course that gives me more hands-on experience about more nuanced element of design. So Priyanka, hopefully that answers your question. Just let me know in the chat if I missed something else as well. Okay, perfect. So hopefully, the overall programming journey makes sense. And again, education.outscale.com is something that you can visit to do some of the free courses that we already have as well. Okay, perfect. So the next one I want to talk more about is this generalist category that I earlier mentioned about, right? So there was an individual contributor where we had these plethora of these different roles. And then you have this generalist category where you are either a founder or you are an indie developer. So I know, Nasir, you had a question regarding indie development. So we'll touch on this from a founder's perspective, because an indie developer is also nothing but a founder, right? So they're kind of closely related, and I'll answer the question towards the end. So as a founder, just give me a yes in case we have some founders in the group. Just drop me a yes or a thumbs up or something in the chat, so I know if we have some founders already. Could be anything, founders of a tech startup or a gaming specific startup, or could be anything, right? So when you think about a founder, right, what exactly is the role? Because nobody really defines the role really well, right? And the reason is that because it's literally a bit of everything. So if you have to be a founder, you should be knowing something about almost all the elements of being an individual contributor, right? So you need to know a little bit about design, you need to know something about programming, you need to know something about art, you need to know something about production, publishing, project management, marketing, customer acquisition, game testing. You have to be a jack of all trades, and you have to know almost everything. So, so this is something that majority people sort of don't realize. But being a founder means just being a jack of all trades, right? What problem fundamentally when a founder thinks about the tech industry, right? What am I trying to build in the tech industry? Usually the first question that anybody would ask is, what is the problem that you are trying to solve? And this is where founders' perspective differs in the tech industry versus in the gaming industry, right? When you think about what is the core problem you're trying to solve, it's not easily answerable. So when you think about Airbnb, it was clear saying, we are trying to help people make more money with the space in their houses that is going underutilized, right? Now that's a problem that people have. I have a spare room and I'm not able to utilize or turn that into any strong value proposition. So now Airbnb to the rescue, right? But here, because we are building games or something in the games industry, right? It sometimes gets hard to define what is the problem that you're trying to solve, right? If you're trying to build a Candy Crush, is there a real problem that you're solving? Maybe yes, you're solving a problem on a more human level, right? You're solving a problem such as helping people connect with their friends and play real-time multiplayer games, right? So sometimes you have to abstract the problem from the product of the game itself and broadly classify it as a human level problem, as a connection level problem as well, right? So it kind of comes down with experience in terms of how you think about what is the core problem that you're trying to solve with the game that you're trying to make, or if you are building something for the gaming industry. For example, if you are a tournament organizer company that we talked about in the esports category, you might build a platform or a tech platform website where tomorrow Kalaari or Outscale can come and host PUBG tournaments, right? So now you have a more tech product aimed towards the game industry, and your gaming industry is your clients or partners or consumers who are using your tech product. So depending on where you sit in that spectrum, you'll have different ways of identifying what is the core problem that you're trying to solve. Okay, and usually that's the first question of when you're thinking of being a founder. What is the core problem that you're trying to solve? When I started Outscale, I know the problem that I defined for myself was like, I wish Outscale existed. I wish the community existed where people looking to become game developers were passionate about gaming and becoming professionals. They wanted to do something there, and that was the core problem that I was trying to solve. Okay, cool. So again, a typical career path for somebody who's looking to become a founder in the space would look like that they start off as an individual contributor, and that's why we talked about individual contributors at length before. You become an individual contributor, you go and work for game industry, you become part of a game studio or some marketing agency that works with a bunch of game studios, etc., depending on which role that you belong to. And from there, you start to build your network and your experience. And over time, you then start to think about, can I now build something of my own, right? And typically in India, the career, when you think about building something of your own, used to be that people would first think that, okay, I want to start a company and I want to build a small game studio building games. But in order to make it work, I'll first sort of, I'll first make it as a service company where we are working for clients and helping them get their games out. And then over time, once we have money, once we have a team, we will start launching our own products, which is basically making our own games that we want to make, right? So that was 10 years back, that was the path. And fundamentally, one of the strong reasons why that used to be was that games was always considered a hit-driven business, right? It was not a business where there was repeatability in terms of success, right? But in the last 10 years, this thing has changed drastically, where with the advent of free-to-play games, games as a service kind of a model, where people are not putting money into the games upfront, But as they continue to play games over the years, they're able to put in more and more capital through in-app purchases, buying new skins, buying new cosmetic upgrades for their characters and players, etc. Right? So because of these elements, games have turned into more of a SaaS business, right? It's like software as a service business where people are engaging with the content that games are putting out. And as a result, now fundamentally one thing that has changed is that a lot of venture capital money is flowing into the ecosystem, right? A lot of game companies are getting funded. So this old, career path no longer exists, or it still exists, but there are new kind of ways that you can go about thinking about being a founder as well. So, so some way in a new path is, if you don't have a lot of experience, you can still fake it till you make it, right? And the idea here is that you build experience in non-conventional ways, right? And I already gave you an example in previous answer, where if you want to cumulatively collect years worth of experience in a few months, the only way you can do that is by talking to people who are 5 to 10 steps ahead of you, right? So if they're 5 steps ahead of you, they've already built a decent size game company, and you learn and absorb from their experience, and you talk to 50 or 100 of these folks, right? Now, in a short amount of time that you would have taken normally 5 years to get to, in a short amount of time, you have been able to accumulate that. It still doesn't compare to having actual hands-on experience and doing that, but you're still kind of hacking your way to speed up the process of the learning, right? And that you can do for building experience, right? Same way for building connections. Definitely leverage a lot of platform such as LinkedIn that are now with more remote ecosystem. Today, right now, I'm engaging with you guys right now here. I might have a call with some game studio in US in an hour from now, right? So use online tools. Zoom is a great example. LinkedIn is the best example, where you can actually hack a lot of the connections and start to build a network in absolutely no time, just that it requires a lot of dedicated amount of commitment and effort in order to get started. But once the snowball, it has that snowball kind of effect, right? Where once you start to hack it, you start to understand the nuances of the industry, the specifics about how and in which domain you would want to go in, right? Being a founder, there are a lot of opportunities that you can explore, but first trying to nail down what is the problem that you're trying to solve, and what kind of market or a segment that you're trying to create, what kind of a product you're trying to build. We'll talk about these in just a minute. And then from there on, once you have these core pieces, you can start thinking about what do you really want to build, right? And we'll talk about this building part in just a minute. Okay, so hopefully the way I'm trying to just lay it out is that there's a clear indication of what's the traditional thing that used to work, and with the advent of remote work and these things becoming much more prevalent, and people becoming more accepting of things such as remote work, a lot of venture capital money coming into the ecosystem, things have evolved really fast as well, and we got to change according to that. And these are some of the new ways that we are seeing across the industry, how people are adopting new strategies to start new businesses as well. Okay, so when you're thinking about building, there are two sort of classical approaches. You can think about that I'm trying to build a new product, which is kind of I'm trying to build a new type of a game altogether, right? Something that didn't used to exist, and I'm catering it to an existing market, right? So, for example, like if you can imagine that classical rummy is very popular in India, or at least in certain states within India, right? Now, you can imagine, say, okay, I'm going to bring in some elements of, and again, this is a bad example, but on the spot, I'm thinking, so you can bring in some examples of Ludo and match it into Rummy, right? There's maybe some kind of a roll a die kind of a mechanic that you introduce. Now, you're kind of building a new product, but you're catering to the existing market, which is you start with an audience that already loves Rummy, an audience that already loves Ludo, and then you cater this product to that market, right? So the classical combination here is that you're building something new and unique. It can be completely new, or it can be a mashup of old things that makes it in a unique flavor, right? So something that would be considered as new, right? And then you're offering that to the existing market which already knows some parts of this, or you already know that they would probably love this kind of a new experience, right? So here the steps would be as simple as that. You first have to get started with building a prototype. You can showcase that you can actually build this, right? And that's where earlier saying that founders need to be jack of all trades, your individual contributor experience might come in handy as well, right? So if you know a little bit about programming, you can probably get a quick prototype up and running in a couple of weeks, and then put it out in front of 10-15 people, see first what's happening, what kind of feedback are they giving, are they loving it or not, right? So this is what we classically call as play testing, where you're actually giving the product directly into the hands of a customer, and just observing them play, right? Where are they getting stuck? What are the things that they're not liking or getting frustrated with, right? Take that feedback quickly and iterate. So within sometimes 2 weeks to 2 months, you should be able to get a good sense of whether what you had in mind as the original vision, is that working or not. Now, if you might not come from a programming background, it would be helpful that if you bring somebody in to help you on the programming side. And at this stage, you're typically not thinking about artwork and design, and a lot of fancy details don't matter, because you want to nail down whether the core product offering, this mashup, in our example, we took a mashup of Rummy and Ludo. Is this mashup even working, right? Are people actually enjoying it or not, right? So that's the core thing that you want to first quickly hard out, and then after that go for a full-fledged launch where you're able to actually get this out to a large audience once you have iterated enough. So even within the launch strategy, technically, when you go into it, there'll be things like soft launch, and then you'll do a proper hard launch or a global launch or a country-wide launch, etc., right? So there are these different nuances within how do you launch the game on the market as well. But first critical pieces is that you want to find that the market that you had in mind, maybe say certain states in India that are very popular for Rummy, and you're taking this mashup of Rummy and Ludo, is that actually sticking with the audience, right? Is the audience, when presented with this game, are actually able to play the game, love it, share it with their friends, etc. Like, you want to make sure that they're loving it so much that they're able to share it with their friends, and now you're able to grow this out, and then you have something special on your hands, right? So this is classically what strategy entrepreneurs refer to as taking a new product to an existing market. Okay, cool. You can flip that equation now, right? You can take an existing product to a new market, which is completely opposite of what we discussed right now, where the idea might be that Rummy is popular in India. Indians love to play Rummy, right? Or at least certain states in India definitely love to play Rummy. Now, you can say that I'm going to take Rummy global, and I'm going to give it to, all the Indians living abroad in Japan, right? So now here, fundamentally, what you have done is you have taken an existing product for Rummy and actually launched it in a new market, right? A very targeted, focused market where you're saying there are a bunch of Indians living, let's say there are X million number of Indians living in Japan, and I'm going to be making, $10 per customer that I acquire, etc. Now you can do a rough mental calculation and figure out that if I get X amount of audience in that particular country, I'll be able to make this game successful, right? So doing just this high level math and a little bit of research on the numbers will give you a good idea of whether taking an existing product that is popular in a certain demography and launching it into a new market, can that be a viable opportunity, right? So I've known a few game studios in India that are doing this really well, where they're taking games that are already popular within the Indian continent and then launching them for Indians in European regions, right? And they're able to charge a much higher premium because the cost of living and the ability to spend money in games is higher for people who are living in Europe compared to living in India, right? So you might have to get 1,000 people to play the game in order to make $1,000 in India, but you can do that with 100 people in Europe because the spending capacity is 10 times higher, right? So from those aspects, you can quickly analyze as to whether this approach of taking an existing product with a new market, will that work or not, right? At least from a math level perspective, will that work or not? You still have to do the execution of it, right? So here you're trying to study the market as part of your steps and figure out what is the potential size of this market, right? And once you understand whether this is the right marketing opportunity, you can take the previous step, build a quick prototype, get it out there quickly without too much of time and money being needed. Because remember, you're taking an existing product, which means building the product should not be that hard. There are already companies out there that have already built this product. So templates might be available, developers might be available who are working freelance and know how to build this kind of product, right? So you can take something existing off the shelf, launch it, test it out, and figure out whether this is sticking or not, whether you are able to get to the right target customers or not, right? Once you have that, then you would think about potentially, do I need to raise investment for this? Is this a big enough opportunity for me to go raise investment and bring in some external dollars to now build a real quality product and take that product quality to the next level and put some money behind marketing in order to acquire the right kind of users and then test out whether this is working or not. So that's where you'll need probably a little bit of seed investment, and from there you will be able to continue building this further. Doesn't mean that you always have to raise this. You can still be scrappy, depending on whether you have a lot of past independent individual contributor experience. If you have that, then you can do a lot of the roles. You don't need a lot of extra money, and you should be able to, in a scrappy way, do this out and potentially raise more money at a lesser dilution later, just because you've been able to prove that the business can grow, right? And yeah, so once you have launched it, the unique elements like, you know, custom avatars and new dresses and hats and fancy gear, etc., all these jazz can be added in much later, which usually people start levitating towards, and a lot of the founders make this mistake where they start adding this flavor before they've even mastered the core itself, right? So the core should work, which means the rummy game should work inside Japan or Europe, wherever you're targeting, before you can add different types of rummy, different multiplayer modes, etc., as well. Yep. Hopefully this makes sense. Any questions on this? So before I cover the macro trends, I'll quickly take up this question regarding being an indie developer. Indie development is a good career option. It's a harder career road, but it's much more satisfying. You will learn a lot. Recently, I hosted founder of Playbay, and he has launched his first game after 3 years, In the Shadows. It's on Steam and I think now on Switch, etc. as well. So, you know, it's always a hard journey being an indie developer, but if you can manage your finances, if you can control your expenditure during the time that you are being an indie developer, and you have multitude of skill set where you can do 2-3 things at least, right? Maybe programming and art and you know, marketing. You can do that. You can hire somebody for design, etc. So if you can do 2-3 things at the same time, great. I think that's the ideal combination. If you can only do one, it becomes harder to be an indie, because now you're relying on a lot of external talent to come and support you on your journey as well, right? So the more things you can do internally as an indie keeps your budget small. You don't burn too much money on a monthly basis, and you can still control the quality the way you would want, because at the end of the day, indie developers are hardcore maniacs about the quality of the product that they're trying to put out, the kind of the game that they want. The vision of the game itself is very structured in their head. The more people you add into that dream, chances of diluting it becomes higher, and as a result, you want to make sure that you have a good amount of control and you're happy with the end product that's coming out. Hopefully, Nazir, that answers your question. It's harder, it's rewarding. It's rewarding and can potentially lead to a big outcome if you get the right kind of product with the right kind of market. Okay, cool. So this is the last thing I'll quickly touch on. There are some macro level industry trends that probably impact everybody, and I think we're just about time. Just let me know, guys, if we are shooting over time. But you know, I've talked about this remote and hybrid is something that's very prevalent and starting to pick up a lot of momentum. Gaming industry was always against it, being a very creative industry, but now I'm seeing a lot of companies adopt this remote model. They're setting up India offices. A lot of international studios are now setting up game development studios in India as well. Show don't tell is something that is a very strong philosophy if you're looking to enter into this domain, especially as an individual contributor. Don't show me that you know game development. Show me that you know game development through projects. Don't just tell me that through a resume, right? So my earlier examples around GitHub and so on are also communities we already talked about. I'm very bullish on it. I've seen a lot of companies use communities as the right growth lever. You can be an indie developer, especially if you're thinking of being an indie developer. Invest into building a community where you are the center figure of that community, and the community forms around you, and over time it takes shape. Community is going to be your best growth lever in terms of kind of building that authentic connection with your future customers and starting to give you direction in what they want to see in the game as well, right? So if you are going the indie route today, I would highly recommend that you invest in at least a Discord server. It's free essentially, but time is the main thing that you would have to invest there, engaging with their future customers and future fan base, and really building that hardcore first 100, first 1,000 users who's going to be ravaging about your game once it comes out as well, right? Game developers, something that I'm very strongly bullish on is not just they're building games, they're building the future. There's a lot of hype regarding the metaverse, the Web3 ecosystem, blockchain games. You guys have gone through probably the Axie Infinity game session as well. So all of these games are eventually going to be powered by game developers right now. Gaming is proliferating everywhere. Netflix launched their gaming ecosystem as well. So I think if you are ever thinking about gaming and gaming industry broadly, now might be the best time to jump into than ever. But yeah, I think majority of people shy away from it. But I think the proof is in the pudding that the industry is going massive in terms of Tesla hiring game developers, Google and a lot of the AI companies hiring game developers for building simulations, AR, VR industry hiring a lot of game developers for building, because the same technology is getting used as well. So I think from that perspective, if you think about it, game industry is not just limited to gaming, but that same skill set and technology is actually very broadly used in a lot of different sectors around the board. So yeah, I think that's it. Thanks again for everybody listening. I know we went overboard, but here's some contact information. You guys can reach out to me on either email or on LinkedIn as well. So yeah, thank you, and happy to take any questions if you have time.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mayank. We are just about on time right now.
Okay.
But thank you so much for taking the time.
how to play Axie, really like the battling system using the adventure arena and breeding, and then kind of some things to look forward to about Axie in the future, right? So Axie Land, and then most recently, in less than a month ago, Sky Mavis launched Katana, right, which is the Ronin DEX. So DEX is an acronym for Decentralized Exchange, and we can kind of briefly talk about the subtleties behind like a decentralized exchange versus a centralized one, so just for a comparison. So we'll go ahead. So if you were here during the tournament, this is probably familiar to you, but nonetheless, there might be some new viewers. So we'll go ahead and just start from the beginning. So Axies are fierce creatures that love to battle, build, and hunt for treasure. We can build a collection of these and use them across a expanding universe of games. So Axie Infinity utilizes blockchain in order to enable gamers with player-owned property rights, and as a consequence, you can be rewarded for your engagement. So in other words, your effort and time spent in the game can actually translate to real-world value by virtue of these player-owned property rights and the community that has these property rights also. And so getting started with Axie, basically, Axie has its own player-owned economy, right? And when you have this system in place and you have player-owned property rights in place, you're able to actually sell and trade these in-game assets for digital currency, such as Ethereum. To enable this, Axies and Axie game assets exists as tokens, or they're represented in the blockchain. And I guess when we get through each kind of section, this is an open, first of all, I kind of want to maybe take a step back. This is a open dialogue, so we do see chat, and feel free to kind of, we will take a small pause in between sections, like as a natural break, but we are looking at chat, and so feel free to kind of just discuss with us any questions that you might have along the way.
Yeah, if I may add, it's just it'll help us to determine kind of who's in the audience, basically, because there's no point us rambling on about the basics of it if quite a few people understand all of that. We'd rather get in deep and dirty right away with your questions if you want. So
sure, excellent. So I guess that was kind of the basics of just the principle of what player-owned property rights are and blockchain gaming in general. Just a quick summary. By virtue of smart contracts, you're able to assign these property rights to the buyer of these Axies, which enables them to basically generate a currency by using their Axies, and they are also enabled to sell or trade, or in some cases, lend out or rent out these Axies, which we call in this ecosystem a scholarship, which you might have heard of, and we can go deeper into that in a second. So what makes like Axie a blockchain game, right? Well, first of all, it exists on the Ethereum network, but Sky Mavis, the makers of Axie, actually developed their own side chain to help kind of reduce the friction that Ethereum kind of has with increasing gas fees, with kind of high network congestion. And this allows basically the transactions to be carried out within this Ronin sidechain with currently there's no transaction fees, but we'll experience a nominal transaction fee in the future by virtue of their token called RON. And we can go through this a little bit later. And so having a Ronin wallet also enables you to do a lot of other kind of interesting things besides just play Axie, right? Of course, you can interact with the marketplace with your Ronin wallet. So that means buy and sell assets. You can breed, but you can also do these interesting things on the Katana DEX, right? Which is staking your assets, swapping your assets. For example, your in-game earnings into your in-game earnings, which are represented by SLP, Smooth Love Potion, into Ethereum or AXS. And you can also provide liquidity as well, which is kind of how the entire decentralized exchange operates. And we can go into a little bit about that if there's more interest for that particular topic later on in the presentation. So I guess part of the objective of this workshop is to really emphasize good practices for crypto in general, right? And so something that's very important is to never ever give out your seed phrase. And the seed phrase is generally attached to a wallet address that you have. So for example, you will, if you do end up playing Axie Infinity, or at least participating in the ecosystem in some capacity, you will have a kind of a Web3 wallet, right? Which is most ubiquitously known as, MetaMask. So that you'll have a seed phrase associated with that, and then you'll also have a Ronin wallet, which will also have a seed phrase as well. And this is kind of like a 12-word kind of password that's very important to keep secret, right? Because if anybody has access to that 12-word phrase, then they essentially have access to your entire assets that live on chain. So it's very important that we keep this secret, and also we stay vigilant when we see kind of people asking for these kind of things. Realistically, I could say 100% of the time, no one will ever ask you for your seed phrase. And so generally, what ends up happening is when people get hacked, right, and their assets are hacked, it's mostly user error, right, where they're kind of mishandling their seed phrase in some capacity. So again, it's very important that we keep this secret. It's highly advised that you keep it off a digital space in a piece of paper that's kind of only where the location is, because if your computer is connected to the internet, then there's a risk that some malicious entity could try to obtain that. So I'm going to briefly go over how to install the Ronin wallet on your smartphone. It's just going to be a brief introduction. Again, this presentation will be available to you to kind of review at your own pace. So don't feel rushed if there's any kind of steps that that you might be missing. We're going to give this to you, and you'll be able to reach out to us for any questions. I guess before we kind of move on to this next section, does anybody have any questions about kind of player-owned property rights, or I guess we could take a pause for about a minute or two to see if the audience has any questions about kind of the last 4 or 5 slides that we kind of went through, because this is going to be shifting to kind of like a different topic. So please.
Yeah, so I guess to fill out the time a bit while people maybe ask their questions, I would add that onto the thing that you're saying about when people get scammed, or if you guys are on platforms like Facebook, Reddit, and you're in groups that are related to crypto, when people say they got hacked, like you can safely say that 99% of the time it's they put in, like you said, user error. They put in their seed phrase into a website. So sometimes I've come close when I was a complete beginner in my first week, because it's a whole new space and it's kind of scary. There was a Twitch stream with a giveaway, and it said sign up here and you can get free access, and they were under the guise of like using old footage of the developers. And I almost went to the step, and then when I saw they were asking for my seed phrase, that should always be anyone, whether it's a person or a website or anything, an email asking you for your seed phrase, that should always be like red flag, stop immediately, back away. And that's a very safe practice for beginners.
Sure. Excellent. So I guess we don't really have too many questions coming in, but I'm sure they'll be coming. We have a close temperature on that. So no stress. If something comes up that you might be inspired to ask, definitely feel free to. This is kind of, again, an open dialogue. We're here to kind of help guide everyone here about engaging with the Axie Infinity ecosystem, right? So moving on to this Ronin wallet installation. So you can install this wallet directly from Google Play. I kind of refracted this presentation mainly for Android, because I'm assuming most of you guys are probably using Android. So you can search and download this on the Google Play application. And then generally, if you don't have an account already, you will create a new wallet, right? And if you do have an account already, you can import your seed phrase. And this is the only time that you'll ever import your seed phrase, is one of these authenticated apps. So again, Yeah, so Sharia Singh says only enter the seed phrase on the wallet website when trying to recover your wallet. That's a very good point, right? And so you again, double check, triple check, be vigilant against kind of applications that ask you for this. Trust only the source. And so even here, like if I were to go up, you can see that you know, there's 100,000 downloads. It's done by Sky Mavis Limited. So make sure it's coming from a trusted source. If you have if you're concerned about kind of the next steps, feel free to reach out to us. We can give you that information on how to contact us after this presentation. So yeah, you install the wallet. You can either create a wallet or import your. If you lose your seed phrase, are you screwed forever? Yes, because there's just no recovery mechanism for this. So you need to make sure that you're keeping it in a place that you can have access to, right? And even consider having multiple copies of this kind of stored in different places that only you have access to, right?
I would add that if you still have the device that your wallet is on and you lose your seed phrase, it's not catastrophic. What's catastrophic is if you lose your phone, you lose the device that it's on, and you lose the seed phrase, because everything is recuperable as long as you have your. I'm on computer. My Ronin wallet is a Chrome extension. I access it through a password. As long as I remember my password, even if I lose my seed phrase, I can go back and get that seed phrase back. But if my computer dies and I get a new computer, start looking for my seed phrase to back it up, and I lose that piece of paper, all gone.
100%. Great point. So I guess this is kind of going through how to import your seed phrase. We can kind of just skim over this section. Again, I'm going to be sharing this with you guys at the end of this talk. There'll be a pin, which I guess is like what Stark was just mentioning, kind of like your password, right? And I guess on the Ronin wallet on your smartphone, it's a pin instead of an actual like alphanumeric password, right? So then, yeah, we're gonna keep on kind of moving on. I think the goal of this presentation is just to make you aware that this Ronin wallet exists on your smartphone, and to even interact with any of the ecosystems that we're talking about, you need to have a Ronin wallet account, right? And so we can kind of just maybe breeze through this and get to the crux of the presentation here. So now you have your Ronin wallet, you have the ability to kind of interact with the game. Well, how do you actually play? And so if you were watching the tournament earlier, you would notice that there was people that were fighting a 3v3 kind of battle, right? 3 axes versus 3 axes. So in order to play the game, you will actually need 3 axes. And so once you have these 3 axes, you're ready to download the application and start playing. Now, a big question that people have are, what axes do I buy? How do I acquire these axes? How do you know these axes are good? Luckily, we are here to help you with all those questions. And definitely reach out to us. There's plenty of content out there. Proof of Game ourselves, we're generating content to help guide people. Stark and I both stream regularly on twitch.tv to kind of help newcomers kind of understand these questions, because these assets are very expensive, and especially if you're coming into it like as a solo practitioner, for example, or even just like with a pooled set of money, these are very kind of important decisions to make, because it can ultimately affect your trajectory in the game, right? There is a competitive aspect to Axie that actually correlates with your in-game earning potential, right? And so the more competitive of a player you are, meaning the higher ranking you are, the higher earning potential you have. And so it's pretty important to do a lot of research before you actually buy Axies. And then if you're looking to test something out, and you're looking to kind of maybe explore the space for kind of science, for example, there will be kind of frictionless ways to do this in the future. Or you can apply for a scholarship program, which kind of allows you to have access to these cost prohibitive accounts in exchange for kind of like a distribution between the manager and scholar. So you can download these the Sky Mavis Hub, this application, on Windows, Mac, Android, and iOS. So I guess iOS is under kind of beta, so this is not entirely accurate, but the other 4 are correct. Yeah. So upon downloading this application, you will kind of create a email. Well, I should say you will attach an email and password to this Ronin account that will be representative of. This will be the means that you actually enter the game, right? And if any of this stuff isn't clear, again, like just come to our stream. We'll be happy to show you guys. Come join our Discord. I'll link all that stuff at the end of the presentation. But yeah. And then so just as ease of use for this like email and password, about a year ago, Axie Infinity implemented a QR code for you to basically just quickly access your account that's associated with your Axie Infinity account.
I would add, if you allow me, I would add that with regards to your wallet and security and your assets and that aspect of things, your email and your password do not give access to your assets in that way, which means that if somebody were to find out your email and your password, they cannot do anything with your assets. The only thing that matters is who has access to your device that your wallet, that your Ronin wallet is in, whether it's your phone or your computer, and who has your seed phrase. If your password and your email fall into the wrong hands, all they can do is lose you some games.
Sure. Yep. Okay, so like as you guys may know, and will certainly know now, so Sky Mavis is like the parent company that invented Axie Infinity, right? And so what you're installing here is essentially the equivalent of like an early stage Steam kind of game portal, right? So Axie Infinity is currently the only game that's available on Mavis Hub, but it's envisioned that future games will be built in this Mavis Hub as well. And so this is kind of what you'll be interacting with to enter the game. So it's just, if you're familiar with Steam or familiar with Epic Game Launcher or any of these other kind of hubs for launching games, it's very similar to that, right? And then, so we mentioned SLP, right? Smooth Love Potion, which is the currency, the cryptocurrency that you generate when you play the game. Something else that kind of encapsulates the Axie Infinity ecosystem is this another cryptocurrency called Axie Infinity Shard, AXS. So this is something when basically people mention that Axie Infinity is a community-owned game, this is what they're referring to, that a large, a enormous percentage of the entire kind of ownership of Axie Infinity is attributed to the community-owned pool of AXS, right? And so, like ownership, like what does that mean, right? So ownership in this instance can mean participating in governance votes, right? So right now, we're going to be, Sky Mavis is going to be working towards a purely decentralized or pseudo-decentralized kind of governance system. And so it's envisioned that AXS can be used to actually vote on proposals within the ecosystem or game, or kind of, these ideas aren't entirely fleshed out for us, but that's just kind of like a thing to look at in the future. And so currently AXS is used for the breeding mechanic in the game. And that's also a very important part of the ecosystem, because that's how you generate new Axies for players to either buy or for players to lend out for their scholarship programs. And then lastly, AXS, most recently was introduced to a new utility. It's called staking, right? And so this is kind of like a way for you to show, if you're familiar with staking and other protocols, it's almost very similar to this. It's a way for you to kind of show, provide a portion of your holdings to the treasury, right, which can be basically used as like a almost like a proof of stake mechanism, a proof of confidence, right? How much are you willing to basically put into this treasury to show that you believe in the long-term vision of Axie Infinity? And as a return, you get a pretty healthy yield. Currently, it's at 111 or 115% APR for staking your AXS, right? And these rewards decline as basically the schedule is unlocked and as more participants kind of enter in the system, right? So when people say we're early, that's what they mean, is that these rewards are very asymmetric for early adopters. So it's very exciting time to be into this ecosystem. And like, just to be clear, when this thing first came out, it was at 300% APR, right? So these rewards get diluted as more participants kind of enter the space. So yeah, so maybe Stark, you can take it from here. I think we're talking about play to earn now, so maybe.
Okay, one sec. Let me just swap. I was on things on the wrong monitor. So yeah, Axie Infinity allows people who play earn to yield. What? Sorry, I'll stop it. That comes in the form of various rewards like tokens. So whenever you're battling, whether it's in the PvE mode or the PvP mode, you're earning tokens. And this is in this instance, it's the Smooth Love Potion, which can be swapped to your local currency or to another crypto. This is another thing. When I started in June, there was no Katana, which is the Mystic was alluding to it earlier, the infrastructure on Ronin that allows you to swap between things. But before that, you had to bridge it to MetaMask with hefty fees and then send it to your Binance account or to your Coinbase account and then swap it on there. Since then, they've added bridges directly to Binance. Do you know, by the way, is Binance authorized in India or not? Because I know it's like, even in the States, it's a bit...
Maybe chat can help us out with that.
Chat, does Binance operate in India? I guess what I mean by that is that it's quite easy to utilize this Smooth Love Potion, and they're in the space of the last few months has been made even easier to like convert that into cash. You can also use this token. So the reason why this token has value, because if everyone was just earning it and selling it, it would collapse to zero. You need an opposing force buying it to create pressure in the other direction. This is where breeding of Axies come in. When you breed Axies, you're minting these NFTs, you're minting the Axies. And it has a cost in SLP and AXS. And you can sell it in the marketplace, or you can add it to your team or create scholarships. That's where I had a lot of success in at the beginning. I had a modest, not a small investment, but compared to a lot of other people, a lot smaller. And through breeding the stuff that was in demand, I made a lot of profits, and then it allowed me to make even more scholars.
Excellent. Yeah, and just to be clear here, the first slide is, this first part is kind of poorly written, but the essence of it is just that people who are able to play Axie Infinity, they're able to earn tokens in the forms, they're able to earn in various forms, like kind of different rewards, and currently it's just SLP tokens. But as we'll allude to later on, this game is very early on. I believe the co-founders themselves say like less than 10% of the game is actually complete. So that just kind of tells you.
You can also earn AXS for every season, every PvP season. The top 1,000 people that finish on the ladder get an AXS reward. And I think that this season it's $600,000.
Yeah,
$400,000. It's double the dollar value of last season for the top 1,000 spread amongst them.
And that's actually a profound kind of thought if you think about it, right? If any of you guys are gamers, like, being top of the ladder in League of Legends, for example, right? Like if you're in Challenger or even like Master or Grandmaster, like you don't get these kind of rewards, right, from Riot Games. I think if you're Challenger, you might get a jacket sent to you, and you're probably getting eyes from like professional teams. But the top 1,000 in this instance here is like the top 0.5% of player base, which is in the eyes of professional gamers, right? Like the professional gamers really start earning at like 0.01%, right? Like it's like 1 out of every like 100,000 are the ones who are earning. So yeah.
There's also, we need to, everyone here in this chat room, everyone always says we're early. It's true here also, even if you're just in chat starting to ask yourself questions about play to earn in 2021, we are going to be the people, you and I, who will normalize the fact that it's okay to earn while playing a game. We've got this preconceived notion that it's not normal to be earning money. The normal direction is you pay for a game and you play it. We have to revert that in millions of gamers. Everybody games. Not everybody's going to be ready to understand that it's sustainable and acceptable even to be paid to play. So we're on track to do that.
Yeah, and my ratios were wrong, right? I mean, it's like the point is that like generally the only viable kind of way to make a career out of gaming was to be like at the most up top elite status. And here, not only can you earn rewards through kind of playing the game regularly, but in a competitive sense, the rewards are much more distributed amongst kind of like the upper echelon of players rather than the top players, right? So Stark, I think this is your area of expertise, sir.
Let's do this.
So maybe we could start with just, again, we just want to point out that this game is less than 10% done, right? So the current iteration that we are seeing is just this Axie battling system, right? It's the ability to fight against PvE enemies, which are just non-player computers, which is kind of challenging in its own regard. And I guess the competitive aspect of Axie Infinity is really focused on Arena, which is player versus player, right? The ability to actually go head to head with people with a similar matchmaking rating and overcoming these opponents is how you ascend in the ladder for Arena. And lastly, Stark specialty breeding, right? So it's often a meme within Axie that there's infinite ways to play the game, right? Because even just now we talked about earning with Adventure, earning with Arena. Stark talked about his success with breeding, and there's also all the kind of secondary and tertiary ways you can kind of extract value from Axie, right? With the staking and providing liquidity and all these other very interesting aspects.
Yeah, so we touched on this earlier in the stream when we did the brief intro. If any of you guys have any questions at this point, literally
please,
feel free to interrupt us. This is not we don't want this to be a monologue or anything like that. I'd like to, how did I get started with Axie? So I can go into more detail with that if you want. I started in the first week of June, and oops, sorry, I reduced the chat. Live chat, sorry. Started in the first week of June. I'm usually a very calm and reasoned person, and I can't remember the thought process that went through my mind the day that I spent $1,500 on my first 3 Axies. I can trace back the days because everything is tracked on the blockchain, but I don't remember that final thing that said, okay, let's do this, which is fun for me to think of as a calm person, but it's also kind of scary. And when I look back also, all of the money that I put it in the first week. Just that's how blind, I guess, the conviction was. And did a lot of breeding, met the right people early on who gave a lot of tips and pointers for free, just gave me their time and experience and expertise just from me asking questions. In June, yeah. I started in June. So I'll just be fully open here. I started with $18,000, and now I have almost 350 scholars, and the teams usually cost between $600 to $1,000. So you do the math as to how that capital grew, mostly solely through breeding. For the first 4 months, all of the SLP I was getting from scholars, I was reinvesting into more breeding. And I was oftentimes, whenever I started off a new breeding cycle, at zero liquidity. So not probably the wisest investment strategy, but it ended up paying off. So I bred all sorts of things. I was basically breeding for scholars. And so you would breed 4 or 5 times, make 1 scholar, sell 2 to cover a bit of your costs, and then breed the 2 more out of the 5, and kind of went like that.
So I do want to point out that Stark is a outlier, I would say, in his success, and that's not because of. I mean, part of it is being at the right place at the right time, but he's very has a very close temperature on a lot of different dynamic factors that attribute to kind of breeding for profit and scholarizing for profit. So I will say that even though he's very humble in his kind of explanation, it requires an immense amount of effort to actually get that kind of success, right? You need to understand the game at a very deep level, and then also understand the macro kind of effects, how they kind of interplay into actually making this a profitable venture. So I will say that for anybody that's new entering the space, we really need to manage our expectations, because we are so early. And when most people think about cryptocurrency, right, they're thinking about like Dogecoin and Shiba Inu. They're not even thinking about the utility that we're referencing with player-owned property rights and all these other aspects. So in the short term, things can be kind of volatile, but in the long term, Stark and I and the entire organization that we're part of is very convicted and kind of understanding that this is the vector that gaming will go towards, and then even community building and making even like cultures, right, happen. So this is something.
I would add that this is why we decided also to join forces. Well, one of the reasons why we decided to join forces, and why it's also a good almost investment strategy, is the fact that we're honing in on making the most out of our scholars' potential outside of the game. A lot of these people are just absolutely amazing individuals. They are smarter, harder working than I am, and they've just never been given a single opportunity, a lot of them, in their whole life to shine. And if we can just give every single scholar that one chance that they want and that they deserve to show the world what they're capable of, then I think we've achieved and that's what we're trying to do. And then from an investor's point of view, if you're investing in people as opposed to a volatile crypto project, that's also a way, like I view it as diversification, because if we have a community and an organization built on a community, who cares how the crypto market's doing? We know we're going the long haul with our group of friends or with our community, so to speak.
Excellent. So let's I think we'll go ahead and just we're about halfway done, and it looks like we're running a little bit close to time, so we can just maybe move forward at a brisk pace here. So Stark, please take it away.
Okay, so I touched on this earlier. There's the HP stat. Anyone who's played a game knows about what HP means. It's health. Speed, specifically to Axie, this determines the order in which your Axies play in. So the fastest Axie plays all of its combo, all of its card first, and then the next fastest Axie, and then the next till the slowest one. Skill is a bit unique. It is a third stat that gives you combo bonus. So whenever you play anything in a combo, it gives you a little bit of a bonus. And then morale has got to do with like crit chance, and it also increases the damage of your critical strike chance. And then it plays a part in the last stand mechanic, which we saw for anyone who watched the games. I would also add that all of the classes, all of the Axies, if you add their health, their HP, their skill, and their morale, you get to the same total. So every Axie has the same combination of stats, and it just depends on the meta, on the things. Sometimes the HP is stronger, sometimes speed is best in a certain meta, but every Axie is equal in that way, is that if you add the 4 stats, they're equal.
Excellent. So we could just briefly go over this, yeah?
Yes, so this little graph kind of explains, for everyone who's played Pokemon, this is going to be very obvious. It's stab bonus, so there's also the stab bonus, sorry. But this shows the type differences and who deals more damage to what, who resists what. So these are the 9 little icons of the 9 types of Axies in Axie Infinity. I would add, yeah, that's the last thing. And in addition, when an Axie of a certain class uses a card from its class, it gets a 10% attack shield bonus, which is stab. Same type attack bonus. So
and for those people who are not familiar with Pokemon, you can just consider the classic like rock, paper, scissors game, right? So there's going to be like rock beats, scissors, scissors beats paper, and paper beats rock, kind of this kind of triad of balance.
There was a few questions. You want to read them and we deal with them later, or do you want to address them now?
I think we could finish this battling system and then we'll address these questions. Yeah.
Perfect. Sounds good. So it's a turn-based system. Every Axie has 6 body parts. For now, 4 of those body parts, so everything except the eyes and the ears, represents cards. Every card you have 2 copies of, and that represents a deck. So you have an Axie with 4 cards. There's 2 of each in the deck. So you have 24 cards in your deck, and you're picking at them, and you're playing the game. Each turn you have to play strategically. There's an order that you play things in. This is where a lot of it may look like a child's game with the very nice graphics and the cute little Axies, but it's actually there's a lot of layers of complexity. And that's why some people are at the top with certain teams, and then you could buy the same team and you're never going to get to their rank just because of how good they are at the game and how smart they are.
Excellent. All right.
So my bread and butter. So you can breed Axies each Axie can be bred up to 7 times. So when you're looking at the marketplace, you'll look at a thing on the Axie marketplace. It's breed count. 0 out of 7 is how they start off as. Maximum in its whole lifetime, it will be able to be bred 7 times. The cost of breeding goes up as you breed them. So if you breed 2 0 costs, it's cheap. If you breed 2 6 out of 7 breeds together, it's going to be the most expensive. For certain breeds, depending on the demand that certain builds have, it can be very expensive. What I mean by build is that an Axie, so even though there's the 9 types we talked about, for example, the plant type, plant could have cards from other types on its body, and usually you want it to be with the same stats of that class. If it's something that's meant to be able to take damage and resist damage, you don't want it to have damage dealing abilities. Usually you want it to heal and have shield, but there's that mix and match that can happen with all of the cards, all of the body parts, and that's where breeding and the breeding of the class comes in. So if we can go to the next one. This is the breeding cost I was alluding to. So if you breed as a 0 cost, the first breed will be 600 SLP,
which is about $100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's also one AXS added to the breeding of every pair. So if you could breed a 0 breed with a 6 out of 7, and you would add the 2, it would be 600 plus 10,200. So it would be 10,800 and 1 AXS for that breed.
Excellent.
Pretty simple.
This is something that we don't really have to get into right now. Okay, so I think we can maybe just field some of the questions. Yeah, so Jaya asks, this is JK question, who retains ownership of Axies between managers and scholars? What are the mechanics in terms of wallet transfer of ownership to player? So Stark, do you want to go ahead and address this question?
Sorry, I don't even see that question.
So there's a Q&A tab on the top right. You can chat and then Q&A, and then there's do you see that now?
Okay.
This
So
yep.
Who retains ownership of Axis between the manager and the scholar? What are the mechanics in terms of wallet transfer ownership between? Yes. So the manager always retains ownership of the assets. This is kind of what we were alluding to earlier with the email and the password. You have the private key to your wallet. You move the Axes around. You post them for sale as the manager, and you give the email and password or the QR code to your scholar, and they log in, but they cannot do any transactions. They can't even claim the SLP. That's a bit of a fault in the system until it's fleshed out more, but the manager has all of the control. Because if he decides,
it's
sorry, what were you going to say?
It's asymmetric control, and so like this is kind of actually something that I'm sure Sky Mavis is paying close attention to. But essentially, this is a trusted relationship between the scholar and manager. The scholar has to trust that the manager will indeed pay out the scholar in a timely manner, and so obviously, for these kind of things to scale and actually be the whole point of cryptocurrency is to be in a trustless, permissionless kind of ecosystem. So this will be something that I'm sure will be integrated in a smart contract in the future.
Yeah. So an anonymous user asked if private crypto banning bill will affect Axie career in India.
That's hard to say. I think it's hard to say.
Can we safely say though that it will put it can put it in jeopardy, but as a saving grace, if you're, for example, a scholar, you can usually you can claim your SLP. It's claimed every 14 days, so you're paid every 14 days. And so worst case scenario, if a bill like that were to infringe on your ability to play the game, you would, at worst case scenario, lose out on your last 2 weeks of gaming, and then you would just have to make sure that in time you can swap all of that cryptocurrency into local currency in a legal manner. And then if you own Axes, you could sell Axes very quickly on the marketplace, and all of that can be quite seamless if you decide that to respect the laws of your country, that you want to get out.
So Jaya asks, what defines a season of a game? So typically, like just like in cricket, how there's seasons, like the 2020 season, 2021 season, these seasons are broken up. I would say they last about 40 days, I think, and they are roughly, I'd say, on a quarterly basis, right, Stark? Maybe even. So right now we're on season 19, right? And this game has been around since 2018. So
yeah, this season is 6 or 7 weeks, I think.
I see.
And then there was a long off season, but yeah, it's round about 2 months is a season.
So just like how you would anticipate any other sport, right, with having seasons that are generally coupled to the year, these are kind of more coupled to a shorter timeline. Yeah. And then there's an important question that I think is actually really important. Jayraj Patel says, I want to ask, if we want to start with a higher amount, is it easy to get bigger? And I can say that I mean, just like in any investment philosophy, right, it's like not timing the market, it's time in the market, right? And so even if you're very motivated with capital, if you're not armed with the knowledge that's necessary to kind of make use of that capital, then you're definitely gonna, I mean, the probability of you fumbling is pretty high, right? And so as Stark mentioned, he was able to attach himself to very knowledgeable people that helped navigate these kind of very kind of scary kind of decision making, right? Like when you're spending thousands of dollars on assets as a manager and this is your first time playing the game, you really want to know, are you buying the correct things, right? And so I would say like I would say, like, when you say get bigger, I would almost kind of like just shift the motivation just a little bit, right? And just kind of focus on the game first and try to understand the game for that aspect. And once you appreciate this, you will be able to build your conviction and take the risk to take on the risk that your tolerance allows you to, if that makes sense. I mean, yeah.
More plainly said, it's basically if you think that you can come in without any knowledge, put in a lot of money, and have it all go smoothly, unless you're an outlier or a genius, that's probably not going to happen. Even if you buy the right axes and find the right scholars, there's a world in which you overpay for the teams, and that affects your investment because you'll take longer to get your return. So personally, what I advise people when, especially in France, there's a lot more potential investors than people who want to be scholars. When I get asked for my opinion, I usually tell people, buy yourself a team, play the game. Even if you're a very busy person and this is your plan and you don't have time to play, you should still start off by doing this. Get to grasp with the mechanics, and then you can always scholarize that team in the future when you decide to go deeper. But buy your team, look at a YouTube video, buy a team that you like, play it for a couple of weeks, and test the waters, and do things progressively, and
Right.
lay down proper foundations.
And also, like, you just don't know if you're buying at a local maxima or a minima. So that's what I'm saying. Just being persistent rather than just being kind of like batch based of just one large influx of money. You know, I think any traditional investor will tell you that's kind of like the attitude that to adopt. So
don't do what Stark did in his first week.
So we did mention that this game is very early, right? And so what do we mean by this, right? We're just exposed to this battling system where you're able to play against people or enemies, right? So what's in the future? And actually, a question just popped up, right? Is it true that Axie will be the Bitcoin of P2E gaming? Will it be able to retain that position in the long run? I can take this question, I think. So I think something to appreciate with Axie, right, or at least with our position within Axie, is we're keeping a very close temperature on play to earn game in general, and the amount of technical challenges that Sky Mavis is not only discovering but solving. There is no roadmap for this. They are creating this roadmap, right? When you talk about even like the Ronin sidechain, right? There's companies like Polygon who develop sidechain, right? And this is a gaming company that developed their own sidechain to adapt their scalability, right? And so I'm not going to be standing here and saying that Axie will be the only successful game in the future, but I will say that their approach is very untypical for the NFT gaming space at large here, right? A lot of people want to replicate Axie's success, whereas Axie's thinking very differently, right? They're almost competing with themselves and saying, like, how can we be sustainable for not 1 year, but 10 years into the future, and then create these infinite games from them, right? And so when we talk about like what makes a game sustainable, well, one, the community needs to be very strong, right? There's games that have been out of development for decades that still have a huge player base, right? So that could, you know, that's one thing. But also, actually, we're going to kind of dive into it with this land discussion, but there is like this concept called like software development kits, where people are actually able to curate and generate their own in-game assets, or maybe even create systems within the game to help use existing tokens or assets to create novel experiences with your Axie. So that's a long way of saying you can make custom games inside of Axie in the future, and there will be ways to empower individuals to allow them to create these custom games inside virtual land they own. So I think that's a natural progression to this kind of brief discussion, because again, it's not something that at the forefront just yet, but it's something that we're looking very much forward to, which is virtual land, right? And so right now the metaverse is kind of I would say not that well defined, and once virtual land, whether it be Axie or any of these other projects, come to fruition, and I think is where we will really see the metaverse shine. And so Lunacia is like the kingdom, or I guess the homeland of Axie, right? And it's divided into these tokenized plots, which are NFTs by themselves, right? Which act as homes of their of these Axies, and these plots can be upgraded over time using resources and crafting. So these resources and crafting we haven't even touched in this previous discussion, right? And so these are like concepts that are brand new to Axie, and we know only what's on this page, right? That these things will exist in the future, and they'll be integral to kind of improving the utility of your land, right? So briefly, just kind of like why would you want to have land in the first place? Well, resources will spawn in your land, right? And so if you look at these these land plots, they're very, very expensive, right? Even the cheapest one I think is about 3 Ethereum, right? Which is like $12,000. So why would you spend $12,000 on land? Well, if these resources are very useful in this game and there's a lot of demand for them, then you potentially, by virtue of player-owned property rights, you can sell these resources or use them to kind of increase the utility of your land. And I think we can just kind of maybe just touch on this for just a minute or two. So basically, right now, when we experience Axie Infinity in terms of a battling game, it's a queued up system. Like you're queuing up to basically face it against an opponent. But in the future, it's imagined that you can have real-time PvE battles, right? Where you see kind of like a monster walking around somewhere, like just like in any ordinary game, and you can engage with that opponent directly in real time. So kind of like a sense of scale here. There's less than 100,000 plots of land, right? And these plots of land will be represented as NFTs by themselves. And of course, this is again a player-owned property right, which means that you can freely trade this land amongst players. And I think this is the last section that we have, so I will look at the questions.
I think we can touch back on
Yep.
Jayaki Shore just said, what do I mean by buying a team? On the Axie Infinity marketplace, so once you've created your Ronin wallet, and let's say you have wrapped Ethereum on there, that's the currency you need. You need Ethereum to buy Axies. So you need 3 Axies like we were touching on earlier to be able to play the game. So you would need to buy 3 that are a good team composition. And then once you have 3, once you open the game with the login, so the email password that are linked with your Ronin wallet, when you log on to the game with your email and password, you'll have access to those 3 Axies, and then you can play. Did you touch on the question by Vinith about opportunity for investors?
You could take it, yeah.
Yeah, so do you see an opportunity for investors to provide treasury support to potential player-owned guilds, etc., on an asset yield model? I mean, yeah, that's the whole. It's the whole magic of it, right? And guilds like YG and Ready Player Now, literally yield guild gaming. That's what it's all about. We're contemplating the same thing. We want to do it under the structure of a DAO so that it's trustless and clean,
transparent, and all the kind of benefits of a shared economy, right? So I guess we'll just kind of run through this last second here about the DEX, right? And this is really a testament towards Min Tang's question, which is, is Axie the Bitcoin of PDE gaming? I think we haven't even seen Axie yet. The Axie that we saw today in the finals will be markedly different than the Axie that we'll see next year, which again will be markedly different than the year after, especially with the generation of new battling systems and land gameplay. That alone will be just very different compared to like the custom experiences that users will be able to generate also. So Katana, again, is a decentralized exchange for Ronin. We really are, me particularly, are very passionate about like decentralized finance and kind of the financial tools that people can have access to in a permissionless, trustless way. It reduces a lot of friction. It cuts out the middleman, so the value is really accrued to the network and the users who provide value to that network by virtue of liquidity providing or any of these kind of other activities. So Katana is a decentralized exchange that will allow you to quickly swap your assets anytime, which is just amazing, right? Like this, just 24/7. You're able to change your in-game earnings into something else to do whatever you might want, whether that's exiting the ecosystem or changing it into Ethereum so you can repurchase into the ecosystem. So just kind of going briefly over these assets, right? So Smooth Love Potion is the game resource that you earn inside the game. It's a core requirement of breeding and does not have a fixed supply. So this is something that's being minted as new players generate it by virtue of playing the game. However, it is burned or removed out of circulation once the breeding does occur. And currently, just as of recently, there's another utility for Smooth Love Potion, which is to actually provide liquidity. So that way you can facilitate the swap between SOP and Ethereum. And so this additional utility also kind of decouples SLP from just a pure unlimited supply token to other use cases which can influence its value in the long run. AXS, which is again kind of like the staple the staple kind of asset that we think about when we think of Axie Infinity, right? It's a portion that represents the Axie Infinity universe. There's only 270 million of these that will exist in circulation. And it enables holders to participate in both the success and the direction of the community. So success is kind of like capturing the growth of Axie Infinity, and direction by virtue of governance. So wrapped Ethereum, I think the mechanics of this are a little involved, but just briefly, Ethereum can exist on other blockchains like the Ronin sidechain, and in this instance, it needs to be wrapped so that way it's kind of like the protocol is compatible with that asset class, right? And so I'm sure most of you guys know what Ethereum is. It's a a very secure decentralized blockchain that is most well known for its usage of smart contracts, right? Which creates these like trustless, permissionless systems that we're able to interact with. And it yields pretty profound results. So this isn't currently in the Katana DEX just yet, but there will be a future where you can actually swap out your assets, whether it be Ethereum or SLP or AXS, into USDC, which is a stable coin. And so this is kind of either through algorithms, USDC is particularly kind of like collateralized. So that way it's pegged to $1, but there's other kind of stable coins that come up with all sorts of financial engineering ways to peg themselves to the price of $1. And I think this is the last slide. We're just going to quickly go over it, Ron. So right now, this is something that's being farmed, or you can generate yield. You are rewarded by providing liquidity by accepting Ron, right? So again, the mechanics of a decentralized exchange are a little involved. If this stuff interests you, please contact us. This is a very strong passion of ours. So Ron is the kind of, I alluded to in the beginning that currently exchanging on the sidechain is free, but in the future there might be a nominal cost, right? And so this is going to be the introduction of this like nominal cost, where it's just not necessarily a friction barrier of entry to create transactions, but it does kind of help secure the blockchain in a way that you can prevent like bad actors from kind of abusing the system, and also kind of help maintain the viability of the blockchain as well. So I think yeah, I think so I will maybe just highlight this part right here, right? So about early adopters and basically Web3 in general and Axie Infinity in general, right? So folks like to reward early adopters, right? Because that's a way to essentially reward people who are incurring the largest risk in supporting a project. So you can see here that 10%, I laugh because this is insane, 10% of the total RON supply will be rewarded in the next 90 days, right? And now it's like 75 days. So if you think about if this game has a viability, like a time horizon of 10 years, and we're talking about the next 2.5 months or 2 months, 10% of the entire supply is going to be distributed to people who are providing liquidity. I mean, that's what we mean when we say we're getting in early, right? Yeah, so I think that kind of wraps it up here. Sorry, Stark, I couldn't import any fan art for you for this.
Yeah, sure. Okay, your rabbit looks very cute.
So I think we can open the floor. I guess we're just about 10 minutes over time, but I think we can answer 1 or 2 questions, and then would you be launching a POG token? We're meditating on it. We want to do it sensibly, Avinash. You know, we want to do it in a way that's not.
Yeah, we don't want to do it just for the sake of launching a token. We want to do it with a purpose, and we know we can have a purpose about it. We just want to be. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, it just needs to align with our values, right? And I think
Exactly.
something that's just like very different about POG is like, again, like if you heard the panel discussion, is just like we're very focused on the people rather than like the value extraction that's here, right? And I think ultimately that's where all the value is the people. And if you put your emphasis in on that, then your design decisions and your outcomes will be profoundly different as well. So we're just trying to approach it very conscientiously, and make sure, you know, all the compliance and legalities are kind of taken care of too, right?
There was a question in the Q&A, if you want to field that, from Vinith.
Thanks specifically. The next was Thanks specifically was more like a next gen YGG with a DAO based NFT bank across liaising services, game GUI, DFS like YGG. So okay, do you see the opportunity for investors? Okay. Yeah, maybe I'm failing to connect the dots here.
Yeah, if you can, Vineet, if you can go into a bit more detail with from your last reply, was more like, so we can get a clearer.
Yeah, and I guess like I'll give this presentation to you guys. I think it's important that you guys have this as a reference. I'm gonna maybe make some modest adjustments to the language here to make sure it's correct. So yeah, I think that for now, I think that probably concludes our session. I would say if anybody has more involved questions, or maybe there was something that you felt like was missed here, both of us will enter our email addresses here. So I'm Mystic at pog.xyz and Stark is Pog, Stark at pog.xyz. We have a Discord, discord.gg / proof of game. Your price prediction of Ron. So there's like a lot of thought experiments you can do with this, right? And I think a more reasonable way to approach this is just looking at opportunity cost, right? So if you're able to back calculate, like for example, if you stake AXS and you're yielding 113% or whatever the number might be by staking AXS, and people are electing to not stake AXS, and they're basically electing to provide liquidity to yield RON, to yield farm RON, then you can assume that it must be there must be some kind of equal value, at least an equal value there, that people are willing to take that risk of not taking that guaranteed 111% return and farming RON with that. And also, yeah, this is kind of it's a very interesting question. There's these things called like impermanent loss, which needs to be kind of incentivized for people to provide liquidity for. This is kind of more of a involved discussion. We stream, we talk about this all the time. We would love to have you guys join our stream and kind of ask more deeply these questions, but I think for now, yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can you can find us, I guess. Put our Twitch links as well if people wanted to drop by the live streams just to ask us some more, rather than random questions, rather than a formal email.
Yep. So there's our Twitter, and Twitch is here too. Definitely give us a follow. We really approach this in a we really focus on the play aspect of this, right? We want people to appreciate the systems that are enabling us to actually create a sustainable play to earn economy, right? I think this is important for long-term thinkers to come to this realization, because if you just focus on the earning aspect, once the earning may not be as compelling as it used to, then people exit the system, and that's kind of like where it could be unhealthy for the community, right? So we really try to approach it kind of in a very managing expectations kind of manner, because it's just the only way that this can last for the long term. Okay.
Yeah.
What's your view on articles that saying that maybe P2E earnings has dropped? Yeah, so I think like there's going to be, whether these are global changes or local changes within the kind of cryptocurrency. First of all, it's always going to be slightly coupled or correlated to the entire cryptocurrency market, right? And so we've seen assets draw down 90% and then draw down 90% again, right? So I think it's kind of like, I don't believe like Axie Infinity will be impervious, will not be succumb to these same kind of like these changes that are coupled to the global market, right? But as for like earnings and play to earn earnings in general has dropped, I think we will see like the way Axie Infinity is kind of positioning itself. At least this is my observation. I don't speak on behalf of Sky Mavis. They are offering many different ways to earn within the game, right? So like, yeah, earning SLP, might your direct conversion to like fiat might be reduced, or buying power, for example, might be reduced by playing this game over time if you take a sample size of like the last 3-month window. But since then, they've come out with 3 or 4 tools which absolutely changed the game in terms of people's ability to earn, right? Whether that's by virtue of staking AXS, I mean 100% APR, that's insane, right? Especially on an asset class that we're very bullish on. And then same thing with providing liquidity and all these kind of other things. So I would say that, yeah, I mean, these are natural things to happen, right? It's the to and fro's of kind of macroeconomics at play here.
And you also have to keep in mind that maybe at its peak, you got your ROI from you buying your team in 6 weeks or 8 weeks, and now maybe it's 3 months or 4 months, but that's still 200 to 300% APR over the year. Well, yeah, and so that's still incredible earnings anyway from the investment point of view, and there's still 1,000 scholars for every open scholarship position. So the earnings have certainly not dropped enough to disincentivize people from playing. So it has dropped, but I wouldn't say it's low or too low for sure.
Yeah.
There's more questions in the Q&A if you want to.
Yeah, I saw it. I think I need to think about it more deeply, Vineeth. I suggest that we just talk offline and we can just do that. And I will say that like Sky Mavis has a very close temperature to the health of the tokenomics of the game, right? There's ways to kind of ensure that growth isn't it doesn't go like in an instance where like let's say SLP goes to like 30 cents like did in July, right, from like 7 cents. This could be as unhealthy as the game for the game as the as it going down to like 1 cent, for example, right? So they definitely have these kind of their temperature on these kind of dynamic systems in their. I mean, if you heard Jiho's talk, right, they're like having this game economy balancing team, right? That's their sole job is to pay attention to these kind of things. So there's ways for them to kind of adjust the tokenomics, whether that's increasing the breeding cost to basically burn more SLP to exit system to create a supply shock of SLP, thereby increasing the value, or whatever they might do, right, to ensure that there is a earning system that's in the game, whether that's still going to be the same amount that we experience today. I again, this is where I really strongly encourage us to manage expectations, right? Because you just don't know like what the what the future holds.
Yeah, I would even add that before I quit my job, even though SLP was at 30 cents when I was thinking about these things, I was making the calculations about whether I could live off of Axie with SLP at 2 or 3 cents.
Right.
And it's like it barely dropped below 6, but you have to manage your expectations, as Akhil says, and it's all good.
Yep. So it looks like Avinash is here.
Perfect. Mistake, Stark. We had over 150 people over the course of your particular workshop right now, and people of stature actually, right? So thank you so much for taking the time. I do definitely think that play to earn Axie can potentially revolutionize how gaming is done in India. And if you heard Pratap say, probably it could solve poverty as well in India, or rather across the world. But it is right now 11:30 and in India right now. And there are a ton of people who still have more questions. And thank you so much for taking the time today, right? And I'm pretty sure you will get a lot of follow-ups from this particular session. And we really look forward, to staying in touch and working with you and seeing how this could change how gaming and the larger ecosystem in India is done. Perfect. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. And thank you to Kalaari Capital as well. Yeah. And yeah, Avinash, thanks for helping organize this and everything.
And Akil, I should tell you that you have set a benchmark where I think most of us can put you as an example, saying, hey, if Akil can drop out of a PhD program, I think we can also do stuff and stuff which is not conventional by Indian standards. But thank you.
Sure. Okay. Take care. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you.